Hello. It almost got started again. But hi, everybody. Welcome. So many people, not Dunrick, in here. I haven't seen you, I feel like in a couple weeks. But welcome. Rowland EasyMid, again, thank you for the gift subs. And also for your, I think it was you who posted that pretty long, sort of like theory in the Discord that I read last night. Welcome. Tejo, Calais Donut, I think I'm saying that right. Jelly-san, Kean Bean, welcome. We're gonna watch your video today. So yes, everyone in the chat, Kean Bean will be somebody, that's the main theory video we're gonna watch today. Let me just say hi to a couple other people. Substance, Sasquatch, Roland, I think I mentioned, Virtua J, DeWolfie, Sebastian, Sephiroth, as always, even without coffee. So thank you for prioritizing me over coffee, which is, I wouldn't do the same, but I appreciate it. Nori Hicks, I feel like Kafkara, Kafkara Pua, I think it's just Kafka. I usually just go with Jesse, Sir True, Motionista, was that old one? That was the old one, that was the end of last stream. Okay, welcome everybody. So, hi Lionheart, hi, looking forward to the stream from the UK, welcome. Yeah, I figure I might have like a decent amount of overseas, like, you know, UK, Europe viewers, because I go when it's, what time is it over there? I know it's like late afternoon, right? Maybe evening, time in London. Yeah, it's like 5:14. Whereas for people in my chat who are on the Pacific time, like I believe Sephiroth is, it's like 9 a.m. for them. So it's a miracle that they show up at all. But welcome, we have so much to talk about. I figured there was gonna be some stuff to talk about, but it ended up being far more, as you know, tends to happen with me. I was starting to plan the stream and did a bunch of stuff. So there's like stuff that we're gonna cover from yesterday that I shared on Twitter, just funny clips. Then we're gonna get into Kean Bean's video, his like big sort of like theory analysis video. East Coast for you, yeah, for me as well. And then also, then we're gonna go deep into Crisis Core, and I have more to say about it than I expected. So I actually rewatched, I was rewatching about, I rewatched the first couple of hours of Sleepezi's, in your theory video. Well, it wasn't in my plan, but it is 12 minutes, so maybe we'll knock it out. What was I gonna say? Shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, so I rewatched like 2 hours of Sleepezi's big like Vessel of Rebirth video, and it was that really helped me again, because he like dives so deep into Crisis Core, and that was like a good prep to just like get me in the headspace of it. But in that process, there were a couple of things in that recap that I wanted to touch on and talk about leading into the actual playthrough, because I think they help set up the playthrough really well. It's not the whole thing, it's probably 35 minutes or so of his video that I want to like watch before we jump in. And there'll be times where I do reference that video as we do the playthrough, because there are like moments that I want to like spotlight, especially when it comes to like the clarity around like Project G, Project S, Project G, Project S. And really, he like clearly lays out stuff, including from like the Crisis Core complete guide, kind of like an Ultimania type of thing, that just really clarifies some things that aren't 100% clear in the game itself, that we all may kind of know, but it just like makes crystal clear. So that will happen when we get to that part of the game, but there is something I want to talk about regarding that video so before we jump into the actual playthrough, which I did test. I did look into mods. I only added one small visual mod. Hey, Lebibsy Heat. I only added one small visual mod. Interestingly, looking at the mods, not that I would have done it I don't think. But in terms of like voice mods, there's a way to get the PSP voices, but it seems like you have to take all of the voices. So it's not just like Zack in isolation. I didn't dig into it too deeply. There was like an update to it, so maybe there is a way to do that. But I feel like I should respect sort of the game and the new actor. And all the other voices are so good. Like I like the new Genesis voice, like all the new voices a lot. And definitely like I said, I think, oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? But the voice actor for Zack in Rebirth, he's amazing. I think once he doesn't have to mimic Rick Gomez, he's really good Zack. What is his name? Why am I like blanking? Caleb Pierce. I knew it started with a C, but I kept thinking Cody. I'm like, that's not Cody, because that's Cody Christian, that's Cloud. Yeah, I think like, and I always kind of had a feeling of that. Like his line read also at the end of Remake when he does the Crisis Core line felt a bit off, and I think all of us sort of felt that, and we were worried going to Crisis Core. Then Crisis Core came out, and we're like, oh, I don't know. But I always felt like, man, he's just having to imitate somebody right now, and I wonder if like when he gets his own opportunity to like do what he wants to do with that character, and he really gets to play it his way, if it would change the performance. And he's really good in Rebirth. But when it's just when he has to mimic Rick Gomez, it's something. Pooty, what's going on? Nori Hicks, what's up? Oh, I already mentioned you. So let's just jump in because we have a lot to go through. But we'll do a fun thing first. So the first thing I want to check out is these videos that I shared on Twitter yesterday. Let me get the browser set up. So I was watching this let's see if I can like make it bigger this way. Sure. I was watching this VOD yesterday from, oh wait, do it the opposite way. Okay, go like this. I was watching this VOD from Jess Capricorn, which is one of my favorite streamers. She's hilarious. You probably have seen her. You definitely saw her in my, hey, what's up, Kalinda Ware? You definitely saw her in my big Rebirth video because I had her a couple of times featured in that video. But on Twitch, that should work. So yeah, check out Jess's stream. Hey Hayabusa. So there was this hilarious, so I have to give you context for this as well. So this is a tier list with a guest that she had who doesn't know FF7 at all, has never played it. When she saw Cloud's character pop up, didn't even recognize him until like she heard the name. She's like, oh yeah, I kind of feel like I've heard of that name before. So like this person named Flaky, what's her full handle? It was something Flaky, Buttery Flaky. She has no context for any of the characters, and Jess had her on as a guest to do, so yeah, I can actually tag her as well. Jess had her as a guest to talk about to rank the character of FF7 without any oh shoot, what is her like actual Twitch handle again? Like I do follow her, but it's just one word like that. Buttery Flaky. Okay. I just started following her after watching this. So she has no context once again for any of the characters, and it was so fucking funny. And so like first to explain her tier like list. So this is like the tiers. This is the logic because they have like funny names.
Oh wait, we should explain the tiers as well.
Oh wait, I do have to. You're right. I got to put her in a tier. Okay, so. Oof.
So these are the tiers: God, Come Plus One, Mid, LC, and Boiler Room. And these are the tiers that you did before when you ranked Dota 2 characters based on vibes only.
Yes. This controversial list, by the way, another controversial list, but
yeah,
chat. These are straight out of my chats. This is like our historical tier list. It's basically S, A, B, C, D. The only thing is that the LC tier, okay? I don't know how applicable it's going to be here, but LC stands for Little Caesars, okay? And the reason we put Little Caesars on there is that the idea is that you don't like what's in this tier, but it has good value for some reason, right?
Oh!
So that like the Little Caesar thing is actually hilarious to me too. So like Little Caesars, yes, they have the $5 hot and ready. You might not enjoy it that much. It's edible. It's pizza, but the best thing it offers is value, right? Like it is cheap. So very funny. So anyway, that sets the vibe for these clips. So let's just watch.
Flaky ranks all FF7 characters. And
so this was not my plan for yesterday. I was planning to watch like play a ton of Expedition 33. And then while I was doing like the promo images for this stream, and while I was doing like a couple of like stream prep things, I had this playing on my other monitor. And by the time I finished my like stream prep stuff, I was like, shit, I need to finish watching this because it's so funny. And then I made a little clip, and then I kept sharing them yesterday on Twitter.
It knows nothing about them at all.
True. I don't trust her. Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't trust her. I don't know. This feels like a very. This feels like somebody that is presenting very innocently, but I feel like later in the storyline, like crushes you in some way. I don't know, emotionally, physically.
Okay.
I don't trust her.
Okay.
Oh, this is not even 3D. Okay. Wow. I like this.
Eric got done so dirty, and then actually during the stream, Brianna White, Strange Rebel, popped into stream, saw her ranking, and was like asking Flaky, was like, I need a re-rank. She was joking around, she was having fun with it. It was really funny. But yeah, Aerith got a raw deal in the ranking. But the thing that she said about like, she clarified later, so she was like, I feel like I would trust her too much, and then like something would happen that would break my heart. And she's like, I mean, that's not wrong. That was part of what she said, right? Of like, I think you'll get emotionally devastated by her. She's technically wrong. She technically wasn't wrong. But yeah, it was so funny. Did they have to explain to Brianna what LC meant? I don't remember.
This one. Maybe it's just they feel trustworthy. They feel grounded.
This is fucking Alyssa, who is also, as we know, I mean, we figured, but in Ever Crisis, it gets revealed in the most recent episodes that, she had the like look of Lucrezia to Sephiroth's, point of view, because of Genova messing with him. And it was really like Genova controlling her and using her in that scene. Yeah.
Physically,
okay.
I don't trust her.
Okay.
Oh, this is not even 3D. Okay. Wow. I like this one. Maybe it's just they feel trustworthy. They feel grounded. I'm putting this. They're not trying too hard. They're not being performative with the wardrobe.
Not being performative.
Let's put her in. I'll go Come Plus One. Throw her in. I'm so scared.
This is Azul.
Bro.
He's from
the Boiler Room. Here's why. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like this is an adult chat, right?
Yeah.
Way too penis forward.
There's a cod. There's got to be a cod piece happening here, right?
I feel like my gut is like this is a villain in the thing, but I'm telling you just his overall style. I'm into it. Okay, I
love
like
that.
the glasses. It's going very Blade for me.
Yeah.
Come +1. Put him up there.
Oh, let's
Put him up
go.
there.
Massive.
Jess.
Yeah, as Dunrick was mentioning, Penis Forward took on the acronym PF at some point in the stream. And what she did was she ended up like she kept connecting the Dirge characters because they all have this like blue line thing in their outfits, like most of them did. And they also all had like a similar vibe. And she was connecting characters often. Like at one point she was very perceptive. She was like, oh, they showed Leslie. And before that, she had seen Don Corneo already. And when she saw Leslie, she was like, is there like a connection between him and like the creepy dude with the creepy big guy with the mohawk earlier and like the crazy thing? Like, and yeah, she like connected Don Corneo with Leslie through like their outfit, like the kind of like a animal print thing going on in their outfits, which is kind of wild.
That'd be a cod piece. Yeah.
You just his overall very Blade for me.
Yeah.
Come +1. Put him up there.
Oh, let's go. Massive.
Jess.
What?
Can I get a name?
Beck.
Okay. Oh my God. Ironically, there is this movie about this 12-year-old girl that I kind of am into called Becky. Okay, no relation. But it's like Home Alone, except she's a 12-year-old that sets up a bunch of traps for Nazis in her backyard, and she like murders them all. It's like a horror comedy, okay? This guy looks like a villain from that movie.
What a connection.
I'm gonna have to go Boiler Room. Okay.
This is Bill.
Honestly, Soul Read, straight to God.
Good.
Straight to God.
Good. This is a big one. This guy's name is Bugenhagen.
Oh my God. Okay. I this is another just Soul Read, and you guys are gonna think that I have a weird type. This is going straight to God, though.
Good.
This is going straight to God.
You do have a type.
It's going straight to God.
These two being in God right now is so fucking funny.
And then for more.
Okay, this is Elmira.
No. Okay. I feel like in the game,
Aerith's whole family just getting demolished, sadly.
Okay, this is Elmira.
no. Okay.
Just no.
I feel like in the game, this is probably a nice person that you meet, but I'm going to be so for real. The first thing I'm thinking of is that family from Resident Evil 7, the biohazard one. The lady who has
I
like
can
her
see it.
stomach gutted out with the
I
really
can
long
see what
arms.
she's seeing.
Magritte, put her in Boiler Room. I don't like it.
The fact that she looks literally straight out of the FF7, the RE7, FF7 RE7 crossover. I mean,
it's crushing me. I see chat. I'm trying not to let the opinion. I can tell she's probably like a sweet baker lady or something. She has an apron on and there's flowers. And
wait, can I tell you something?
Still.
You remember the first girl that you ranked? You're like, I don't trust her. Aerith, the very first girl, that's her adopted mother.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't trust the whole
family.
Whole ass family.
Yeah. All right, this is Esther.
Hold on, there's more.
Johnny. Oh my God. Johnny is that friend that will get drunk and tell you that it's okay to dive into a pool. Like, I don't have another way to say it, but he's the guy that you have to just golden heart, worst ideas.
Yeah.
Worst ideas.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Johnny, they could never make me.
Yes, Roland, there is, and I will post it.
Okay, this
even
this
though I
Elmira.
somewhat fear that it will steal all of my viewership right now. But there are actually more clips that I want to show before we move on. Oh yeah, Dunrick got it. But either way, I'll just repost it. The video we're watching. And yes, Lime, thank you. Smash the like.
No.
Both on this video and on my
I
stream.
hate you. Oh my god. Johnny.
This is really funny.
Johnny is that friend that will get drunk and tell you that it's okay to dive into a pool. Like, I don't have another way to say it, but he's the guy that you have to just golden heart, worst ideas.
Yeah.
Golden heart, worst ideas.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Johnny, they could never make me hate you. Put him in Come Plus One. I love somebody with a pure heart, even if I have to be the designated driver for the rest of my life.
Even have to be the designated driver for the rest of my life. Like I said, hilarious. And this was arguably the best part of stream. Was this? So all throughout, she was like, "Oh, I'm never gonna play this game." You know, I guess they're friends and they probably talked about it before. She's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna play the game, but I'll, she was even like, as she was getting like more drips of like the story and the context of characters from Jess, she was like, "Yeah, you gotta really like explain this game to me. Like maybe like tell me more of the story." And then this happened by the end of the stream.
I want to keep it so that when I play it, I can look back.
When you play it.
Yeah.
We've done it, chat.
I'm literally looking on Steam right now. I want to keep it so.
So yeah, so seemingly this whole experience helped convince her to check it out. And then she suggested a trade with Jess, which is good to do as a friend. To be like, you play Yakuza, which is apparently her favorite franchise. And she was like, I'll take on this whole FF7 thing, which is really fun. So she's hilarious. But there are actually a few more characters. I didn't clip all of these because I didn't want to like be annoying yesterday and just like clip like a crazy person. But there are a few more worth watching. Just a few. I have them like timestamped and all that jazz. So like we don't have to like dig through like crazy. I have them pretty much ready. Let me just set this up. There's some funny ones. So you guys got to see these other ones that I didn't put on Twitter yesterday. But they're short. There's like, how many of these? 1, 2, 3. There's 6 characters we're going to check out. One is, hey, Grantel. So one of the characters, and for anyone who's coming in, the person who's doing this Final Fantasy VII tier list of characters has not played the game, doesn't know the game at all, doesn't know the characters at all. So they're just giving their like tier list based just purely on like the vibes that they get from the picture that they see that Dunrick in chat right now like shared with them. So this was the reaction to Glenn. You got to see the reaction to Glenn. Which was around 131.25. Let me see. Okay.
I'm getting one photo. Win. Okay, good.
Okay, so yeah, he's in Boiler Room. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just too scared.
Okay, this is Glenn.
Okay. Guys, very condensed version of why I hate Glenn.
Yeah.
In 8th grade, I had a boy take me to the movies. Took me to see Pitch Black. Broke up with me in the movie. Turns out it was a double feature, and we had to sit through Drowning Mona after that. Tears streaming down my face. He broke up with me because he said he could not risk, mind you, I was in 8th grade. He could not risk a diabetic baby. I was not even making out with boys at the time. Okay? Unfortunately, I was still a repressed Christian at that time. So, couldn't risk a diabetic baby in Pitch Black. And this is giving me Tyler censored last name energy. Tyler, go fuck yourself. Put this man in the lowest part of the boiler room.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, chat. He's paying the price.
He does
for
have
Tyler's
a basic
mistakes.
name, yeah. It fits.
Fuck you, Tyler.
Fuck you, Tyler. Fumble me once, shame on you. Fumble me. I'm kidding.
Okay, this guy's
hold on. Okay, so that was Glenn. The next one is Jessie, which is a funny, like a really good vibe check on Jessie.
Come +1.
So yeah, so for Genova, she was like, I feel like, it seems like she's being experimented on, like she's a victim. So I put her in like one of the high tiers. Also has Hojo in this high tier too, which is a little wild. But yeah, again, doesn't know anything about the characters.
Low end of come +1.
All right. Hey, it's gonna be okay. Go check it out over there if we need to go check it out. Don't just stand here. Go check it out then. Okay, this is Jessie.
Okay. Jessie.
Shh, baby, it's all right.
My initial read on Jessie, she's got a grenade. I deeply fuck with that. She's got fingerless gloves. Deeply fuck with that. And she's got armor. Like, she's hitting my big 3 for me. She also has a turtleneck, brown hair, and brown eyes. Also big wins.
Yeah.
But something about the pep, the kind of like over the top, like, energy, her aura, if you will, is giving me like, I like burgers, not salad kind of girl.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, yes. I would picture if you hung out with Jessie, I could totally picture, yeah, she's getting a fucking burger and fries.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I hate her, but it's giving like, I'm not like the other girls.
Yeah.
But I kind of still fuck with her.
Yeah.
I kind of still fuck with her. Like, I'm not mad at her. I'm just like, okay, girl, I see you for you.
Could have said pizza.
And I still like you. So I'm going to go come +1 because I'm for the girlies, but on the lower side, right? Like, she's just above mid, but she makes it.
Oof. At least Jessie made it. Okay, Palmer is next. 243.
Killed a single turtle in Elden Ring. I hold that title to this day.
Could this be Dog?
I just don't like him. I'm putting him in Little Caesars because he wants to be a Ninja Turtle and he's not.
For the turtle.
He's not that guy.
The happy turtle guy.
I like turtles.
He's going Little Caesars for me.
Yeah, it does. Okay, this is Palmer.
Oh shit. Dude, okay, why is this so White Rabbit from like Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah.
What am I seeing here?
Totally.
What am I seeing
yeah.
here? Or like Mad Hatter or
Mad
something,
Hatter.
not White Rabbit. He's Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is psychotic. No one's gonna convince me otherwise. They're psychotic. They're in the 1%. I hate them. Put them in the boiler room.
Yes, Flaky.
They have a
Yes.
brown suit.
Yes,
They're in the 1%.
dude.
I can tell.
Your perception
I
knows
can
no
just-
bounds.
I can smell it on him.
You can.
He puts butter in his tea. Get him out of my fucking face.
Somebody in chat mentioned that he puts butter in his tea, and like it inspired that line. So there was a request in chat from Marlene, which wasn't on the original list of like names I would show. But fuck it, let's show it. Let's go back. Fuck. Madam M. Okay, Marlene.
I kind of hate her. I mean, I don't know. She's giving like Portland art teacher, but like evil. I think
The lever grog. Fair enough.
I think she's low Little Caesars. Maybe they did her dirty here.
Walking skeleton. All right. This is Marlene.
Marl and Marlene. Oh, how can I be mean here? I mean, the aura is just pure. It's just pure. So chat, hear me out. I'm putting this at the highest of my mid. Actually, maybe that's a little too mean. I was going to say mid because that's kind of like my neutral, if you will.
Sure.
Understandable.
like-
Okay.
She does seem sweet. I don't know. Kids are so tough because it's like, how do you rank they can't do anything wrong, you know? So like I guess is she sweeter? Is she a monster? Go with my heart. Okay, well my heart says that if this child was in front of me, I would put her like in the highest tier possible because I don't want to break her little heart. Like I don't want to degrade her self-worth at the age of 4 or whatever she is. Put her
4.
in
She was spot on with that.
She definitely cannot go in the second category. I can't even say it while I'm talking about a child. Put her in low god.
Okay.
Put her in low
That's
god.
a good choice.
I can't put her in the other category. I didn't realize there's gonna be children here, so we have to put her in low god.
Yeah, that's good. I will say, Marlene, this game specifically, Final Fantasy VII Remake, was the first game that I ever really started to like emote heavily to on stream. It was the first game I really.
I think she mentions like the Barrett thing, and that gains like some. I forgot what was. Again, this wasn't one that I'd picked to talk about. It's like kind of funny. But I want to jump to Vincent. Because the Vincent one I found hilarious. There are a lot of really funny ones. You should go check out the whole stream when you get the chance. But I just want to focus on like a few like funny ones.
Remember the
like, ones that really made me laugh.
Okay, this is Vincent Valentine.
Ugh. Okay. Hear me out. This reminds me of like those Instagram ads that you get where you feel like the clothes are going to be like a super sick fit and then you click on them and it's like fast fashion. It's like the ad is fast fashion, but underneath it's like polyester. Put him in Little Caesars.
Oh my god!
I see right
Little
through
Caesars.
Tragic.
I see right through you.
Wait, you said Little Caesars, right?
Yes, Little
This
Caesars.
is tragic. Okay, well, this is Wedge.
Hold on, she gets more like context for Vincent too. What was that?
What is this clip?
Thank you for the sub, Rollin. 4 months in a row. Thank you so much. So then she shows her the Vincent clip.
The symbol. Wake him up.
Hold on.
Whoa. Okay.
Doesn't matter. Who are you?
Moan.
Okay.
and
Bit of
Jess.
a different vibe.
Security.
Security?
He is a former member of the Turks.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, well then I'm just gonna have to take my vibe read as he fell from grace for some reason, chat. I don't know why.
For some reason.
He fell from grace. So I have to keep him in Little Caesars. I cannot my vibe read cannot be tainted. He's no longer part of the Turks.
Flaky,
there's a reason
this is
for it.
oh my god. When we're done ranking, can I just give you like a explanation on a bunch of random shit that you got right?
Yes, I would love that because
Great.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You basically got all of this right based on vibe.
So in the last one, fittingly for today's stream, let's check out Zach Fair.
This is Zach.
Ugh, Zach. He's got a flip phone.
Yeah, he does. It's honestly a major
I'm
part of the game that he's in.
Non-derogatory because I want a flip phone. I just I like him. I don't want to like him, but I like him. I don't know, chat. I feel like he's calling right now to check on his wife.
Not the
right?
greatest Zach photo. That's funny though.
I feel like he's calling right now to check on his wife, right?
Why do you do that? Literally.
He just feels like the guy that's calling to be like, I'm just calling to check if you're okay. Like, I don't know. Okay.
I mean, he does call
He
Eric
does
at one
seem
point.
a little bit like angry here, but it's not. It's not. It's like concern. It's that angry that you get when like you're
Not in
like
this scene, yeah.
anxious or something. I I like him. He's going come +1.
Good. That's
Oh,
my guy.
fuck. Funny. All right, so that was enough fun. Okay, you guys aren't here for fun. You're here for thinking, I think. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. But with that in mind, let's get to some theory stuff. So in chat, this wasn't originally in the plan, but Vic in chat had mentioned it, and like several people have brought it up, or a couple people like backed up this video. It's only 12 minutes, so might as well knock it out. I don't know what to expect from this, but it's a summary of FF7 Rebirth, so I don't know like how theory it is or not, but let's just cover it. I'll have to reset.
This is a summary of the almost 4
Hold on. Getting ahead of me. Video. Gotta resize. And fit it into my template here. So this is, let me also share a link. This is from Victor Maalouf. So we'll check this out. So let's see. Like I said, I really don't know anything about this one. I haven't seen any of this one, so.
long video
Like the other one that we'll watch in a little bit, from Kean Bean. I watched like the first 15 or so minutes of it. But yeah, let's check out this
I
one.
did on what the complete story to Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth really is.
It's called Summary of FF7 Rebirth's Real Hidden Story.
Quite a few people on forums were turned off by its length, so this video will be a summary of the complete story. To keep it short, it will be just the summary. Any meta-analysis type of video will come later on. Most of the clues to what is really going on in the re-trilogy are from differences between the original and new games, and paying a close attention to what characters say and do. I showed that Wedge was used as an example of there being concrete reasons for these differences, that it was not just a tease or a fan service to keep Wedge alive a little longer, but it actually had a mechanical purpose. Specifically, the Whisper saved Wedge during the Platefall events so that he could give Avalanche a reason to continue to Shinra Tower. In Remake, the President Shinra scene and the end of the bridge scene gave the strongest clues as to what Genova's, Sephiroth's, and Aerith's intentions were. It sounded like Genova set up the argument between Shinra and Barrett to test Barrett, see what he would do when he had his ultimate enemy in his hands and could demand during the Platefall events so that he could give Avalanche a reason to continue to Shinra Tower. In Remake, the President Shinra scene and the end of the bridge scene gave the strongest clues as to what Genova's, Sephiroth's, and Aerith's intentions were. It sounded like Genova set up the argument between Shinra and Barrett to test Barrett, see what he would do when he had his ultimate enemy in his hands and could demand anything he wanted.
That is what matters most to you?
I mean, it is strange that the president is killed, or like not outright killed, right? That he's left just dangling off the roof of the building. I mean, I had kind of seen it more as just an opportunity for, honestly, the writers to give a scene like this, which provides some more philosophy on President Shinra, and then also challenging Barrett's point of view a bit. Like that was more of the narrative. I guess I was thinking of it more of like the narrative reason for making the change and having this scene versus just having him stabbed and killed. But let's see what this proposes.
At the end of the bridge, when Aerith told Sephiroth he was wrong, Sephiroth responded with, "Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows." Aerith responded, "Everything about you is wrong." This was the first hint that Aerith was going to be a problem. She had an absolutist attitude that defined the very existence of Sephiroth as wrong, similar to when the Geese said that their isolation was punishment for the sin of their existence. Interestingly, Sephiroth's response is actually the background to the safer Sephiroth fight from the original. It means he's speaking from experience and indicates he now knows his original perception of himself as a righteous angel was wrong. The first hint that Aerith was going to be a problem. She had an absolutist attitude that defined the very existence of Sephiroth as wrong, similar to when the Geese said that their isolation was punishment for the sin of their existence. Interestingly, Sephiroth's response is actually the background to the safer Sephiroth fight from the original. It means he's speaking from experience and indicates he now knows his original.
Is this equating the swirl behind him, the wall behind him, with the whispers to this background?
Perception of himself as a righteous angel was wrong. By the end of the scene, Aerith decides to defeat the Arbiter of Fate and defy destiny, despite the Whisper screaming at her. Why? Because she has Sephiroth painted as the ultimate bad guy and wants to end him. Going into Rebirth, it's clear Jenova has a grasp on Rufus, being able to turn his strategy away from the Magnus Materia back to his father's goal of pursuing the Promised Land, even though he stated twice, once at Junon Parade with Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith, and once during his first portrayed meeting as president, that he was rejecting his father's goals pertaining to using Aerith to find the Promised Land. Yet, within a day or two, he changed his mind, saying seeing the Promised Land with his own eyes has always been a dream of his.
There is something interesting, right? So like Rufus's switch up. So I was trying to figure out if it was a switch up or if there was like some consistency I just wasn't seeing. But yes, like he is like very much like, I don't want to do shit. Like I want to do my own thing. And then is very much like back in the Promised Land chase. Although he kind of mentions it a bit. I mean, he mentions that he's not, what does he say in the confrontation with Cloud at the speech? Does he mention, I know he mentions the Promised Land thing, but does he say like he's not interested in any more? Hey, Barris Xman, or just Barris. But what does he say again? I'd probably have to pull up the scene. He wants them to help him get Sephiroth. Yes, I know that. He mentioned something about the Promised Land, right? Does he mention that he's no longer interested in the Promised Land? I feel like he says something about like his father's original plans and where he stands. Kind of want to rewatch it now. FF7 Rebirth Chapter 4 commentary. Actually, I had the ball bar scene up, which if I get raided today, I finally set up my raid shit, which I didn't have it checked off in the settings. But this is the raid alert. I think it will show if I play the. So if I get raided, that is my new raid alert. Which is pretty perfect. They walk into a party. Hey. Anyway, let's go to the speech scene.
I have a few private
Certified Disney musical stream is what this is.
words.
Excuse me. Need to get through.
Barrett, over there.
What does Rufus say to Cloud?
I rarely talk to the rank and file. Why not take off your helmet? Cloud Strife. That was a first-class performance. One worthy of a soldier. Stand down.
But, sir!
Get to it.
You are a fascinating individual.
I know
Enlightening.
that part.
The city is Shinra's beating heart. Its devastation is a humiliation, and the world must see us rebuild. To that end, I need to refocus my efforts. and push certain duties to one side.
Refocus efforts.
My father left me a mountain of unfinished tasks, like the recapture of a fugitive of ancient descent, the recovery of a stolen lab specimen,
And then he says, I have no interest in any of
the
these.
execution of Avalanche. None of which, frankly, are of any interest to me whatsoever. I'd gladly wash my hands of it all.
So what? You're gonna let us go? Just like that?
Yes. Provided you keep your distance from Midgar, that is. No more stirring the proverbial pot.
And the same goes for me? But why?
Because I have a new vision for Shinra.
So we go free. And you get?
Sephiroth dead.
Dead. He's an unsavory relic of our past, and I want him gone. But in our current state, Shinra lacks the resources to get the job done. So I turn to you.
It's a deal.
You have a lead, I take it.
The guys in black robes.
Clever you. Hojo, they're connected. Them.
Right.
Yeah. So he doesn't outright say something about the Promised Lands mission. I feel like he did at some point, but I forgot what it was. I know this video is proposing that he changed his mission, and I think he did, but I just couldn't remember if the Promised Land was still part of his like thing, and he was just like reverse psychology way of letting Cloud follow them and follow Sephiroth and potentially and lead him to the Promised Land. Like, I thought that was like one way I was thinking of it, that Rufus was like, I'm not interested in like the strong arm sort of way that he tries to get Aerith's information or the information of the Promised Land. He's like, I'm going to instead use these guys. I'm going to use Cloud to sort of like chase Sephiroth, which should hopefully lead to finding the Promised Land. Like, obviously they steal the key to the temple. So I can't remember if he fully changed his plan or if it was just like a slightly different means to get to the Promised Land that was like different from his father's approach, which was like capturing Aerith and like trying to extract it out. It's a board meeting. Where was the board meeting again? Like, which chapter was the board meeting? Fuck. Because I need to look by chapter. I was like, was it the Gaga chapter? Or at the end of chapter 8? Oh no, they already had the meeting then. You know, just in landing the Promised Land. Oh, because they have, I think they talk about the Magnus Materia and shit when they go up to the mount. Oh, here we go.
Come on.
I feel like there may have been another board meeting, but
The next order of business is the Magnus Materia project.
okay.
As you are aware, simultaneous energy spikes were detected in Mako reactors across the world. After analyzing the data from each site, we found the spikes stemmed from the arrival of visitors, unfathomably large life forms.
Oh, is that a weapon?
Based on available information, it would seem so. They supposedly appear when the planet is in danger.
And each one carries an enormous orb of materia. More specifically, an orb from which they themselves were born. They are living enigmas, organisms dying to be understood. And finally, my dream of capturing one is within reach. Oh, what I wouldn't give to peel one's flesh back, pull it apart, and see what makes it tick. What?
Your wish, Professor, will soon be granted. We'll all get what we want once that materia is ours.
This is ridiculous. Why waste time monster hunting when we're on the brink of creating the materia ourselves?
I'm aware of your efforts, but it would behoove us to obtain naturally occurring specimens as well.
Well, they would look good in the lobby.
Put them in the bathroom for all I care. Just leave me the carcasses. Those I'll take.
Mr. President, please. What is this really about?
Okay, I think this is where it gets into.
Wu Tai is after them.
Well, talk about
I was wondering if there's a different scene. Hold on, let me see.
Heidegger, I'll need troops.
There's a question I never had the chance to ask your father. Perhaps you could speak on his behalf. We used Avalanche's activities as a cover to sabotage our own reactors and destroy Sector 7. Your father assured us these acts were in service to the Neo-Midgar project.
Yeah.
However, the fact remains that we have yet to locate the promised land of legend, or even confirm if it actually exists.
Great though he was, my father was old. And in his dotage, he became rash. But while we're on the subject, there's something I've been meaning to ask all of you regarding those decisions. Why is it that none of you even tried to stop him? Shinra must change. We must break new ground, grow stronger, smarter, observe, adapt, expand, control. My father built his empire with your loyal support, and I demand the same. I expect you all to prove that you are devoted not only to the company, but to me.
See, this is why I'm not sure if there was a change in end goal. Like, I think the bigger change that Rufus is talking about when he talks about like a new era Shinra and all that is more of like tactics, like the means to which to sort of like achieve the goal of like getting to the promised land. Like, you know, he says he like in his dotage, you know, my dad became rash, right? And was like, basically trying to strong arm his way in sort of like getting what he wanted, you know, very much like controlling over like where Aerith is, trying to get her, bring her back, study her, do what needs to be done to try to get the information that he needs. And I feel like Rufus's approach is a bit different in that he's, you know, like I said, he's trying to take, he's like, all right, Cloud and them are up against Sephiroth. Sephiroth is potentially heading to the promised land. So maybe there's a way to use their actions for my benefit, right? Get them out my side, get them to continue to pursue the Sephiroth. I do think, obviously, I think it's clear that the Wu Tai war thing is stirred up by Jenova. It is stirred up by Glenn / Jenova / Sephiroth. Like, he is taken off of his like track a bit in that way. I don't think he was like ignoring the promised land thing. I just think he had like a different method. And then, like I said, the Glenn, Jenova, Sephiroth influence was more like pulled focus, right? Like he says at the end, like, I get what you're doing. This is all distraction from Sephiroth. So just like a slight nuance, I think, from what this video is saying. Mystery set up with the clouded eye, seeing nothing but shadow. Did you see that in the Sapphire Seph background? I didn't say anything about it, actually.
Pertaining to using able to turn his strategy away from the Magnus Materia back to his father's goal of pursuing the promise.
Yeah, Delta. So you're saying Rufus is more strategic in approach, whereas his dad was like a bull in a china shop, which is how he gained power in Shinra, right? Like he orchestrated Avalanche and the SRC, and like all of these things he helped sort of, well, at the very least Avalanche he orchestrated. He like orchestrated soft power ways to sort of get what he wanted. He's a snake, yeah.
Promised Land, going into Rebirth, it's clear.
But again, I do think there's just like a slight difference from what this video is saying. This video is like ultimately right in terms of like Jenova did sort of like take his focus away from kind of what he was supposed to be, what he's supposed to be focused on. I just don't think it was a complete change of his plans.
Nova has a grasp on Rufus, being able to turn his strategy away from the Magnus Materia back to his father's goal of pursuing the Promised Land, even though he stated twice, once at Junon Parade with Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith, and once during his first portrayed meeting as president, that he was rejecting his father's goals pertaining to using Aerith to find the Promised Land. Yet, within a day or two, he changed his mind, saying seeing the Promised Land with his own eyes has always been a dream of his.
He definitely looks like under like some kind of influence, there, right?
He changed his mind, saying seeing the Promised Land
with the way he leans in, the way his eyes are like focus in, the way this is shot does like support the feeling of like being motivated by something else.
Promised Land. Yet, within a day or two, he changed his mind, saying seeing the Promised Land with his own eyes has always been a dream of his. Sephiroth's interjections into both Cloud's and Rufus's mind in the two new games are designed to train them to break free from manipulation, specifically Jenova's, but also others. The overarching pattern of Sephiroth's work on Cloud is to prepare him to save Aerith by 1. Using reverse psychology to get him to feel more, 2. Emphasize his lack of control when failing or losing others, and 3. Put himself in front of Cloud many times compared to no times in the original, so Cloud may practice breaking free from his freeze reaction to Sephiroth and defy him.
I forgot where I heard this before, but somebody else did bring this up, and I thought that was interesting, right? The, like, almost practicing or like getting Cloud to respond, which then gets him to respond in the Forgotten Capital. This scene with no music is kind of wild. That's an interesting thought, and I don't know where I heard it. It may have actually been like repeating what was said in this video, was like maybe how I heard it. But yeah, like him, there's definitely like so many moments of like Cloud kind of acting against Sephiroth, and it does make you question, like, is that part of Sephiroth's plan, is to sort of like get this reaction out of Cloud? Oh god, see, I just checked the Discord link before I started stream, like an hour ago. And it hadn't updated. It feels like it updates mid-stream, which is so annoying. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I think it's different. Now I gotta update the commands. Why Discord decides to change the link midway through my stream will drive me nuts. Because clearly it just happens every time, because it's happened before. Kean Bean, the way he responds at the end of FF7 Righteous Anger, that you all participate in, which gives Cloud a huge power boost. Yeah. Sub question: do you think we get a Zack possessed Cloud boss, a Zack versus possessed Cloud boss fight in part 3? I don't know if Zack is there, but I do hope we fight a possessed Cloud. Hey, all, what theory are we going over? So we're actually going to go over Kean Bean's theory, but right now I'm watching Victor Maalouf's like 12-minute shorter recap kind of theory thing on what we're watching now. Let's go back to the start of this
many times compared to no times in the original, so Cloud may practice breaking free from his freeze reaction to Sephiroth and defy him.
Yeah, Delta Sin is saying Sephiroth is teaching Cloud to find strength in anger. Hey, what's up, Echoes Feelings? Yeah, all these moments. Cutting this without video. I mean, without music. Here again. Let that anger take you over, kind of thing. Attacking him here,
At the
yeah.
Forgotten Capital, Sephiroth splits the party into a second world and has Cloud come in the building where Aerith is praying by himself.
I saw that
When Cloud
part,
reaches
man.
Aerith, he does actually save her in one world because of Sephiroth's training. But
Yeah, I don't know if this like fits into what the series is saying, but let me pull that up real quick. What Paraman mentioned in chat. Someone shared it in my Discord last night. I saw it on Twitter at some point. I don't know how much I buy into the actual theory proposed, but there's a definite parallel in imagery. So it's just showing like how similar these two actions, like the Forgotten Capital and this Roche thing is. Yeah, like definitely a similar animation. I swear you get better, stronger, faster with every lap. With every lap. It's kind of interesting. Roche isn't under like a Sephiroth thing there, so it's hard for me to like connect it to a really strong theory, but it is interesting.
Aerith herself blocks that reality from the rest of Avalanche using the White Whispers. Before we can understand why Sephiroth prepares Cloud to save Aerith, and why Aerith blocks that world, we have to figure out what really happened with the Black Materia. Aerith actually finds the Black Materia at the bottom of the crater. After the temple collapses, she slowly lowers her head, leans forward, and is shocked by what she sees. She has two shocked expressions. Once before Cait Sith announces he is...
Oh, this is the thing we talked about. I forget in whose video, but somebody brought this up. It might have been in Steed's video, but yeah, I don't agree that she sees anything specifically. I think she's just thinking. Like, she's looking down at the ground in front of her. She's not even close to the edge. She has to, like, move significantly farther away to get to the edge, but...
Temple collapses, she slowly lowers her head, leans forward, and is shocked by what she sees.
I think it's more of a, you know, like when you've gone through something devastating, it's like, oh shit, you know?
He has two shocked expressions. Once before Cait Sith announces he is still around, and once after. Aerith walked out across the branch over the True Gee's Black Materia, and after she and Cloud fell, she had a White Whisper cover Cloud's vision so he couldn't see her retrieving the real one and put it in his pocket.
I don't think that's what happens there either. I think that the Whisper is like returning his consciousness because they've shown that a few times of like, they show it in the scene where like the Whispers take Zack and Biggs, even like the Whispers are like vehicles for like movement between worlds, seemingly. Same thing happens with Sephiroth, like the end of the Proto-Relic quest in Nibelheim area. Like a Whisper, we watched it on stream a while back, but a Whisper shows up, like does a little swirl around the white ball in the mask of the Whisper, and then like Sephiroth appears out of it.
This, of course, fits the original having the temple become the Black Materia. Why does Aerith not tell Cloud or the rest of Avalanche about this? We know she lies to them about Sephiroth beating Cloud up and taking the Black Materia from him rather than him giving it over. But why lie about finding the real one? The Geese village holds the answer. On the boat, we can see the livestream fractures into green and yellow for the first time. There is red and blue in the sky. Later, we can see the livestream fracture around the fonts in Cosmo Canyon that hold back red essence attempting to escape. It's also seen when Cloud takes the Black Materia from the pedestal and when Aerith attempts to guide the livestream for the first time in the ancient temple. Here, it does not just break into yellow particles, but also waves of blue.
Yeah, I think somebody showed that in the Bugenhagen like thing, that like when you see the planet, like the live stream like surrounds the planet. Why isn't the Discord command? Oh, on Leland for the Discord link. It should be pinned in YouTube. Like it should be the pinned message. Should be Discord. I don't have Nightbot set up in YouTube. I still have to figure out how to do that. Yeah, these like other colors are actually, I think you get to see them also. It's in the original too, but FF7 Rebirth, Chapter 10. Commentary. Siri, I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
Of course she responded. I think you actually see some of the colors surrounding the planet during this. Or maybe it's just the original that you see it. It might just be green. Rebirth. Oh yeah, there's like a swirl. See, there's the swirl of blue and the swirl of green. Hey, Katana.
Body withers and returns.
So you got the blue and the green. There's like even a purple like intertwined here.
Of the mind, the spirit, the soul. Much like its former vessel,
You can see the blue.
returns whence it came.
They're all kind of like intertwined. There's like blue, green, a little bit of purple. You can see it really well there. Shit.
So teeming with.
I mean, you can see it right here during the formation of this.
What happens next?
It's not just like solid green. There's green, yellow, purple. So yeah, you do see like a mix of colors. And a similar thing
Yellow
here.
is the predominant color of the particles signaling the space between worlds, and is part of the waves of livestream seen outside Aerith's house after the fall of the Sector 7 plate. This all indicates that...
That's an interesting thought, Kean Bean. I wonder if that's in your video. Hey, Key Machine. I wonder if that's in your video. The yellow between worlds, red outer worlds kind of thing.
Yellow is the color most associated with the life and world plate.
Or maybe he's
part of the
explaining it
waves
here.
of livestream seen dominant color of the particles signaling the space between worlds.
Ah, yeah, there you go.
Yellow is the predominant color of the particles signaling the space between worlds, and is part of the waves of livestream seen outside Aerith's house after the fall of the Sector 7 plate. This all indicates that yellow is the color most associated with the life and worlds of Gaia. Then, when it all mixes with whatever this blue is, it creates the green livestream. Bugenhagen's planetarium also confirms this.
Oh yeah, you see them
If
like
the Gee's red
become
essence were to mix with the
solid
blue,
green.
you would get purple, which is Genova's dominant color. In the Gee village, besides red, there are some statues with a purple aura. Several purple auras are tied to little effigies, little Genova Dreamweaver effigies.
Oh,
They have a
fuck.
face atop a torso, 2 large protrusions on top, 3 arms on both sides with something vertical in front of them. Jenova Dreamweaver has exactly 3 small tentacles on both sides of her upper body, plus the large mantle above them. The larger tentacles coming from below often obscure the front of the 3 smaller ones. This is as much proof as we are going to get at this point that Jenova and the Gi are working together. Jenova is likely made of the same red essence of the Gi mixed with whatever this other blue essence is.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I didn't even notice those effigies. I didn't look at the environment like that deeply. But yeah.
Tons of this blue Mako essence during the Jenova Life Clinger fight as it pours down around the edges after the first phase. And it is the same color with the blue Mako encasing Sephiroth and
the color stuff is like stuff that I'd tend to miss. But like a Sleepezi, for example, picks up all of this color stuff so well.
The weapons in the northern crater. It seems like the blue Mako is some sort of power amplifier or enabler that both Gaia's yellow and the Gi's red need to become activated and potentially generate new life. But strangely, the Gi say their current goal is not to create new life, but to annihilate their essence entirely. Why would they want to do that? The Gi say they cannot return to the life stream because one cannot return from which one did not arise. However, something I didn't mention in my original video is that it is not actually true that the Gi cannot enter the Gaia's life stream. There is a Final Fantasy where the life streams of 2 worlds alien to each other do merge. It is a major part of the plot, so in order to try to not spoil it, I'll just say that this Final Fantasy was nothing like any other Final Fantasy in any way besides the fact that the planet had a life stream and there was an interplanetary spiritual conflict driving the plot.
It's kind of hard to make those connections then, because like as much as like the Final Fantasies like share ideas, they are still kind of separate. So I don't know about that. I don't think the Jenova and Gi are working together. I mean, they have mutually beneficial, like outcomes that they're working toward. Like they both want the black materia to be used, maybe for different purposes, but they kind of do have like aligned goals in a weird way. So I don't know if they're like working together or they're like just kind of getting along to get along, or like to get what they want.
Plot.
I mean, there is a lot of like Jenova or a lot of like Sephiroth presence in that Gi area that like Cloud picks up on, but the rest of the party doesn't.
If it wasn't clear before, this should make it clear what Sephiroth, the Gi's, and Jenova's real strategy is. Sephiroth had the Gi tell the group about their black materia's supposed ability to destroy their essence, because that is what Aerith wants. She is trying to get rid of Sephiroth entirely, but because simply killing him is not enough, she needs to annihilate his spirit essence. This is ultimately why Sephiroth allowed Aerith to take the Gi's black materia that the temple became. Aerith and the Cetra don't seem to know about the connection between Jenova and the Gi. When Cloud puts the black materia into his sword while Aerith is directly speaking to his mind, it tells us her plan is clearly to have Cloud attack Sephiroth's real body in the northern crater with his black materia infused Buster Sword, because she thinks it will destroy his spirit essence. Aerith is being set up. When Cloud attacks Sephiroth, the red in the Gi's materia will combine with the blue in the north to revive Jenova. Then, Sephiroth will shunt the blue Mako from the north, south into Cosmo Canyon, using the life springs he diverted.
What, I got lost.
Her plan is clearly to have Cloud attack Sephiroth's real body in the northern crater with his black materia infused Buster Sword. Because
I was getting distracted. The reason I wasn't sure because I was thinking, and what I was thinking was that I still don't think I buy the idea that like Aerith planted the black materia on Cloud. We talked about that in another stream because somebody else brought it up. I think it was Steed. And I just like looked at it. I looked at like the scenes that supposedly substantiate it, and I just couldn't come to like see that. Like I don't think Aerith secretly sees the black materia. We see Cloud eventually get the real black materia from Sephiroth, give it to Sephiroth. And after giving it to Sephiroth, then him and Aerith fall. So it's not like the real black materia was at the bottom of the temple through that whole conversation. The real materia, Cloud was holding it, then Aerith was holding it, and then Cloud got it back. Like the location of the real black materia seems pretty clear all the way up until Sephiroth slices them and has them fall. And a lot of people think at a certain point Sephiroth planted it on Cloud. I don't know why, but I don't think Aerith plants it on him. Hey, Brainbox, no thoughts. Thank you for subscribing. So I don't buy into that part of it. In terms of like the idea of like Cloud stabbing Sephiroth in the Northern Crater, I don't know if he'll do that. It is cool. Like, it's a cool visual. Like, when I picture it, it seems really cool. Like, it would be a interesting like twist on the event, right? Is to like make it seem like he's going to kill Sephiroth, but he ends up playing into Sephiroth's plan somehow. Whether that was engineered by Aerith or not, kind of doesn't matter. Like, if it seems like he's like broken free and he's like not under the control or whatever, and then does that in an attempt to kill Sephiroth, and then it backfires, because he's kind of de facto kind of giving him the black materia, is like a fun idea. I do think the black materia, like, and how it gets passed between people in the original, it was weird, and it's still weird in the remake trilogy. Like, it's this weird, almost unnecessary game telephone where it's like, in the original, he gives it to Cloud, and then I think they get it back somehow, but I forget exactly. I think he beats one of the Genova bosses, and like it drops the black materia, and then he gets it. I forget, how does he get the black materia back after he gives it to Sephiroth in the original? I can't remember at the top of my head. Either way, it changes hands between like Cloud and Sephiroth like 2 or 3 times, and then it happens again in the Rebirth trilogy, where you start with the fake black materia, then Cloud gets a real one, then he gives it to Sephiroth, then for some reason Sephiroth gives it back, or someone gives it to Cloud. I don't know. And then obviously Cloud is going to give it back to Sephiroth. It's like the amount of times it goes back and forth still doesn't really make much sense. It's one of the messiest parts of the plot. But yeah, that does bother me so much about the how this all works. Also, let me post announcements that we're live. I didn't put that on Discord. Stream is live, by the way. Both YouTube and Twitch. We catch up with chat. I think at the very least, Sephiroth is manipulating the Gi. Oh yeah, but Sephiroth wasn't really there. Recurring theme of introducing moral ambiguity, whether it's the Gi telling their side of the story, making you doubt the Cetra, humanizing the bad guys. I think Sephiroth gives Cloud the black materia in further efforts to separate him from his friends. Yeah, well, Sephiroth just makes the black materia appear out of nowhere. Well, I think it was the real one. I still don't think the real one... Well, I think it's the real one because, like, I mean, the real reason why it might be the real one is that Aerith grabs it and tries to keep it away from Cloud, right? Like, if it's kind of a meaningless one, she wouldn't do that. I mean, we see a sequence of events, right? Where Cloud gives him the fake one. Sephiroth is like, the key to the real one between worlds, goes back into the between world space, comes back, or like has it go out there, and then like the real one, a different looking black materia, ends up in Sephiroth's hands, and then he drops it, tells Cloud to bring him to it. Doesn't drop it because he never controls it, maybe because like he's not fully real in that space, but the black materia is, so he needs Cloud to give it to him. Who the fuck knows? Like, it's so confusing. But either way, we see a black materia manifests. Everyone seems really concerned about it. Aerith equally seemed concerned about it, tries to keep it away from Cloud. Like, I don't know. The overwhelming evidence seems to point to that was the real black materia, and Sephiroth ends up with it at the end of that sequence, and then somehow it ends up back in Cloud's possession. Maybe Aerith slipped it to him. I don't know how. I don't think she did. Somebody slipped it to him. So regardless, somebody slipped it to him.
As she thinks it will destroy his spirit essence. Aerith is being set up. When Cloud attacks Sephiroth, the red in the Gi's materia will combine with the blue in the north to revive Genova. Then, Sephiroth will shunt the blue Mako from the north, south into Cosmo Canyon, using the life springs he diverted the green lifestream out of, set up, because she thinks it will destroy his spirit essence. Aerith is being set up. When Cloud attacks Sephiroth, the red in the Geese materia will combine with the blue in the north to revive Jenova. Then, Sephiroth will shunt the blue Mako from the north, south into Cosmo Canyon, using the life springs he diverted the green lifestream out of, seen during a side quest with Bugenhagen, to then revive the Gi. We will end up in a Game of Thrones situation, with Jenova in the north, the Gi in the south, Midgar in the east, and Wutai in the west. Rocket Town, which we have not yet visited, sits in the center of them all. And the key to Sephiroth's strategy is Aerith's reluctance to see reality, which is emphasized many times in Remake and Rebirth with sky and cloud allegories.
People hate the steel sky, the slums, but I don't.
Wait, is this saying
Rocket Town, which we have not yet visited,
reluctance to
sits
see
in
reality?
the center of them all. And the key to Sephiroth's strategy is Aerith's reluctance to see reality, which is emphasized many times in Remake and Rebirth with sky and cloud allegories.
People hate the steel sky, the slums, but I don't. How could I? And you're wrong.
Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows.
Everything about you is wrong.
What will we find on the other side?
Boundless, terrifying freedom. Like a great, never-ending sky. The sky. I don't like it.
Though at least with the steel sky you know your limits. Out here, it's endless. I kinda get what Aerith was saying now.
However, you'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes.
Shut up!
After all, you're just a puppet.
In the last fight with Sephiroth, Aerith literally creates a cloud so that she cannot see the universe at the edge of creation and what the planet will become a part of that Sephiroth showed Cloud.
Well, I didn't read it that way. Like her not liking the steel, like not liking the look of the sky and all that. I think it's just more of her. I don't think there's a necessarily reluctance to see reality. I think with her, it's obviously she's troubled by reality. And I wouldn't say like she tries to cloud it necessarily. It seemed like more of a Lifestream white versus Lifestream black sort of manifestation. But hey, what's up, Talon? And Circus Hammer, what's going on?
Sephiroth is depending on this. He laughs at her several times because of her reluctance to be open to different possibilities. Even though she decided to defy fate, ideally she is limiting her impact to just getting rid of Sephiroth. That is the gist of the hidden backstory of what is really going on in Remake and Rebirth. Most of my original 4-hour-long video is composed of clips from the Final Fantasy VII compilation that supports these ideas and a few more. When I posted it on a forum, I got a comment that the person was disappointed I didn't do a meta-analysis of the game, like the question of why did the developers decide to remake the story this way. I do have ideas for why they decided to go this route. There were reasons why I myself made a 4-hour-long video explaining this theory. That will be the next video I make, probably.
Yeah. I think there are some interesting things in that. I don't really agree with everything in there. The Livestream color thing. I mean, I know Sleepezi talked about it before too, like different colors in Livestream. I forgot what he said exactly. But there are definitely some like something interesting there. I don't really know what to make of. Yeah. I don't think Aerith is like rejecting reality. I mean, she definitely disagrees with Sephiroth. Definitely. Yeah. So great. So let's get to Kean Bean's video. Which I've been trying to watch for a while now.
Sure.
So I did watch a little bit of it. We'll start over. So we'll get to this one, but first, but thank you for that, Vic. But first, I will have to run to the bathroom real quick. So give me 2 seconds, chat. Throw the BRB. All right. Excited for this one. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I saw some of it. Let me just see if there's anything in chat. Can I watch the video in Discord? Dude, I'm not gonna, well, I will say maybe at some point. I do want to get to Crisis Core, and there's a lot of like Crisis Core related stuff that I want to get to. Just dialogue.
What is it you're after?
The flower girl.
That's not even funny, man.
Not my problem.
You messed with the wrong...
Is this like part of the, it's like one of the special fights? I haven't done this fight, if it is.
What is it you're after?
The flower girl.
That's not even funny, man.
Not my problem.
I mean, so it kind of sounds like he's, speaking as Sephiroth, right? I don't know why exactly you wanted me to see that, but it sounds a bit like Sephiroth is talking through Cloud, I guess. It's a mod. Oh, just a funny video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we might see like some fight. I mean, I hope we get a boss Cloud.
In this video, we will attempt to explore.
Yeah. So this video, I've seen some of it. It seems to like really like cleanly lay things out. So I haven't gotten to like the meat of this video in terms of like where it gets into any kind of thing. No, we haven't started Crisis Core yet. See ya. So first we're going to watch this sort of like theory breakdown by Kean Bean, which is about an hour. And then given my way I chat, it'll be longer than that, obviously. And then we're gonna dive into Crisis Core, and it's gonna be a big deep dive. I'm gonna pull up some Sleepezi stuff that like digs into the story, that sets up that conversation.
Explain the plot and intentions of the
Hopefully
FF7R
not 2 to 3
trilogy.
hours.
It will summarize exactly what happened in Remake and Rebirth before moving on to a detailed series of predictions for Part 3.
No, I've played Crisis Core before. It's been a while. I'm not a huge fan of Crisis Core. Just like the dialogue writing isn't super sharp to me. But obviously it's like super important. And I do have like, as I was like doing some prep for the stream, I was like reading where I was watching Sleepezi's huge Crisis Core breakdown. There are a lot of interesting things, and I was like, shit. Now when I look at it in light of like where they've taken even Rebirth, there are things that I'm like, ooh, okay, I kind of see how maybe these connect in a way I hadn't seen before. So, yeah.
Provide a complete reading that explains pretty much all of the key mysteries of the R Trilogy project. The
gameplay is way more fun, though, in Reunion. It's like the gameplay, it's the same core system, but they really, like, made it feel good. So, yeah. and I love the materia, like merging or melding, or I'm thinking of 14, but the materia fusion dynamic, like gameplay mechanic. Can I just say, I make at least one straight up misleading statement, okay? Something I thought was a fact, but mistaken about. I wonder if anyone will catch it. Okay. Am I aiming for 100%? Probably not. I don't 100% a lot of games. I haven't even technically 100%ed Rebirth yet. But I did get caught up in a lot of like the VR mission side quest stuff when I played it when it came out. Just like the little challenges that you could do in the VR. Or not VR, whatever yeah, it's a VR, the thing he puts on, and then he like does the side quests. I did a ton of those when I first played it.
Weave together narrative elements, gameplay mechanics, developer intentions, and themes of the game into one complete, logical package where each element...
Thank you for subscribing. And then, yeah, Grant, you will see, like, constructive criticism, or I don't even know if I'll be, like, I don't know if I'll, like, criticize too much. I think I'll, like, just to be analyzing it. There are a few things in this theory video that are off, by my understanding. Yeah, I mean, every theory video has stuff off. Like, my video probably has stuff that's off, too. It's more of, like, just hearing all of them out, and then, like, plucking out what's, like, seems interesting or what's worth, like, talking about even more.
Supports the other. I would like to give an initial spoiler warning. This video will contain spoilers for the original FF7, Traces of Two Pasts, FF7 Remake, and FF7 Rebirth. If you haven't played all of those titles, then I would not recommend that you continue with this video. If you haven't seen any of my previous videos, I would like to offer an additional warning. In solving 5 of the major mysteries of the Rebirth project, a key developer intention becomes apparent. That being one of the intentions of the new B-plot elements of the R trilogy. The B-plot, which contains most of the major new elements, whispers, time travel, multiple dream worlds, empty materia, etc.
Thank you so much for subscribing. I know you just dipped in here for like the first time, but thank you.
Overlaps the original story and serves multiple functions. One of those key functions...
And I think I thanked Oa too, but thank you so much for subscribing. And thank you for the follow as well, Sia.
...is to allow us as an audience to re-experience the key emotions of FF7 that would otherwise be spoiled by knowing the plot of the game, either from playing the original or through cultural osmosis.
This is one of the first things in this video. I know I'm pausing already like a minute and a half in. Don't worry, it won't be long. But I had my big like remake, like before Rebirth. It was a video that I made about Remake. And the core gist of it was like, rather than just having an unreliable narrator in Cloud, it seemed like what they were trying to do was create an unreliable world. Like, we won't know everything that happens. Some things will be weird about the world compared to what we knew in the original FF7. Hence, like, the whispers and, like, the timeline thing. And I feel like a lot of that was to help sort of, like, recreate the feelings of, like, mystery and discovery. Like, most of the original FF7 is a mystery. Like, that's really what propels you forward. You're like, what's up with, like, Cloud's head? You're like, why don't, like, certain things line up the way they should? And then obviously then like Sephiroth throws in his 2 cents and is like, yeah, in the world of Maze, it's like, you don't remember things correctly. Hey, Tifa, you know that his head is fucked up. You know that these things aren't right, but you're not saying anything. So then it throws the player into like, oh shit, what is the truth? And then eventually like you get the truth in the live stream sequence. So much of that experience of the original is like a mystery. You're like constantly wondering what is happening, what's going on. And so very much like a lot of the construction of the new things are trying to recreate that emotional experience that this video just said, like, you wouldn't have if you just knew everything already. So, yeah, I agree with that.
If a sense of mystery dominated a sequence in the original game, it is mirrored in the B-plot at a similar place and time. If a major shock, surprise, or twist exists in the original story, a surrogate sequence now exists within the B-plot, allowing us to re-experience the key emotional beats of FF7, re-experiencing the game with fresh eyes. Yeah. If this sounds like a highly plausible and credible intention of the developers, and my theories and predictions turn out to be correct, then I will be spoiling a major shock and twist at the very heart of this series. Most likely, the core concept of the remake project's conception.
It's a big
If
promise,
avoiding
Kean.
this spoiler is enough to make you opt out, but you have concerns that the new elements of the story are superfluous, random, purely for the sake of making changes, and could not be tied together in any meaningful way, I will offer my assurance that all the new additions and changes follow a strict internal logic for the sake of delivering a story through its mechanics that stays faithful to the original themes of FF7. You should probably stop watching now and save yourself for what I think will be an effective and satisfying finale. Let's quickly summarize the key theories I'm relying on to perform my reading of the whole story. Dream worlds and how the life stream functions. I believe that the worlds between worlds, or dream worlds, are an until recently dormant system that was used by Gaia to gradually construct and decide its own fate. Each possibility within this system had the potential to become the planet's material reality. Only one did, becoming the planet's chosen or ideal reality, or ideal dream of itself.
Whether intentional or not, it does line up with like John Q's thing of like potentially like multiple worlds being created at some time in the past or like existing for a very long time. Yeah. But like ultimately it got narrowed down to one, and maybe now it's been expanded because of the Whisper Harbinger thing.
This system has been reactivated at the end of FF7 Remake. Sephiroth's goal. Sephiroth's goal is to extend the lifespan of the planet. The language used is vague. A literal reading would be that he intends to simply change the course of the planet. Used is vague.
Now I want to reread that. Okay. A resurrected being, this is Sephiroth Reborn, a resurrected being who now wields unimaginable might and commands the arbiters of fate. He seeks to pierce through the layers of existence and reunite fragmented space-time. He shall rule over the planet and create eternity. Yeah, the layers of existence is very interesting, right?
A literal...
I know that's been like a big point that people who like just think that it's like layers in Cloud's head or whatever kind of points to that. And it is interesting to describe it as layers of existence.
Reading would be that he intends to simply change the course of the planet's destiny, forcing it to adopt a new path that he can direct indefinitely. A more metaphysical reading would be that he wants to change the very nature of reality to a merged world that exists indefinitely and where death is obsolete. I believe these are the two extremes of interpreting his goals. It may likely be one, the other.
It's so interesting because it's part of my video too, where I'm like, he clearly is troubled, or like he doesn't want to die. And in Crisis, in Ever Crisis, it comes up that seemingly like he's not totally cool with just like the concept of death in a way. But it's so strange because like I forget where it is. Might have been the Ultimania somewhere where it describes that like Aerith's issue with like Sephiroth. It's somewhere it says that like his plan is to basically obliterate all life as well. Like his like he wants to live like he it's almost like he wants life to continue, but not for everyone, just seemingly for him. And with which Aerith like questions, right? She's like, why would you want an eternity of loneliness? Yeah, Lucas, you're pointing that out. So seemingly like his idea is to like extinguish all life, remain on the planet, potentially with Cloud. Seemingly he wants Cloud to stick around. And so it's like he does disagree with the cycle of life and death. But I still don't get his plan. That's not Sephiroth's plan. In AC, he says he wants to travel the universe and then create life and start over on a new planet. Obliterate the cycle of life and death, yeah. The merged reality might be to kill the surface life, stop the cycle of rebirth, and keep the merged realities in stasis inside the life stream forever.
Or something in between.
I mean, the only thing about like the AC plan, Vic, is like I don't know how much I can like rely on either his Advent Children plan or his original plan versus like what if he's planning something different in Remake, which seemingly there might be something different.
The next 4 key theories are explored in greater detail in my 3 videos, linked in the description. The empty materia. The black materia was made from a white materia. They both have parity with one another. The black was made by pouring the Geese Dreams of Oblivion into it. The black materia's contents is hidden or...
I'll just say, I'm not sure if it's like the black materia is made out of a white materia or out of an empty, because they said the purest of materia, which I could imagine might be, I mean, I guess it could be white, but if it were, it could also, I wonder if it's like empty, sort of like setting up the precedent for like Cloud having this empty materia that we can, like, you could pour something into, right?
Exists between worlds, the same location as the dream worlds that we visit.
And yeah, I agree that like he wants to remove the alternate worlds. I want it to have meaning too. Like I want whatever the single reality is, I want a single reality in the end so that all this fucking matters.
The white materia also connects between these worlds. We can infer that the black and white materia are both powered by or connected to hopes and dreams. The empty materia will most likely connect to these dream worlds in Part 3. How Omni Sephiroth and Omni Aerith function. Omni Sephiroth and Omni Aerith both exist in the livestream in the future. This is a pseudo-sequel. Both are connecting to and operating through past versions of themselves in the living world and alternate versions of themselves in the dream worlds. Sephiroth communicates through his mother's alien reunion ability, which should not be allowed inside the livestream as it bends the rules. Cloud reinforces this as he has S-cells and we see him dreamwalking and synergizing with Zack between worlds. Aerith operates through the white materia that connects to and through the livestream. This next mystery is the big...
Largely agree. It's also referred to as the planet's greatest treasure, as the soul. Yeah. Hopes and dreams in Kingdom Hearts. You call this power of friendship. If Cloud put his desire in his empty materia, that would be a wild card. Yeah, I mean, Carius, that's actually one thing I keep thinking about. I keep thinking about, because in my video, I put forth the idea of like some kind of synthesis, some like other possibility. And I just keep wondering like if the empty materia will basically be filled with some kind of desire and hope, like hope and dream, very Crisis Core coded language, like some kind of desire into that empty materia, similar to the way the Gi poured their desire into it. And it manifests whatever the ending is. I hope that if they do that, it doesn't feel like a Deus Ex Machina. And it feels like earned and makes sense, but yeah, I keep thinking about that too.
One. Understanding this effectively spoils all the major surprises of the whole art trilogy and Part 3. If each of my explanations sounds plausible to you, and I'm hitting 4 for 4, then consider this your final warning. Now would be a good time to stop watching to avoid further spoilers. Sephiroth's battle plan. Sephiroth's goal is to change the future and to permanently extend the life of the planet. It is apparent that he needs Cloud's help, and by extension, the players, to achieve this. He has manipulated us
Yeah, Claire, that's interesting.
Into defying fate and wrenching open the planet's system for imagining its own future, the dream worlds. At the end of Rebirth, he manipulated us again into being strong enough to parry and deflect his blade.
All right, hold on. Let's take this in again.
Help, and by extension, the players, to achieve this. He has manipulated us into defying fate and wrenching open the planet's system for imagining its own future, the dream worlds. At the end of Rebirth, he manipulated us again into being strong enough to parry and deflect his blade, creating a variant world in which Aerith lives. This will align our goals with his
and that potentially connects with what Victor had in his video in terms of like preparing and training Cloud to be strong enough to parry him. I just gonna hear what video. Oh, by the way, did I share this in the chats? This is the Kean Bean video called Complete Functional Theory, All Mysteries Solved in Part 3 video we're watching.
Bid to bring her back. There is evidence
I want to say the idea of the planet having various errant worlds, but with only one true timeline gets chosen, is also in 13 too. Well, I haven't played 13, any of 13, but this is a lot of the 13 dev team, so that would make sense.
To suggest that only his variant world in which Aerith lives. This will align our goals with his in a bid to bring her back. There is evidence to suggest that only Cloud could achieve this, potentially being an agent of Gaia, touched by fate. Feeding the planet. In addition to getting Cloud and the player on side, Sephiroth also needs to convince the planet to play along.
Possibly wrong about this is Kean being in chat on YouTube, so context for everyone. So he made this video. He says, I'm possibly wrong about Cloud having hidden planet-given power being touched by the goddess. Sephiroth can't dream. Cloud is hyper-imaginative. I mean, the Sephiroth can't dream thing is something we're going to talk about when we get to the Crisis Core playthrough and like the prep for that, because it's a major part of like what Sleepezi talked about in his video. I will say Ever Crisis does seem to show him dreaming something, the Edge of Creation thing. But yeah.
His plan. An agent of Gaia, touched by fate. Feeding the planet. In addition to getting Cloud and the player on side, Sephiroth also needs to convince the planet to play along with his plan. She decides her own fate and demonstrates veto power in the prime reality whenever an attempted change is made. By destroying dream worlds with Materia, the collected negative experiences of their inhabitants return to the lifestream, corrupting the whole, adding to the mass of black whispers.
Yeah,
the
that makes
goal
sense.
being to tip the scales within the planet so that it chooses a new future, potentially free of death, in line with Sephiroth's goal. The game's core themes. Understanding the core themes of the R trilogy will help keep us on the correct path when interpreting and predicting its story. The core themes are hopes and dreams, destiny, and accepting death. The devs have explained that the acceptance of death is the primary theme of the R trilogy that we are moving towards.
Have they said that though? Like that actual quote? So I don't think I've seen that. Feel free to put 1.5 speed. I'll put 1.25.
Destiny.
Oh, you caught the misleading statement? Was that the misleading statement? Okay. Shit, my phone fell.
Of death is the primary theme of the R trilogy that we are moving towards. Destiny, hopes, and dreams are thematic motifs that appear throughout the devs have explained that the acceptance of death is the primary theme of the R trilogy that we are moving towards. Destiny.
Okay. You're saying I think it was in a Max video, something I said for a fact. It was just opinion. Okay.
Hopes and dreams are thematic motifs that appear throughout the story and are impossible to miss. These three primary themes all converge within the cosmic world building.
I mean, whether they stated it or not, I sort of agree, regardless, but yeah.
Of the R trilogy. Nojima has explained that understanding Yogacara Buddhism and Carl Jung's collective unconscious can help us understand the story.
It's one of the interesting things about the Yogacara Jung thing is I feel like it's like unleashed this like collection of people on social media, especially like on Twitter, that are like suddenly overnight, you know, experts in like Yogacara and Jung, which look, I read into some of both of them, and they're not easy to sort of like fully comprehend. So even if I like sort of have like a cursory understanding of both, I don't expect to understand it anywhere near the level of someone like Nojima, who wrote the story, who definitely took some inspiration from it. But, you know, is also probably putting his own thing onto it, right? So it's not like I think you would just read those 100% and like instantly understand what is going to happen. But I'm really into Young, but know little about Buddhism. Yeah. Carl Jungian Wikipedia expert right here. Fix your yoga caras.
Combine this with the Gi's description of the death of their star, which was subsumed by Gaia. We can infer that the world is constructed from collective memories, hopes, and dreams. The world exists as a part of its own life cycle, born from the dying dreams of another world. Those dreams are given new life and meaning as they are reborn through Gaia. Gaia itself is destined to die. Its dreams will again be reborn with new form in the next generation of...
That's actually a really funny comment now that I read it in full, Jake. He's lying. It's just a ploy to trick nerds into reading about Buddhism and psychology instead of playing video games. I hope so. That's actually pretty smart.
Collective memories, hopes, and dreams. The world exists as a part of its own life cycle, born from the dying dreams of another world. Those dreams are given new life and meaning as they are reborn through Gaia. Gaia itself is destined to die. Its dreams will again be reborn with new form in the next generation of planet. This is the life cycle occurring at the cosmic scale, meaning the lives of Gaia's inhabitants are a part of a greater whole, an endless cycle of death and rebirth where we may die but never truly end. Our actions, memories, hopes, and dreams echo out into eternity, shaping destiny through causality or the butterfly effect, diminishing in volume over time down to the sound of a whisper. To defy destiny is to echo out into eternity, shaping destiny through causality or the butterfly effect, diminishing in volume over time down to the sound of a whisper. To defy...
I mean, the whisper thing, like the term whisper, is actually a localization thing. So it's a nice bit of poetry. I don't know if it actually leads up to... I forget what they're called in Japanese. What is the fucking word? It's a weird word. Anybody in chat know? Feelers. Yeah. They're called feelers. Like that's a more direct translation of them. Yeah. Is it gonna play?
This reading of the themes can be found...
I somehow muted it.
...over time, down to the sound of a whisper.
Assholes.
To defy destiny is to defy the whispers of all who preceded us, including those we love the most. This reading of the themes can be found at the cosmic, planetary, whisper, or the butterfly effect, diminishing in volume over time down to the sound of a whisper. To defy destiny is to defy the whispers of all who preceded us, including those we love the most. This reading of the themes can be found at the cosmic, planetary, cultural, social, and individual levels of the story's world building. We will all die, but we live on through the next generation. Our matter, energy, and ideas reborn and given new meaning, but also enriching the next generation and all future progression. We never truly end. This is how...
Yeah, that's like a major thing of Crisis Core too, which we'll talk about when we do the Crisis Core playthrough. But like one of the things that Sleepezi talks about in his video is the idea of like succession, like things being passed down. Obviously, like Angeal passes some of himself down to Zack. Zack does the same to Cloud, that kind of thing. Cloud's name is extremely prophetic, considering clouds are the key to the cycle of streams and live streams.
How we accept.
See, okay, cool. Have a good dinner. And yeah, the VOD will be up, so you can check it out. Easiest way probably on YouTube, but you can also watch on Twitch if you want.
And find beauty in the transcendence of death. The story so far. Sephiroth was defeated by Cloud at the end of classic FF7. He experiences the inner workings of the lifestream and discovers that he can whisper back to and communicate with his past self and mother. He seeks to change the future, and by extension his own fate. He has become aware of the planet's internal mechanism that it used to imagine its own existence. Sephiroth manipulates the party into defeating the Arbiter of Fate, causing this system to be opened. By allowing...
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Cloud to strike him at the end of Remake, splitting off the first diverging dream world. Yeah. In Rebirth, we experienced dream worlds, both positive and negative. Some fearful and bitter regarding their fate, others accepting of it. We learn that the Gi created the black materia by pouring dreams of oblivion into a white materia, insinuating that these materia are powered by or connected to the dream worlds. Aerith's white materia was erased by the Whispers, as it most likely would have hampered Sephiroth's plans, as it connects all the dream worlds to the primary world. Aerith uses Cloud to smuggle the contents of the white materia back into the primary world. We see that Sephiroth has begun merging worlds using Meteor in order to feed the planet with negative lifestream, the goal being to change the planet's opinion on the nature of life and death and which future is correct. Sephiroth has subtly and gradually enhanced Cloud's strength and offered him his blessing, priming Cloud to parry Sephiroth's blade at the Forgotten Capital. His goal, to create a dream world in which Aerith still lives, to gain leverage over both Cloud and the player.
Yeah, which I talk about in my my theory video, right? Of like using that idea that like, oh yeah, she's alive, maybe even like Zack's alive in a world too, to sort of like get him to go along with his deal, right? To accept Sephiroth's idea for what the planet could be, what reality should be. Yeah, so that adds up. Action button. Tim Rogers called out for some story. Kierkegaard for 5-year-olds, so time to read him too. Yeah.
In the primary world, Jenova creates illusions of Aerith to further manipulate Cloud as we move into part 3.
God, speaking of Zack, there's a really cool theory. One of, I guess I could just say it's fine. John Q mentioned to me, that he's going to make a video on, but I'm really looking forward to that being shared, that being finished, and then being able to like talk about that. Yeah.
Aerith still lives to gain leverage over both Cloud and the player. In the primary world, Jenova creates illusions of Aerith to further manipulate Cloud as we move into part 3. Mapping the story with predictors. Before we dive into our predictions for part 3, let's map out the key points that I will be using as a foundation for my predictions. FF7's classic story, which forms the A-plot of the R trilogy. This forms the structural backbone of the game. Little to nothing of this will actually change. The B-plot, which contains most of the new story elements. The devs have expressed great interest in Cloud's stage of grief, in classic FF7, Advent Children, and at the end of Rebirth. I believe we will explore and move through the 5 stages of grief in part 3, which map very well onto the original story. These are denial, anger, negotiation, depression, and acceptance. The core themes of the game being hopes and dreams, destiny, accepting death, life and death. The sleep schedule of the original game. Any time in the story that a character will fall asleep. This will create an opportunity to switch from the lived world to the dream world where Aerith exists. Kate Sith.
Yeah, it's funny because like they definitely map most of those like Zack World moments onto sleeping moments. There's maybe a couple of exceptions of that. The biggest exception that comes to mind is like when you beat Valkyrie, and then you have that fight at a certain point, like it cuts over. So I think like Rufus, and then after that it goes to the dream world, to like Zack World. Yeah, in Crisis Core they explain how Jill can copy the traits. Yeah.
His fortunes have proven to be accurate. He makes additional predictions during the interludes of Loveless. All of his fortunes are important guides for predicting the plot. The Loveless poem gives us a detailed description of the ending that we are moving towards. Sephiroth's battle plan.
We're talking about that a lot.
We must analyze Sephiroth's plan and all of the logical steps he must take to succeed. His goal is to create an alternate timeline of Sephiroth's plan.
Oh, let me read this. Destroy Arbiter Fate, open up the dream worlds, kill Aerith, create a dream world that contains Aerith, nullify White Materia. I thought he already tried to do that. Prevent Holy from being summoned, which he tries to do in the original too. Prevent Aerith's dream worlds being connected to the Prime world. Permanently extend the lifespan of Aerith's dream world. Neutralizing Cloud, removing him from the Prime line, getting him on side. Distract Rufus, the party can't escape on the high wind. Fail. Summon Meteor, destroying the live streams. Memories of Nebel. Distract Rufus to protect the barrier. Corrupt the live stream with Dark Whispers so it sides with him at the moment of judgment. Use Meteor to destroy Gaia's primary dream and switch to Sephiroth's new one.
All of the logical steps he must take to succeed. His goal is to create...
Sephiroth can't read that since he is unable to read.
An alternate timeline by manipulating Cloud into providing assistance. Isolating Cloud within that new timeline, preventing Tifa from interfering. He has attempted to assassinate her twice now. Meteor must impact to destroy the primary chosen dream reality, allowing Sephiroth to convince the planet to switch to the new open-ended reality he has created where he saves everyone forever. Let's do a checklist of the...
That's my one question, though. Is he trying to save everyone forever, right? Because I forget who said it or where it was said, but somewhere official, it was said that he's trying to, like, kill... Well, he will sacrifice everybody So I don't know.
Actions he has already taken and still needs to take in order to pull this off. Destroy the Arbiter of Fate. Open up the dream worlds. Kill Aerith. Create a dream world that contains Aerith. Nullify the white materia. This prevents Holy from being summoned and also prevents Aerith's dream worlds being connected to the primary world. Permanently extend the lifespan of Aerith's dream world. Neutralize Cloud, removing him from the primary world, getting him on side. Distract Rufus. The party can't escape on the Highwind. Summon Meteor. Destroy the livestream's memories of Nibel. Distract Rufus again to protect the barrier. Corrupt the livestream with Dark Whispers so it sides with him at the moment of judgment. Use Meteor to destroy Gaia's primary dream and switch to Sephiroth's new one.
Just going back through everything we just read. People are now wondering about how the story ends. They have doubts and are unsure about how it will change and how things are going to turn out. And then finally, we will have our payoff at the very end of the trilogy. That's where we give you the answer. But keeping people engaged until then is important. The supposition online with people trying to work out where the story is going. However, I'm frightened someone is going to get the answer right online.
Part 1. Denial.
I've heard him say that.
I believe the opening of the game will aim...
I'm replaying Rebirth right now, and there's a moment in Gaga before the reactor where you have to take a nap, and I was shocked there was no Zack section there. Maybe they cut it. Yeah, I don't know. Super curious how they worked out where and how much Zack there'd be in Rebirth, yeah. And Gio's not the hero, he's the friend who flew away, or the traveler. He's the traveler. I believe, at least the way Sleepezi broke it down in his video, is that Genesis is the one who flew away. Sephiroth is the hero who failed at his role.
To place Cloud, and by extension the player, into a state of denial. I see two major approaches to this. We could start by focusing on Cloud...
Traveler in terms of like the loveless play.
State of denial. I see two major approaches to this. We could start by focusing on Cloud and his party, moving through Icicle Inn, snowboarding down the slopes, Cloud having a great time, the rest of the group looking on in horror. We will see a mixture of dreams where Cloud communicates with Aerith, he's meeting her in another world, and hallucinations induced by Genova, egging to his party.
Let's say that again.
I see two major approaches to this. We could start by focusing on Cloud and his party, moving through Icicle Inn, snowboarding down the slopes, Cloud having a great time, the rest of the group looking on in horror. We will see a mixture of dreams where Cloud communicates with Aerith, he's meeting her in another world, and hallucinations induced by Genova, egging him on, creating a confusing push and pull. In this version, the true nature of Aerith's dream world would be obscured from the player, keeping them confused and in denial regarding her death. We may even see more of Zack initially, on a quest to meet the party, stowing away on the Highwind and finally getting a big reveal of what is going on as he meets up with Aerith instead of Cloud at the Northern Crater. Alternatively, a more impactful approach would be to cold open in the dream world with the player in control of Aerith. This would be a shock to the majority of players, even those who expect her to still play some small part in the story. It would no doubt cause immediate ripples in the community. This will position most players into a state of denial, believing that this is a resurrection game. The tactility of controlling her will make her feel very much alive and savable. We will agree with Cloud's delusion. She's alive, she's over there, I just played as her, she can be saved. A mixture of...
I've definitely thought of this possibility before, right? Like, opening on Aerith. I'm torn, right? Because, like, it really depends, yeah, do they want to create that fake out so that you believe in what Cloud believes? And they have put us in like Cloud's position before. The thing is, like, Cloud also does know that she's dead in at least one existence. But yeah, I think he believes he saved her in another. So like, do they want to do that? Which could be really interesting. Or do they still want you to feel that sense of absence, right? Like, there's that aspect of like absence that you feel after she's gone, which I guess the time between Rebirth and Part 3 kind of helps create anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll like try to deny you that until they give you the trickle of it even later, and then you maybe think it's possible, you know. Hoping that we join Cloud in the party the Broncos breaking again, and we get to see Rocket Town or something. Yeah, we'll talk about beginning possibilities some other day, I think.
Both of these approaches may also work. For now, I will run with the more direct variant. I find this approach slightly more interesting, though it could also lie somewhere between the two. I believe denial and confusion will still be the intended state of the player up until we hand over the black materia. Let's try to predict how this hypothetical scenario would play out. With Aerith guiding the party, it is unlikely that she would want to go anywhere near Sephiroth and the Northern Crater. A visible rift in the sky may have the whole party on edge. Aerith will be keeping the true state of things from them. Cloud will most likely be drawn north, separating from the party and going alone. This version of Cloud is most likely the rogued version we've seen in Visions, heading north to the Reunion. The party will want to head north in the tiny Bronco to pursue Cloud, stopping in the face of stormy weather. We will stay at Icicle Inn. Here, Aerith will learn about her father firsthand and see footage of him for the first time. An ideal opportunity for a tutorial section would be the encounter with Shinra troops and Elena before heading.
I don't know if Aerith would be there, right? Like, just because even though it seems like Cloud may have a belief that she's alive, he also seems understanding that she's going to stay at the Forgotten Capital. So I wonder if they will have Aerith that present, you know? Because like even if he's in denial or believes like he saved her in some world, he does say goodbye to her, right? So I don't know if the expectation is that she will be around all the time. Maybe he'll accept it because he'll be like, oh cool, you're here too. But that's where I get mixed up with that idea, because I've thought of this idea too.
To the ski slopes. The party will no doubt be talking about what they plan to do once they have Cloud back.
I thought the video went to my desktop for a second. I was like, oh, did I lose the desktop? Because this is my actual desktop background.
Before heading to the ski slopes. The party will no doubt be talking about what they plan to do.
I was like, what happens to the video?
Once they have Cloud back and all of this trouble is over, painting a vision of an idealized future with everyone still together. Aerith will bite her lip. This will be bittersweet to her. We can then head down the slopes as a party, a little concerned for Cloud, but still able to enjoy skiing as Aerith. This sequence will finally make tonal sense, waiting out at the end of the ski slope. Alternatively, Aerith and the party never head north, in which case we go to sleep as her elsewhere and wake up as Cloud at Icicle Inn. In the first instance, we cut back to the real world. Cloud and the party flying the tiny Bronco into a storm. Cloud recklessly insisting we press on to the northern cave. We crash land on the Great Glacier, forced to press forward on foot. The party is miserable, grieving, cold. Cloud disconnected from the party, possibly unable to synergize with them in combat. That would be a nice way to express the state of the group through gameplay. Part 2. Anger. As we approach the cliffs of Gaia and the descent into the northern crater, this would be an opportune moment to explore the second stage of grief, anger. We will no doubt see an increase in visions from Sephiroth taunting Cloud and the player, questioning what really happened, testing your bonds with the party, inciting us to anger. Cloud will lash out at Sephiroth, the party, visions of Aerith, and himself. This will continue up until after the fight with Genova Death. It will by this point have become apparent to Tifa that Cloud still thinks Aerith is alive. Sephiroth will reveal that Cloud isn't who he believes he is, and the full extent of his failure to save Aerith. This may inspire further anger until Cloud notices Tifa's reaction. This will be Cloud's breaking point. Cloud will hand over the black materia, the crater will collapse as the weapons begin to move, the party will escape with Shinra on the Highwind, leaving Cloud behind. If Aerith and her alternate party make it to the northern crater, they too will be forced to leave Cloud behind as Sephiroth needs his body. Zack may have stowed away on the Highwind and end up meeting the party here. Part 3. Bargaining.
That was quite the throw-in that he stows away on the Highwind. How did he get there? It's not a clearly established fact that Aerith is dead or alive dead, but people definitely have firm opinions one way or another. I think they will plan to play with that for sure. Whether they do it this way or not, I think they'll definitely play into it in some way. Several to put Cloud's consciousness in the empty materia, making Cloud unkillable, akin to a summon. Several put Cloud's conscious in the empty materia.
Negotiation. The third stage of grief is bargaining or negotiation. The party will escape Jinon. Beef between Scarlet and Yuffie has been well established, so I predict that this chapter will focus primarily on Tifa and Yuffie. As a Wutaian noble, she may be scapegoated and placed in the execution chamber in place of Tifa. As a
Oh,
ninja,
shit. Actually, yeah, maybe. Literally all I can think of now is Aerith's skiing minigame. I think Rebirth is, I think Aerith is dead as she was in the OG, as she is in Rebirth, because OG, she's not really ever gone.
This makes her escape more plausible. Or, Yuffie may be instrumental in Tifa's escape. Alternatively,
it is possible they do that with Yuffie. The only thing is that, like, Tifa, you feel more urgency as a player. They're like, oh, fuck. Tifa's gonna die.
Yuffie may be paraded as a hostage and potential bargaining chip with Wutai. Negotiation.
Yeah.
The slap fight with Scarlet may be unchanged, or we may perform it as Yuffie, only for Tifa to swoop in and end the fight.
I think it's gotta be Tifa. Like, I know it kind of, I think if they do the slap fight, but it's Yuffie instead of Scarlet, even though Yuffie technically has more reason for it, I think people will be upset with that, right? It does make more sense with Yuffie, it does, but I think people will feel robbed. There'll be crazy mods of, like, Aerith swapping in Aerith, Tifa's model into Yuffie's place if they did that change.
The party will most likely head to Wutai directly from Jinon. We will focus in on the initial skirmishes over the Magnus Materia between Wutai and Shinra. Negotiation on the battlefield as battle lines are drawn up. If we locate Cloud's body and Tifa splits off from the party, the Fellowship will effectively be broken, possibly triggering Yuffie to steal the party's materia, resulting in further negotiation of objectives. Don Corneo will no doubt be trying to leverage the conflict to his favor in Wutai. His choice of wife, either Yuffie or Elena, would align him with either Shinra or Wutai. Negotiation. The Turks will most likely be spying in Wutai, pretending to be a group or family on vacation. We will negotiate.
Well, is that Wutai anymore? Right? Like, that's the question. I feel like Wutai is going to be very different if it's, like, engaged in war versus being like a vacation getaway kind of tourist trap, which they kind of did with Cosmic Canyon instead.
With them to put a stop to the Dawn. Meanwhile, Cloud will travel to the edge of creation with Sephiroth.
That's why it needs to be spying. Yeah, but would people just be vacationing, you know, in Wutai, given that now they're, like, caught up in a war?
Here he will reveal that he used us to create an alternate world where Aerith still lives, that he now needs our help to permanently extend the life of that world. If we help him, he will take us there to be reunited. Negotiation with fate itself, an attempt to change both Aerith's fate, Sephiroth's fate, and the fate of...
So when does this happen? This conversation while he's, like, unconscious in Mideel?
To be a group or family on vacation. We will negotiate with them to put a stop to the Dawn.
Because, yeah, I've wondered that too. Like, when would that happen? Would it be Whirlwind Maze? Or would it be... Yeah, it could be here, maybe.
Cloud will travel to the edge of creation with Sephiroth. Here he will reveal that he used us to create an alternate world where Aerith still lives, that he now needs our help to permanently extend the life of that world. If we
missed it again.
With Sephiroth, negotiate with them to put a stop to the Dawn. Meanwhile, Cloud will travel to the edge of creation with Sephiroth. Here he will reveal that he used us to create an alternate world where Aerith still lives, that he now needs our help to permanently extend the life of that world. If we help him, he will take us there to be reunited. Negotiation with fate itself, an attempt to change both Aerith's fate, Sephiroth's fate, and the fate of the planet. Sephiroth will be playable again here. Cloud and the player will agree with this. We will align with and experience this stage of grief, negotiating with fate through storytelling and gameplay. I initially predicted that Cloud and Sephiroth would experience a falling out over Aerith possessing a white materia, putting his plan at risk, resulting in Sephiroth casting Cloud into the livestream and cutting us off from that ideal future. This would get Cloud back into his comatose body and tie up with my expectations for the next stage, depression. However, my understanding has evolved thanks to someone else. In a Dashing Day video, Ultima7865 had a similar but more complete theory than mine. Sephiroth would definitely take Cloud all the way to that alternate world. Cloud would remain there in his delusion with no desire to leave, a master of his own illusory world. This being the reason that Cloud's Mako poisoned body is in a coma in the first place. He's not there, he's in a dream world. This is Sephiroth's plan to neutralize Cloud and also save him as well. I feel dumb for not piecing this together myself, so credit
what?
expectation for putting his plan at risk, Cloud and Sephiroth, resulting in Sephiroth casting Cloud into the livestream and cutting us off from that ideal future. This would get Cloud back into his comatose body and tie up with my expectations for the next stage, depression. However, my understanding has evolved thanks to someone else. In a Dashing Day video, Ultima7865
They were sharing my theory. If they go this route, as doesn't have the theory itself. Cloud Noji mentions after he discovers his true self and discussing with the crew of the High Wind that he was Cloud, Master's on Illusory World. Yeah.
had a similar but more complete theory than mine. Sephiroth would definitely take Cloud all the way to that alternate world. Cloud would remain there in his delusion with no desire to leave. A master of his own illusory world. This being...
Oh, so him like physically not being in our world? I mean, he does physically leave the presence of the party in the fight with Genova or with Sephiroth Reborn. He's technically not around, though I don't know how like real that place is. You're saying his body would be medial, but he'd be gone mentally. Got it. Yeah, I mean, that's one way he would stay, you know, comatose, right? Yeah, that's one way to do it.
The reason that Cloud's Mako poisoned body is in a coma in the first place. He's not there, he's in a dream world. This is Sephiroth's plan to neutralize Cloud and also save him as well. I feel dumb for not piecing this together myself, so credit where credit is due. If Zack didn't meet Aerith's party...
Like the same thing happened here, right? He was in Aerith's dream world, but his body was being carried by Barrett and whatnot, right?
Northern Cave. He will most likely...
I don't know when exactly the sequencing is, but... Yeah, because Barrett talks about like, oh, your eyes were going crazy. And it was like, yeah, I was in another world.
Meet them at Janon. Aerith will travel aboard the High Wind. They will eventually find our Cloud inhabiting this world's body.
Yeah, Splashback. We talked last week about the Dream Door world in Wutai, how crazy that is.
Aerith may well attempt to convince Cloud that he needs to go back. Aerith will travel aboard the High Wind. They will eventually find our Cloud inhabiting this world's body. Aerith may well attempt to convince Cloud that he needs to go back. In the primary world, Tifa will either fall into the livestream or fall asleep and meet Cloud here. I will explain how she does this in the next section. The setup for this has been telegraphed and is very important. Tifa will also assist Aerith in negotiating with Cloud to pull him out of this world. When she is successful, I predict Sephiroth will go to war with the party in Aerith's world, possibly killing Cloud and Tifa there as punishment, and to prevent the two parties from coordinating between worlds.
Jesus.
It is very possible that we see multiple, or all of the main party members in that world killed off, destroying any hope of the ideal world these characters described regarding their future and dreams.
I don't know if that happens, but I mean, they do kind of foreshadow it, technically, here. That'd be kind of fucking wild.
Part 4. Depression. I am unsure about the location of Fort Condor and Mount Corel within the story. The devs have suggested we may have some choice over the order in which we explore the world. This may affect some or all of the Magnus Materia questlines. I can see them playing out anywhere from the stage of negotiation through to acceptance, in their original order or reordered. In Intergrade Intermission, Lord Godo is revealed to be a drunkard who is currently in jail. That sounds like a man who has seen his dream for his nation die and is currently in a state of depression. Regarding the livestream sequence, there is a huge Chekhov's gun involving Tifa. In Traces of Two Pasts, a great deal of attention is drawn to Tifa's scar and her recovery involving highly experimental skin graft technology provided by Shinra R&D. Not suspicious at all. We also see her vision glitch, much like Cloud's during Aerith's death scene. Before the credits roll in Rebirth, we see a scene with the weapons fighting Dark Whispers in the livestream. In the background of this sequence, we can see Tifa's family home, the water tower, and the rope bridge. The Black Whispers are laying siege to the livestream's collective memory of Nabel and/or Cloud and Tifa's lives. The weapons were showing this to Tifa on her first visit. I believe the devs will follow through on this threat, and these memories within the livestream will have been destroyed, rewritten, or blocked off by the time Tifa brings Cloud back here in the prime reality. Me too.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I've heard people talk about this before. The first time I saw that scene, I didn't really think about the fact that Midgar and old Nibelheim and like all those like locations were there. I really didn't think about it too much. Like I saw it, but there are times where I assume asset like reuse over like storytelling thing. Especially because the focus seemed to be on the weapons themselves. So I was like, oh, I didn't really think about it. But it could be possible that, yeah, they're trying to remove those memories. I've heard that theory before. It's interesting. I'm not sure if the vision glitch where Tifa can see through the looking glass into another world at the Forgotten Capital altar is because of her having Genova cells, or more because I think it's more the chapter 9, yeah, the chapter 9 falling into the live stream. So I like the way I see it is like she's literally seeing like the different worlds that Cloud envisions.
Is in the sky. Weapons are on the rampage. The world fully at war. Cloud in a coma. The life stream corrupted by more and more black whispers. Cut off from the dream world with Aerith. That dream torn apart. The life stream memory of Nibel destroyed, with no path to restoring Cloud. All hope lost. More and more black page brings Cloud back here. Memories within the showing this to T.
I don't know if it'll be exactly this, but I love the idea of like really stripping away as much hope as possible. Which was in that beat sheet that I showed a couple streams ago, or last stream. Hold on, let me just where was it? Where was it? Really? Where can I find this shit? I'll just find the picture that I used. It's kind of like this, there's just one way of categorizing it. It's not like what the devs are even using, but it's a common tactic, right? Of like the all is lost moment. I don't know if you can see that super well, but kind of what's being proposed in this video, like that all is lost moment. Yeah, that feeling for sure.
Tifa on her first visit. I team with the weapons fighting dark whispers in the live stream. In the background of this sequence, we can see Tifa's family home, the water tower, and the rope bridge. The black whispers are laying siege to the live stream's collective memory of Nibel and/or Cloud and Tifa's lives. The weapons were showing.
It's funny because Etra, what you're saying of like, oh, part 3 is crazy as fuck, but ties up neatly at the end. You know, like the craziness in like the final chapter of both Rebirth and Remake. I want more of that just through more of the experience. Take that craziness feeling and just actually make that more of the experience, rather than just, you know, putting it all at the end.
Mr. Tifa on her first visit. I believe the devs will follow through on this threat, and these memories within the live stream will have been destroyed, rewritten, or blocked off by the.
So we can just feel these like stakes mounting, right? Just mounting.
The time Tifa brings Cloud back here in the prime reality. Materia is in the sky. Weapons are on the rampage. The world fully at war. Cloud in a coma. The life stream corrupted by more and more black whispers. Cut off from the dream world with Aerith. That dream torn apart. The life stream memory of Nibel destroyed, with no path to restoring Cloud. All hope lost. Depression, depression, depression. The lowest possible moment. Part 5, Acceptance. But we know this story. It's time to turn things around. Tifa's experimental skin graft and her static vision at the...
Well, goddamn, Ectogamut. Sephiroth is going to win. Cloud will essentially sense a godhood and create an eternal world where everyone he lost will be back. And it will be a dream, not real. Or it'll be real, not a dream. How's that for a midpoint? And they keep talking about, Zach mentions it. Sephiroth mentions it, like, you know, is any of this real? That kind of thing. It's like, well, Sephiroth says, like, what do you think? What do you make of this, Cloud? Is any of it real, or is it all just this fever dream? And then Zack is like, in the church at the very end, he's like, there's no way that wasn't real, right? They keep playing with that.
Forgotten Capital. Part 5, Acceptance. But we know this story. It's time to turn things around. Tifa's experimental skin graft and her static vision at the Forgotten Capital imply that she has J cells. I bet it will be revealed earlier that her scar is perfectly healed and no longer visible due to J cell restoration. The scar...
Kean Bean. Report in chat immediately. You're giving Tifa Genova cells? What the fuck, dude? I don't know if I agree with that, but you know, do what you do.
Was an illusion in Tifa's head to disrupt the party and make the player doubt her. I never doubted you, Tifa. Not even for a second. I believe it is a machination of fate that gave Tifa J cells. I doubt Sephiroth set them up. It results in her being a huge threat to his...
I mean, yeah, for as far as I can tell, she doesn't really need them, right? Like, we'll see what he says, but I will say I don't like the idea of giving Tifa Genova cells in any way. I know there was an experimental skin grafting thing, you know, I can see how you got there, but leave Tifa alone.
Fate that gave Tifa J cells. I doubt Sephiroth set them up. It results in her being a huge threat to his plans, making her the only person who could pull Cloud back from the dream world by dreamwalking there herself. This is why he made futile attempts to assassinate her twice in Rebirth. So, how will Cloud and Tifa restore their memories? The life...
Are you saying that, like, she needs those J cells in order to, like, travel the dream worlds? So I don't know if that's true. I mean, she's already had exposure to the live stream, so...
Stream transcends time. J cells are capable of transmitting and communicating through time once submerged in the live stream. It's how Sephiroth communes across time. Cloud and Tifa will likely view the Nibel incident through Zack's eyes. He has J cells. This is why Tifa's childhood memories had to be moved to earlier in the game. Neither her nor Cloud had J or S cells as children. We would be unable to view them this way. Tifa will guide Cloud back. He will regain trust in Tifa and himself.
Well, it's weird, right? Because, like, technically, if we want to get technical with the weird, crazy science of FF7, are there quote unquote J cells currently? I mean, I guess maybe that's what that might be what what's his face? Roche got? Because, like, technically, at least according to Crisis Core, there are the G cells, the Project G version, and there's the S cells, the Project S. Are there J cells, FF7? Yeah. The original J cells. They're distinct from G cells and S cells. Sorry, I was just watching the Sleepezi video, and, like, there's so much focus on the G cells and S cells. So I was like, are there Genova cells?
And remember who he is. We will see the real Cloud. He will have a heart-to-heart with able to view them this way. Tifa will guide Cloud back. He will regain...
Yeah, I don't know if the J cells are required to, you know, see the other worlds, but we'll see. I mean, she didn't need them in the original, right?
Gain trust in Tifa and himself.
Granted, the worlds weren't technically exactly the same, but there are, like, floating worlds in the live stream sequence.
And remember who he is. We will see the real Cloud. He will have a heart-to-heart with the team. I even predict that the name of his Punisher mode will change, hopefully to Defender or Bodyguard mode. His sword grip possibly more like Zack's than Sephiroth's now. We may now wrap up the submarine section and Rocket Town if they are still present. Cloud is restored to his true self. It's time to finish facing up to reality and move completely towards acceptance. In this section of the story, I believe we will see each major character story resolve with some form of acceptance, possibly related to the inheritance of a dream given new form through its new owner. This may also play into each character's level 4 limit break and/or ultimate weapon. Barrett's arc will most likely end in Corel, with him and the townspeople finally coming to terms with and accepting their past. It's possible that we saw the children of Corel inheriting their parents' prejudice towards Barrett in Rebirth, but we worked towards rectifying this. Catastrophe was downgraded to be Barrett's level 2 limit break in Remake. What will his new level 4 be called, And what will it tell us about him? Yuffie's father will move to accept the death of his dream for Wutai when he...
Fuck, I didn't even think about that. Barrett, level 4, limit break. Was catastrophe. Catastrophe, limit break. Rebirth. What's a catastrophe? Yes, it's level 2. And satellite beam. Weird, they moved satellite beam to 3. Yeah, that's weird, right? Huh. Huh. I never thought about that. Fuck.
realizes it has been reborn through Yuffie, who is fighting for and
It still didn't give Aerith great gospel, though.
ready to wear the mantle of her generation's dream for their nation. Sid will realize his dream aboard the Shinra number 26. If his arc was that of a man who had already accepted the death of his dream, then this may show us that our dreams can be reborn again or return to us in unexpected ways once we let go of them. Sometimes we are only free to notice new opportunities once we stop focusing on the past. Alternatively, we may see a man who swept his feelings under the rug and did not...
Yeah, I mean, I talked about acceptance as a big theme in my video too, and it is so present throughout this the second disc of the original. Like the way all the stories resolve. They changed the limits and moved around some for practicality purposes. I personally don't think it signifies any major plot points. It's possible, yeah.
fully come to terms with the death of his dream. In a similar sense, he will realize that his dream was still out there, just in an unexpected form, born from unpredictable events. Tifa will either meet Zangan or find his grave. I believe we will likely get to duel him, allowing Tifa to demonstrate how she has adapted Zangan's style into one of her own, as stated in Traces of Two Pasts. Zangan's dream, reborn with new and greater form in a new generation, surpassing what came before. Overcoming this challenge will most likely be how she perfects her form and first executes Final Heaven. This quest might be optional. In classic FF7, during Feelings from the Heart of Every Place, Red meets with Bugenhagen one last time before he passes away. Red does not have the heart to share the truth of this with those around him, claiming Bugenhagen packed his bags for one last adventure.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He
Red
does
appears
lie.
to be in the denial stage, unable to speak the truth of the situation. I do not expect this to change. Red already accepted the responsibility of understanding and protecting the planet, taking up his father's promise to aid the Gi, as well as his eventual role as Watcher of the Veil.
I mean, he may accept it to actually get more alignment with the theme. They could change that.
Not sure what we will explore with Kate Sith and Reeve. It may intersect with Chadley and explore the transmission of knowledge and hopes in the connected digital age. I'm not sure that Vincent and Lucretia will fully move towards acceptance during this game. Sephiroth's defeat may aid them both. Kairi will no doubt inherit her grandmother's sense of communal justice, fusing it with her own belligerence, flair, and ambition. Beck's boys will probably inherit Don...
Oh my god, you're attaching resolution to Beck's boys in this video?
Corneo's Slum Empire. I believe Johnny, Leslie, Madame M, Chocobo Billy, Chocobo Sam will likely all have their stories end in line with these themes. The Magnus Materia quest chain, if it's still important this time around, may bring our involvement in the war to an end. It will be time for the party to learn what exactly has been going on, what Sephiroth's true plan is, and everything Aerith has done and is still doing to stop him. Here, we will most likely head to Bone Village and go on a quest for the key to the Ancients, if we don't see Aerith's death and burial during the livestream.
Fucking Bone Village. I thought we were done with Bone Village. But yeah, you're right. Maybe you actually do need to do that quest this time around to get there without Aerith's help. Guys, don't forget someone with a strong sense of self can't be affected by Genova's attacking Tifa. Not being influenced by Sephiroth would make sense, even if she was injected. Yeah. I still don't believe the J-Cell thing, but...
sequence to recover Cloud. This will be the opportune moment to explore it at the Forgotten Capital. Let it breathe, and let us see our heroes finally able to mourn together as a complete group. We will learn that Sephiroth has doomed infinite worlds in order to corrupt and twist the lifestream to align with him. Aerith is cultivating infinite positive worlds of acceptance as a counter. In the OG, Bugenhagen speculates that through the summoning of Holy, the planet will decide, an act of judgment in which all that is bad will disappear. The worlds of pessimism,
which didn't really do anything with technically in the original. Like, I remember rereading all that when I was playing through in the lead up to Rebirth, and like, the original didn't, I guess it maybe decides that, humanity needs to disappear, which is why it doesn't stop Meteor, maybe? I don't know.
Measured against the worlds of optimism.
It felt like a slightly incomplete idea, though.
To sway the planet's judgment. These worlds will reunite within the lifestream as Holy and Meteor clash. Sephiroth has had more time to cultivate more worlds and more Dark Whispers. Will Aerith be able to do enough to stop him? This uncertainty should create a little dramatic tension. Diamond Weapon will attack, and we will head to Midgar to stop Hojo. We have to stop Hojo from overloading the Sister Ray, giving Sephiroth more power or blowing up the city. The party will split into at least 2 groups. I bet we will learn that there is some kind of master switch in Shinra Tower to shut him down. One party will head to confront him, the other will head to Shinra Tower as a backup plan. Cloud, Vincent, and Red all have a score to settle with Hojo. Barrett also promised he would put his fist through Hojo's face. Kate Sith, Yuffie, and Tifa will head to the Shinra Tower. Yuffie will have a desire to head to the tower in search of Sonon. Kate Sith and Sid know the facility. Yuffie and Tifa will settle their score with Scarlet, whilst fighting her, Heidegger, and the Proud Clod. Barrett might go to see Marlene in Sector 5. We might even cut to Aerith and Zack confronting Hojo in the Dream World. They may have to deal with him there as well, and give Aerith and Zack a chance to settle up with him. He may also be able to synergize between worlds, similar to Sephiroth Reborn, giving us a prelude of things to come. In my eyes, a logical opportunity to exploit would be for us to experience the Under the High Wind scene between 2 worlds. Give Aerith an opportunity to experience some much overdue romantic payoff. My instincts tell me that they will not pair her with Cloud. An interdimensional 3-way might be a bit weird for such a romantically pure world. Zack and Aerith in one world, Cloud and Tifa in the other, sounds very satisfying to me. Devs might not go there due to the shipping wars, but to me it makes dramatic sense. So everyone is going to get laid.
I don't know.
Legendary sexy materia unlocked.
That's dangerous
Time
third
to head
rail
to the
to
Northern
touch
Crater.
there.
I presume both parties in both worlds will head north. The main party will most likely split into 3 groups. I expect to tackle the descent much like Temple of the Ancients, splitting and diverging between 4 parties across 2 worlds. I would not be surprised if the Turks and 7th...
Yeah, Marlene is with Aerith's mom in Calm. I don't know when they go, technically.
Infantry lend a helping hand here. I expect we will find an elite variant of the Gigi and Christopher, either here or unlocked in the combat scene.
If I were them, I would have escaped once the, like, big gun was brought over to Midgar.
If they don't call it Black Star Gigi or make the sun on its forehead black, I will be very disappointed. This will tie in closely with the game's themes and references. Those who understand the reference will know why I hope for this. I will explore this during my thematic evaluation. At the bottom of the Northern Cave, we carry Aerith's dream of saving the planet and protecting her friends with us, literally holding it in our hands. It echoes through our actions as we head down to confront Sephiroth.
Shall we mosey on over?
Let's.
Let's mosey.
Genova has been set up throughout the R trilogy and Ever Crisis to be an ever-present threat and master manipulator. I would not be surprised to learn that the idea for the Genova project came to Professors Gast and Hojo in their dreams, implying that she inspired Sephiroth's birth and planned to use him to infiltrate the lifestream as a plan B from before his conception. I believe the final confrontation will again likely be a confluence of worlds. We will see everything from the final encounter of FF7 and more. Zack and Aerith will participate in bringing down Sephiroth. Some stuff may happen here that might make some people roll their eyes, but I think there is a strong chance that the devs will swing for the fences with fanservice here. There may be many Sephiroths. He may drag in corrupted variants of our heroes.
Oh my god.
The more flexible rules of moving characters through the dream worlds means that just about anyone could show up here. I would not be surprised if each member of the team has at least one person from their life show up to back them here. This is a story of how we never truly die and inherit each other's legacies. We may get a literal representation of these people still being here with us. Avalanche, Bugenhagen, Seto, Dine, Angeal, Ilfana. Heck, Roach could show up, dragged into a world where Cloud has died, bringing the Buster Sword from his resting place, carrying his legacy. I would not be surprised if we see a fight with 3 or 4 Buster Swords in it. That might be a bit much, though. We may see some improvements to Supernova. There are 2 problems with the original version of it. I always had to view it as an abstraction or metaphor for Sephiroth's power.
Wrong as fuck
as he destroys
is the
fucking
primary
sun
problem.
and melts the planet. It should be game over. The dream worlds could be used to make this ability more literal. he could open a
I mean, yeah, it makes no sense.
portal which we gaze through, witnessing supernova in all its
It's like, it's the classic example of like the rule of cool. Like, it's cool. It makes no fucking sense, but
glory. First, they can fix the design of the planets, rather than using our real-life solar system. They could rename the planets after various summons. Then, we cut in close to a bag of chips, with a unique stamp variant on it. Kyrie is in Midgar, munching away. She turns around, horror on her face as the planet is consumed by supernova. A burst of energy streams through the portal, striking our party. Now it makes sense, and would be quite funny. So,
how is everyone in this party down to 4 HP specifically?
Is defeated, and we appear to have stopped him from merging more worlds. The confluence of worlds will begin to end. As Kate Sith predicted in Loveless, we will get our tearful farewell. This scene will no doubt be very similar to Final Fantasy X, as we say.
I mean, it sort of doesn't ladder to like my thought at one point of like the theory that I had of like the merging of worlds happening earlier based on an offer from Sephiroth to Cloud. But that would be kind of crazy if like the big finale fight. Oh, also FF10 spoilers for anybody in chat who hasn't played FF10 coming up in a second. But the what was I gonna say? Like if the final fight is like happening as like the worlds are potentially merging or not merging, then yeah, that's crazy. That would be kind of like an epic finale. Is like the final fights happening during like the potential merging of the worlds.
The confluence of worlds will begin to end. As Kate Sith predicted in Loveless, we will get.
Okay, so again, FF10 spoiler warning, everyone. I also had like a bit of an FF10 spoiler in my video. I probably should have like used a slightly different clip than what I ended up using, but yeah. So cover your eyes for 15-20 seconds from what I can tell.
Tearful farewell. This scene will no doubt be very similar to Final Fantasy X, as we say farewell to Aerith, Zack, and any more of our friends who may be here.
All right,
it's not completely
over.
On to our final internal battle, and to the settling of everything. I don't know how we can destroy Jenova, but to defeat Sephiroth, I think we have to do something different here to break the cycle. How do we stop him?
It's such a common thing. I've had the same thing. It's like, I don't know how you get rid of Jenova. Yes, I don't either. I can kind of understand how to get rid of Sephiroth. I do not know how to get rid of Jenova. The crazy thought that I had, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned on stream before, but like, what if the empty materia is used to like recreate the world, remake the world without anything that is outside of the natural system of the planet? So you essentially use the white materia to cleanse the world, basically, and in one fell swoop, get rid of Jenova, get rid of Sephiroth. Well, maybe also include Sephiroth because he has the cells, and also get rid of the Gi, right? So you make good on the promise of like helping the Gi, you know, dissolve or like be gone, without destroying the planet. That was one thought I had.
From coming back again. Cloud will have.
There's that line Glenn says about giving the world a shot in the arm, a vaccine. I also was foreshadowing how to deal with Jenova. Oh, that's interesting. Let's mosey.
Diverged fate on.
Sid puts her in a spaceship and flies that bitch back to outer space. Yeah, maybe that's how they. Instead of the Magnus Materia, which like is way too big to go on a spaceship, maybe that's how they do the space scene. Also, Earth and Remake shows up. Trip tells Cloud. Oh, you're still on the. Yeah, I don't want to get into shipping things in chat or like in stream. It's not really like a topic of the game that I talk about.
3 occasions by this point in the story with a swing of his blade. What if, this time, he changes fate by not swinging it? What if he pulls the final punch of Omnislash, sparing Sephiroth? The planet decides her own fate, so he may still succumb to his wounds in this world. But he will see Cloud, his peer, pulling his punch. This will create dream worlds in which Sephiroth survived. Will this redeem him? Will he act in these worlds to help Aerith tip the scales of judgment?
My soul corrupted by vengeance hath endured torment to find the end of the journey and my own salvation in your eternal slumber.
Escaping in the high wind, we will most likely have one final act to perform. Praying again to Holy. This is happening. Take me to the bookies. I'm betting the farm on this.
Wait, what are you betting the farm on?
Escaping in the high wind, we will most likely have one final act to perform. Praying again to Holy. This is happening. Take me to the bookies. I'm betting the farm on this. We're going to cradle our controllers and pray Aerith away. At least the hand posture makes sense. It's no God of War 3 eye gouge, but it'll be fine. We will pray with Holy in hand that all of these infinite worlds containing Aerith and our friends will return to the livestream, sacrificing the possibility of a living world where we could all be together. Infinite worlds of infinite people willingly accepting their fate and sacrificing their dreams to save the planet. Like a huge multiversal Genki Dama, Sephiroth may also sacrifice his dreams and lend his aid.
So we take the white materia out of the lake. Sephiroth will potentially have sway over the majority of the planet's collective will. By the end, maybe puts helps push the planet to confirm a new world. The empty. Yeah.
Holy will collide with Materia. Infinite remaining worlds of optimism and pessimism will pour into the livestream in this final moment of judgment. The white materia fades out, our sacrifice and our acceptance of the necessity of death complete. The livestream surges up to meet Materia. We see all our friends.
The War Beast brings out the world's end. This is actually surprisingly, like, the amount of times Loveless comes up actually does transition well into the Crisis Core conversation we're going to have. When the War of the Beast brings about the world's end, the goddess descends from the sky. Wings of light and dark spread afar. She guides us to bliss, her gift everlasting.
I expect we will see the same summary of the game's cutscenes that we got in Remake and Rebirth. I hope these extend into a long series of silent epilogues. I hope we see the characters living out their dreams, especially any they discuss directly with Aerith, or living out any dreams she may have had. Barrett raising Marlene, possibly farming in Gongaga, sobbing.
That'd be a clever way to like provide some extra like moments with the party.
Like a baby as she grows up and leaves home. Red exploring the wilds, possibly meeting his baby mama. Yuffie forming the YRP, getting older, being voted into office.
The only question is like, will the epilogues be more frontal or would they bury it in the credits? My gut is that they wouldn't bury it in the credits. I could see them do it. But yeah.
Groaning, buried under a mountain of paperwork. Kate Sith entertaining families. Sid sailing the skies. Vincent lurking in the background of them all. Cloud and Tifa, perhaps with child, maybe named Aerith. Let's see them all get old. Then let's pull in on a storeroom. Keepsakes and artifacts from their travels. Old weapons, the Buster Sword, next to a single materia with a gentle white glow. Perhaps a single dream survived the judgment. Perhaps they all got to experience full lives together. We will never know. 500 years later, we see Red and his cub.
So you're going for some lost shit.
Visit Midgar. There are still people around, living in greater harmony with their world. My predictions for the story are based upon the huge amounts of information we find across the FF7 and Remake anthologies.
Yeah, the
statements from the dev teams,
yeah.
and guidance from the core themes of the games. This is my best logical guess at what will happen, with a little creative license and wishful thinking of my own. There is one more major detail I have noticed yet to add, but if you bypassed all of my potential spoiler warnings, based on this being a theory, but are still a little bummed out that I might be onto something, that I might have put together some highly likely events, well, this is the final off-ramp for you. You can walk away now and tell yourself it's just a series of theories weaved together by a madman. Nothing is certain, anything could still happen, I could be in for very different surprises. Walk away and forget everything I said. There is one more realization I arrived at which I believe drastically increases the chances of the majority of my predictions being true. Final warning. Get out now and you can pretend it was all a Mako-induced dream. Okay, are they gone? Let's talk about the game's structure. I'll quickly summarize all the events of the game's B-plot again from start to finish, including my predictions. Sephiroth was defeated by Cloud at the end of classic FF7. He whispers back through time via reunion to change his and the planet's destiny. He manipulates the party into breaching fate as we leave Midgar, broadening the scope of the game. We learn about Sephiroth's plan to extend the planet's life at the Temple of the Ancients, along with the basic mechanics of how the dream worlds work. Aerith smuggles the white materia to Cloud as a counter to Sephiroth's plan. We are tricked into parrying his blade and shocked to see Aerith both die and not die. Sephiroth will reveal that we failed to save her. She really is dead. If we give in to his demand...
Sorry, what is this proposal?
Structure.
Sorry.
Okay, are they gone? Let's talk about
I'm
the
not
game's
saying
structure.
anything to you.
Okay, are they gone? Get out now and you can pretend it was all a Mako-induced dream. Okay, are they gone? Let's talk about the game's structure. I'll quickly summarise all the events of the game's B-plot again from start to finish, including my predictions. Sephiroth was defeated by Cloud at the end of classic FF7. He whispers back through time, via reunion, to change his and the planet's destiny. He manipulates the party into breaching fate as we leave Midgar, broadening the scope of the game. We learn about Sephiroth's plan to extend the planet's life at the Temple of the Ancients, along with the basic mechanics of how the dream worlds work. Aerith smuggles the white materia to Cloud as a counter to Sephiroth's plan. We are tricked into parrying his blade and shocked to see Aerith both die and not die. Sephiroth will reveal that we failed to save her. She really is dead. If we give in to his demands, she may live again through the reunion of worlds. We will say yes to this. Cloud will be trapped in a dream. We will not trust that Tifa is who she says she is. The livestream memories will be destroyed or warped. All hope will feel lost and nothing as it seems, but through a twist of fate, Tifa will be able to bring us back. Cloud may put Sephiroth to rest in a final duel by refusing to kill him. Aerith, through an act of sacrifice, will rally infinite worlds of hope and enter the livestream. The infinite worlds will pour into the livestream in a final act of judgment to decide the planet's fate. Does this B-plot sound familiar to you? It should. The B-plot of the R trilogy is the A-plot, reimagined and layered on top of itself. Sephiroth is defeated by Cloud before the game starts, at the end of classic FF7. He reaches out from beyond the grave to manipulate the party into performing tasks, dooming the planet's power to be usurped by him, this time for eternity, through the summoning of Materia and an act of reunion, the reunion of worlds. Aerith is killed trying to stop him, but sets into motion a counterplan, the empty Materia. The party confronts Sephiroth and it is revealed that Cloud is living a lie. Aerith is dead. Cloud aids Sephiroth's plan, preventing the planet's death. The world falls into chaos. We doubt the provenance of a member of our party. Tifa takes Cloud back to his past. He learns and accepts the truth. Tifa is Tifa, Cloud is Cloud, Aerith is dead. We learn about Omni Aerith's counterplan. Infinite positive dreams. We confront Omni Sephiroth. Aerith acts from within the livestream to counter Materia, returning to the livestream for judgment. It is the same story, told again on top of itself, roughly in sync with the beats of the original game, the game's secret structure, hiding in plain sight. It is used as a vehicle to deliver new information or to allow us to re-experience key emotions from the original game that will have been spoiled for us as prior knowledge, either because we played the classic or heard all about it. Throughout the game, we see these new elements and changes within the main story. Let's explore some of them. These surrogate...
I mean, just to speak on like that kind of layout that he put in, that he laid out, that is interesting in general, right? It's kind of similar to what I've proposed a lot of time, like in my big video, just like that core spine of the structure in the story, where like ultimately a lot of the similar events still happen, but there's like new levels of resolution that are different technically still from the original, but very close. Yeah, seems like there's some stuff happening in chat. I was really locked into like listening to that. Avoiding because stream. Spam point seed is like 40%. You know, you have a hit when Blitz shares it, reacts it, monetizes it. I don't know what Attorney Too Fast is saying. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, I just don't want people going back and forth on, like, shipping things and stuff and tagging each other and, you know, like, let's just keep it civil. Like, it's why I don't want to talk about it. It's just that, like, people, it can easily go off course. Like, I'm fine with people believing what they want to believe, you know, when it comes to that aspect of that game. I just don't like discussing it because it opens a Pandora's box where it's like, even if it's technically in the story and part of the story in some way, it just unleashes a crazy Pandora's box, like I said. So black metal, just leave it. Notorious, just leave it, please.
Emotions appear as major changes, sick or heard all about it. Throughout the game, we see these new elements and changes within the main story. Let's explore some of them. These surrogate emotions appear as major changes and new events. At the beginning of a story, everything is a mystery to the reader. Sephiroth and the Whispers appear right away, revealing to the player that more is going on this time around. New elements at the start of a story to match the mysteries of a new beginning. At the end of Remake, the scale of the story and the world are revealed to be larger. This mirrors the classic game where the story and scope of the world both expand at this point. The Midgar Soma is used to effectively establish Sephiroth's threat in the original game. Here it demonstrates that the Midgar Soma is used in a game where the story and scope of the world both expand at this point. The Midgar Soma is used to effectively establish Sephiroth's threat in the original game. Here it demonstrates that the party and Cloud are much stronger this time round. Jenova fills in Sephiroth's role of intrigue and mystique. She is presented to be more like Jaws, hiding beneath the surface of the entire story. Details seeded regarding her in Queen.
It's interesting. Jaws kind of, I mean, Jenova is closer to like Jaws in some ways versus the way that Sephiroth was more like Jaws in the original.
Blood, the Cetra and human conflict, the Village of the Gi, and Ever Crisis. She is ever present in the background as a silent manipulator. Sleepezi's excellent video on this subject highlights this motif used in her boss theme. The Village of the Gi offers new insight into the mechanical function of the planet, at roughly the same point in the story that we originally learned the fundamentals of planetology. At the Forgotten Capital, we receive a huge shock, much like in the original. Is Aerith dead or alive? On a meta level, some people experienced a death here, the death of FF7. I was angry for days, thinking that they had killed my favourite game, that they had fucked it up, mirroring Aerith's death in the original. This feeling of shock and confusion will continue into the opening of Part 3. At the Northern Crater, Cloud will find that he's been living a lie. After being misled to believe that we saved Aerith in some capacity, we will find that we did in fact fail. We will submit to Sephiroth's will. Within the livestream, we will again be wondering how we can restore our faith in Cloud and Tifa, after the livestream memory has been destroyed. Returning to the City of the Ancients, we will again learn what is going on within the new story elements. During the big finale, we will now no doubt experience new spectacle to reflect the excitement and majesty of Safer Sephiroth and Supernova. The ending. Aerith will again join the livestream in a final tense moment of planetary judgment where the outcome is uncertain. Each emotional beat of the original game can be accounted for within this new B-plot. It is a vehicle for us to relive the experience of playing the original FF7 whilst playing through a remake of its story. I think this is a pretty likely developer intention for the new B-plot within the R series. I predict that the game will most likely be called Returns or Resurrection. Returns would most accurately describe how the game will likely conclude. Resurrection, on the other hand, would describe what Sephiroth is attempting to do, and would effectively mislead a large proportion of the audience into believing that we are here to resurrect Aerith.
If you call it Resurrection or Resurrect, you know, that would be, it would definitely lead people to thinking she'll come back. Like Return will already do that for some people, but Resurrection would be crazy. You disavow Resurrection now? Okay. Yeah, I don't think they'll do that. Just playing, catching up. Storm between two theories. Yeah. Hoping for major changes and new events, and the order of the key events might be different. What breaks my mind is the apparent early draft concept for Jenova in FF7, where it was state of mind, not an eldritch alien, originally included a Jenova cult led by a witch. Yeah, I mean, they changed so much in the development. Just want to see more Zack. So they sort of maybe recycled into FF8. Yeah, they recycled a lot into FF8. I love how Zack has a superhero-like presence in Rebirth. If they stick with that and give some nice moments. I mean, he always has that. He's sort of like the super, like, positive, I'll save the world sort of vibe, as we will see in the Crisis Core playthrough. Where am I in time? It's 3 o'clock. So I'm saying he's about to take your shit and get paid as soon as you drop a surefire hit. Meanwhile, he doesn't even play the game. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking shit about? I can't wait to hear the devs talk about this. Part 3. Earlier accounts that Jenova was referred to be a witch, and the occult roots are present in the GP version of OG. Do you think we ever get Zack's dream and he returns to his family? I don't know. Maybe there's so much already to cover, though. You know,
them on the first step of denial on their journey to acceptance before the game has even begun. Can I just pause a moment to give Cisne, Barrett, and Red credit when they discuss Cosmo Canyon being a place to discuss and learn about the planet? At this point in the story, we learn about Red 13's backstory, the basics of planetology. The Gi are alien. They have communed with Genova, most likely influenced by her. The Gi forged the black materia by pouring dreams of oblivion into it. The black materia was forged from white, which informs us about the clear materia. Aliens can't return to the planet, which helps us understand Sephiroth's abilities. The planet is subject to its own cycle of death and rebirth, revealing the game's core themes. The live stream doesn't distinguish between memories and dreams. Sorrow is not a burden, it's another of the planet's gifts. Almost everything we need to know to understand the game can be learned in Cosmo Canyon. No cap. The R trilogy is a pretty faithful remake of FF7. It has an A plot that acts as the remake. Layered on top of this is the B plot, which is a reimagining of the original story, with all new elements used as a vehicle to deliver the same key emotional beats as the original game. This is delivered with a twist within this B plot. We will mislead ourselves into believing we are on a path to save or resurrect Aerith. Eventually, we will reject this, as we go on a ludonarrative journey with Cloud, travelling through the stages of grief, as we move fully and completely towards the acceptance of death. This is currently my best attempt at understanding the current story and using that as a basis for predicting where it is going, answering most of the big questions and mysteries that the game offers us, and adhering to a reasonably strict internal logic. I offer this up as a blueprint for others to bounce their own theories off of. These predict.
Yeah, I mean, grief. So to like comment on this, I do largely agree with this like outline of things. There are like some specifics, obviously, that I questioned as we were watching this. Where I was like, I don't know if like Tifa has J cells and stuff like that, but like regardless of like those specific predictions, this overall like structure mapping does make a good amount of sense to me. And the only question that I have is, you know, would they still try to push for some, you know, greater sense of like change in the very end, which there's like a hint of, right, in terms of like this final internal battle, like if Cloud doesn't finish a strike and pulls back, that would be a fundamental difference from the original, and then it may lead to like a sort of like a different overarching resolution to like how we resolve Sephiroth and everything. You know, it could be something as minor as that, but like still you feel the impact of the difference. Like you know, it could be one thing where like original fans and then like remake fans who haven't played the original would be like, oh, so it was all the same up until like that final sort of like thing. It's sort of similar, not exactly similar, but like Evangelion reboot, they changed more things, you know, than what was in the show. But like a lot of core elements still happen. For example, like a character gets shot and then like dies in the original Evangelion show. That same character also gets shot and dies like in the rebuild, but the circumstances of like how it happens are very different. That's just like one example. It's like a lot, but the final like ending of the reboots is like very different, you know, from like the closing moments and images of the show. So, you know, they could go sort of in that direction to some extent. That's kind of what this somewhat implies. So interesting. The big illusion of change could be returning human Sephiroth to this planet like Kadaj. Yeah, I was thinking of that, Steed, actually. Like the acceptance, that theme of acceptance. Like at the end of my video, I talked about making a Sephiroth video, which I will still make. And I talk about how like the theme of acceptance may extend to Sephiroth. And that was essentially my thinking, right? Is like, if the way that like Kadaj essentially went away, by that moment of acceptance at the very end of Advent Children, if something like that happened for Sephiroth himself, I don't know. I don't feel strongly if that will happen or not, but that's like one way they could pull that in from Advent Children, because so much of what they're doing with like the meta sequel element is like taking things that exist in the compilation and sort of like moving when they happen, or even in the original, right? Like the Sephiroth Reborn is essentially the Bizarro Sephiroth, and rather than that fight and his appearance happening at the end of the entire story, it is now moved to the middle of the story. So like they've been like moving things up, right? Tifa in the live stream, we will still get the live stream sequence, but like that moment with like Tifa seeing those memories has been moved up, right? It's like there's like several moments that have been like moved forward, because I think they're trying to take that resolution from like Advent Children and the rest of the app compilation, and they're trying to pull it into the remake trilogy. And it's kind of what they're saying, right? In terms of like taking the compilation and bringing it all into the remake trilogy, is like taking a lot of the conclusions and the setups and like kind of bringing them together in a way. Anyway.
As we move fully and completely towards the acceptance of death. This is currently my best attempt at understanding.
And yeah, Oblivion Night, in terms of like the Ever Crisis stuff, yeah, that's what I've been picking up.
The current story and using that as a basis for predicting where it is going. Answering most of the big questions and mysteries that the game offers us, and adhering to a reasonably strict internal logic. I offer this.
I mean, I hope they like expands everything with Kretzia and Vincent. I hope we get even more of that.
Up as a blueprint for others to bounce their own theories off of, or make adjustments to what I offer here. Is this structure completely incorrect? Are there some useful insights that act as a good basis to hone in on something more likely? Or do you think I'm miles off and we need to start from scratch? Is there any evidence I have missed that directly contradicts this theory and structure? Or is there anything I've missed that supports it even more? My exploration of the possible opening of Part 3 might warrant further exploration as to what is more likely, what is more feasible. Could exploring it in more detail reveal more concrete possibilities? My ending might have a hole in it. Sephiroth being able to die only works if he doesn't
There's
already
a hole
have
in all
a
of our
controlling share of
theories,
the life stream.
right? All of our
That
theories
might
have
work with
holes.
the tension being built towards
But
the
this
end
is
of
a
it.
good video. Let me just share it again in chat. This is the video we just watched. So yeah, I mean, I kind of already said my thought. So thank you also, Kean Bean, for being here. But in terms of like very specific predictions, you know, I may have some differences with some of those like very specific predictions, but the like overall, like the way you mapped it out, does make a lot of sense and does like ladder to a lot of things I've thought. It's like really well done and a really interesting sort of like way to map and think about it. Like the B plot thing, and just the way you outline that, was really strong. So, all right, great. So I have to run to the bathroom again because I drank this whole thingamabob. So bathroom is needed. So I'll be right back. Okay. We have some stuff to talk about chat. Let me pull up the Sleepezi video. I will switch the scene 1 second. Hold on.
Now, while you might be questioning...
All right. Go to launching screen. Okay. So, time to switch into get ready. Crisis Core headspace. Okay. Let me just see if there's anything in chat. I think one of the main goals of the Remake trilogy is to give context to having children. It's really the big debate, right? Like, will the Remake trilogy lead into Advent Children and like give greater context to it, or will it essentially subvert Advent Children to the point that like it doesn't necessarily have to happen anymore afterward, by moving its resolutions up, right? I think is like the big question that I have, and I'm still uncertain about which way it'll go. My gut is that it's more the latter, but yeah. Cool. So, yeah, getting into Crisis Core. So, even though this is an Advent Children image, I was watching Sleepezi's Vessel of Rebirth video, which you have, if you haven't seen, which seems unlikely if you're in this community, but if you haven't seen it, it's a long one. It's a beefy boy. It's 4 hours, 58 minutes. So we're not going to be watching that here and now, but we will watch one portion of it, 1.5 portions of it, because it's important, like lead up and build up to the Crisis Core playthrough. It's very good. It helped me appreciate Crisis Core, because as he mentions at one point in the video, play it at 10x speed. I was watching it 1x, okay? I was watching it 1x on this one. Although it's at 1.25 right now because of the other video. But the what it did for me, he set up, and I think he got some shit for this, but at one point in his setup to this video, he was talking about like, well, a lot of people don't like Crisis Core because it's told very strangely compared to the original. Like the dialogue is a little funky. You know, there's some weird shit. Like, let's be real. There's a character who, like Zack at one point, has like some dude grab a piece of his hair, eats it, and then Zack says, "Did he just eat my hair?" Like, there are some things tonally that are a little different from maybe what the original was like. So like, I personally didn't really enjoy Crisis Core because of those storytelling things, right? And yes, probably bad localization. There was a lot of story that they cut because they originally wanted it to be 2 UMD discs, which the PSP had these UMD discs. So they wanted to put the original plan was a Crisis Core to like fit on 2 of those. But as I understand, Square basically was cheap and only wanted to make 1 disc because the UMDs, I think, were even, I'm sure they were expensive to use because they were a proprietary piece of technology. So they shrunk it all down. It's like 1 disc, caught a whole lot of content. And so the story probably suffers also because of that. But the, hi, Mr. Macdadon. But the, yeah, explains a lot. So the telling of Crisis Core's story may be very negative toward Crisis Core as a whole, just because it felt a little silly and weird, and some of the characters act a little weird. The voice acting's not great, with the exception of Zack. Ironically, it's now the inverse with Reunion, where Zack, the performance by Caleb in Rebirth is great, and the Crisis Core Reunion remake remaster, he's trying to mimic Rick Gomez. We're about to start the Crisis Core. This is the start of the Crisis Core conversation. Cross out Bryce. But also let me shout out Cross out Bryce. Cross out Bryce. We rated into him last time, actually. But he is a streamer. He's playing FF10 right now, or at least one of the games that he's playing. But the telling of the Crisis Core story is just not my favorite way of telling a story when it comes to dialogue and all that stuff. And he mentioned that in this video as like part of his setup, and some people took issue with it because there are some big Crisis Core fans. There are people who love Crisis Core. But at the same time, what this video did help with me was it also helped me appreciate the Crisis Core story even more, or like in ways that I hadn't before, because it actually just clearly outlines the core elements of the story. And when you do that, it's fairly compelling. Similar to when we watched that Dirge of Cerberus video, and I was like, man, when I hear the Dirge of Cerberus story presented this way, it's actually pretty interesting. When I have Shulk talking to me about whatever she's talking to me about at 0.25x speed, I die a little inside. But the actual story is, there is some interesting stuff in it. Crisis Core for me is a beautifully told story, and I respectfully disagree with the Crisis Core haters. I'm so sorry, Jesse. So there are like interesting things. I do think like you probably could have more. I think it's probably easier to go along with the Crisis Core story if you're more locked into like the Zack and Aerith portion of it, because it's like the more human part of it. But so much of the Crisis Core story is like that Angeal, Genesis, Sephiroth, and they're talking about cells, and they're basically talking like aliens because they are kind of aliens. And like that stuff was just sort of like hard for me, at least, to get emotionally invested in. It was like very heady. It was very like, it was just so much of it is just about their internal struggles around the experiments that happened to them. That was like just difficult for me to access emotionally. So I kind of struggled with Crisis Core. All that's to say, but it's very important to, especially the remake trilogy, right? Because it has become such a huge part of, they released it as part of like the remake trilogy, whole compilation in a way. As you'll see in this Nomura quote I'm about to play, they see it as like being very fundamental to the whole remake experience. And so, it is important to sort of like make a effort to sort of like understand it. If you're Jesse in chat, very easy for you because you love the story. If you're someone like me, a little more difficult. It takes a little more effort to really like lock in and really like pay attention and sort of like take in the story in the way that the story is. I do think when I replayed it, or when I played it when the game came out, when Reunion came out, I did follow the story a lot better than I did the first time around. I do think the like updated voice acting actually did help. My brain wasn't turning off immediately every time Genesis spoke, which definitely helped. And there is a good story here. So let me get into playing this little bit from the Crisis Core, from this video, that introduces like why Crisis Core matters to the whole remake experience, in the words of Nomura. So this chapter in this video is called Crisis Core, but why?
While we have in the past gone over Crisis Core quite a bit, talking about the mysteries like Loveless, characters like Minerva, and other particular details of this game's lore, I wanted to take an honest look at what this game is actually trying to communicate to its audience overall. Why on earth would you do that? You might be saying to yourself as you're looking for the nearest exit from this video. The simple answer is because of what Nomura and the rest of the staff have gone on to say after the announcement of Crisis Core Reunion. All of them individually stating that one of the reasons that Crisis Core Reunion is even being made at all is because it was not only important to introduce Zack Fair to the fans of Final Fantasy VII Remake, but to also introduce Crisis Core's story to all of them as well. This is because Crisis Core Reunion seemingly fits into this new re-trilogy in some way. We had a discussion about what to call the game.
This is the quote that I really want to focus in on
since it is re-trilogy in some way. We had a discussion about what to call the game. Since it is more than a remaster, but not a full remake, we thought, what should we call it? On the other hand, we wanted a title that was in line with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. With the Remake and Rebirth titles, we wanted to make sure that Crisis Core was seen as part of the entire project. It's aligned with the whole theme behind this Final Fantasy VII Remake project. How the story ends up, where it's going, is a huge mystery, so I can't give you a direct answer. However, Crisis Core's story is relevant to the original Final Fantasy VII. It takes place in the same timeline, but it's also relevant and a part of Remake's timeline. So these games are not in line.
Oh, damn it,
but it's also relevant and a part of Remake's timeline.
So, to pause on this, I really only, like, noticed this while...
But it's also relevant and a...
While watching this last night, and I was like, man, the language here is so interesting, right? He says, he's talking about the Remake trilogy. He's like, how the story ends up where it's going is a huge mystery, so I can't give you a direct answer. However, Crisis Core story is relevant to the original Final Fantasy VII. It takes place in the same timeline, but it is also relevant and part of the Remake's timeline. And I just found it interesting that Nomura separated the original Final Fantasy VII and like its timeline from the remake and its timeline, right? Like, and you know, I know there's like people are gonna fucking yell at Nomura for using the word timeline, but he's separating these two stories in a way, right? He's like, Crisis Core is important to the original and its continuity, but it's also important to the remake project and its continuity. So there's something, I don't know, interesting to me that stuck out to the fact that he separated those two as like almost two independent entities in terms of this big conversation of like, is it just original FF7 reimagined a bit? Or is there like some actual distinguishing factor between the two? So I think that is interesting to take into account. Just catching up with chat. Ignore stuff because you think yeah. So I thought this is interesting. I mean, he then says something that it's like, if you want, you could take that into disproving that.
Part of Remake's timeline. So these games are not independent of each other. Unfortunately, I can't go into detail at the moment without spoilers.
So then he says like, these games aren't independent of each other, so if they work together in some way. Ultimately, I can't go into more detail at the moment without spoilers. Again, they're so fucking afraid of spoiling where the Remake trilogy story is going. While also seemingly also telling us in interviews that like, oh, it's all the same. That's why I don't believe them when they say it's all the same. I think there's some kind of change, some kind of difference, because they refuse to talk about it, right? They're protecting it. And if it's just the simplicity of it all leading up and adding up the same way, then it's not as interesting. I do think it might not be a massive difference, like we just saw in the Kean Bean video, where it's like a lot of the same core elements with maybe like a slight change in the final resolution. But I think it's leading to something. So anyway.
Knowing that Crisis Core is more important now than it ever has been, not only because of this statement, a mentioned thematic similarity between the Remake project and Crisis Core Reunion, but more importantly because of what we saw happen to Zack at the end of Remake. It makes it all the more important that we become very intimate with this game's story, as intimate as we are to the original Final Fantasy VII.
Hence why I'm replaying it now.
And in order to do that, the first thing we need to understand are the characters of Crisis Core.
Yeah, and then he goes into a lot of details, but I thought that was interesting. Let me just double check my document because I wrote some notes about things to cover as we discuss. Okay, yes. It's a Loveless. Okay, so I didn't practice this, and it gets very convoluted once I try to get into explaining things. But let's bring up the Loveless poem. Crisis Core. So I had this thought right before stream. So I don't know how, this may not be super well baked, but if we check out the poem of Loveless, see if we can get it any zoomed in more. Okay, perfect. I'm just seeing if there's anything in chat real quick. CC happens, stamp posters. Okay. So in this, right, it's talking about the War of the Beast, all the stuff. Like we kind of know all this stuff. One thing I found interesting is like the difference between Act 4 and Act 5, right? Which Act 5 is the one that Genesis says. And there's an interview that Sleepezi references later that it's like, it's basically like Genesis's like hope for what happens. But it says, my friend, the fates are cruel. There are no dreams, no honor remains. The arrow has left the bow of the goddess. And in terms of like, you know, the things are decided, right? Like the arrow has left the bow of the goddess. Destiny has basically been forged. Things are what they are. My friend, your desire is a bringer of life, the gift of the goddess. Legend shall speak of sacrifice at world's end. The wind sails over the water surface quietly but surely. So I'm going to play another part of Sleepezi's video. I think it's covered in that, but I can't remember. In case it isn't, there is a whole thing that he does about like the ripples over the water surface. And there's it's mentioned multiple times in this poem. I think it's mentioned at least one more time. Where is it? Yeah, so infinite mystery is the gift of the goddess. We seek it thus and take to the sky. Ripples form on the water surface. The wandering soul knows no rest. And the thing that he brings up in terms of like the ripples on the water surface is essentially he equates it to things that happen in the world of FF7, but in life in general, have obviously a ripple effect, right? So the death of Angeal affects Zack. The death of Zack affects Cloud. Like the ripples that happen after like a moment, you know, are kind of like part of the experience of like life and story and the characters. So interestingly enough, so Act 4 kind of like reinforces things kind of are set the way that they are. You know, Arrow has been left the bow of the goddess. And so all that. But then Act 5 kind of has a bit of a defiance in it. Even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. To become the dew that quenches the land, to spare the seas, the sands, the skies, I offer thee this silent sacrifice. Like doing something that has an effect. This is where it gets like difficult for me to like get into it because like it's poetry and like very abstract and all that. The gift of the goddess, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it seems like being granted some kind of, you know, wish and desire. So I'll play Sleepezi's sort of like conversation about it. But there's basically what Sleepezi posits in this Crisis Core breakdown, and I'll play part of this, is that essentially there are the three stories of Crisis Core, Angeal, Sephiroth, and Genesis, sort of all represent like different like ends of a spectrum, right? Like Genesis, or like Angeal is very much like the like he believes he's holding on to his humanity, right? So even though he's technically a monster, he was created in this like monstrous laboratory way, he sort of like clings to his humanity, as much as he can until sort of like the very end, where he sort of like gives that up in this cycle to sort of like pass along his humanity to Zack. And Sephiroth is kind of the polar opposite, where he has very much sacrificed his humanity. In fact, never really knew his humanity very much, all that much, because he grew up in the lab and all that kind of stuff. Like he never really had a true like childhood or humanity or anything. And then Genesis lives in this like weird in between where, and you can even see that in the wings of like Angeal and Sephiroth, right? Like Angeal with the white wing, Sephiroth with the black wing. Genesis lives in this weird in between where he rejects both the laboratory upbringing and sort of the, well, even if he wasn't born in a lab, but like he rejects the Shinra side of his identity, but he also rejects like his parents and sort of like how he came up, how they raised him as a human, you know, as an adopted child. He rejects that as well. And he really tries to like, because of the way that his body was, the way that he was created, he starts to fall into degradation, and he's trying to avoid that, right? And push against that destiny. And does like eventually get another lease on life in some weird way in the live stream at the very end when he faces Minerva. So in terms of like, it sort of ladders up in some way. So what I was talking about in terms of like the remake trilogy coming to some synergy, you have like two polar opposites of how things can go. The Angeal side, the Sephiroth side, and there may be some like more middle grounds. But the way that Sleepezi sort of like served it up as like Genesis pushing against his destiny, his fate, made me think a lot about the fate concept in the FF7 Remake trilogy. And that is like, it's interesting that the story that they gave us leading into Rebirth, and part of the overall story is the story of Genesis pushing against his particular fate. The other thing that I think is interesting in terms of that, the ripples form on the water's surface, right? That like the actions and the events that people experience have a ripple effect. Like I said, Angeal's death affects Zack, Zack's death affects Cloud. There's something interesting to the fact that that side story, right, that we experienced with Zack in Rebirth, where in the Materia world and those other sort of like branched off worlds, Zack lives. Technically, in those worlds, the sort of like canon event that sets up Cloud's, you know, what he does in the original FF7 was removed in the Materia world. So that potential ripple effect of Zack not dying could sort of like change and have an impact on Cloud, right? Kind of like Aerith said at the end of the highway, you know, like if we change fate, such as changing Zack's death, it may change us, right? Like changing fate may change us. So I think there's something interesting to the fact that we saw a version of The Last Stand where Zack doesn't die and potentially doesn't have that ripple effect on Cloud, even though he's like comatose and whatever in that world. In terms of like, if that were to become the reality, how would that sort of like change Cloud's trajectory? I find that interesting, especially when you take into account the tagline of Crisis Core, in terms of like how fundamental this story is to Final Fantasy VII. Crisis Core Reunion tagline. It's like gave birth to Final Fantasy VII. I know there's a lot going on in chat too. Give me 1 second. Where was that line? Maybe on the PlayStation Store. PlayStation Store. can't find it suddenly. But there was like that promo line where it's like how it gave birth to Final Fantasy VII, like this story gave birth to Final Fantasy VII. Crisis Core Reunion, Square Enix. Shoot, I can't find the line now, but I'm sure you all saw the line at some point. But there was a line that basically said that this is the story that gives birth to Final Fantasy VII. Let me catch up with some things in chat. It seemed like there was a lot of back and forth versus like response to anything I was saying, but it seems a lot of back and forth between people. I've heard theories equates to the water surface to when Aerith takes over the white space. Edge of creation. Yeah, there's water at the bottom. Yeah. There's also water at the that they're standing on in Remake. But then when the meteor appears, it sort of like wipes it away. It dries it up. Steve seems to be going on about like the devs going back and forth on like their changes and shit. Good point, Sub. I thought they were going to explore that more in Rebirth. That's why I consider the whispers or feelers to be threads of fate, weaved by acts of agency. If you rewrite fate, you destroy everyone's ripples, whispers, feelers, nulling their choices and actions. Yeah. The hero of Crisis Core is Zack, and therefore Angeal became the hero in Loveless by passing his legacy of Zack. Yeah. Well, it's weird because, like, Sephiroth kind of poses as the hero in a way, or is like sometimes seen that way, but yes, Zack ultimately takes on the sort of like hero role. Might be in the minority, but I'm not a fan of the themes exploring Crisis Core in general. I preferred Zack in his capacity in FF7. I mean, I would say that I do too, but clearly the developers and the writers feel like there's something really important to it, so it's important to like understand it if we want to understand where they're going with this whole trilogy or what they're exploring with the trilogy. Okay, so let me just play this other part of Sleepezy's video real quick. And if I feel like it's dragging, we will move on to just playing the game. But this chapter was titled Genesis, the Key to Defying Destiny. So obviously he's such a core character to Crisis Core. And so I thought this was interesting.
Since we have covered quite a bit of Genesis in the past.
And I just don't know how much of it will connect, given the fact that I've cut out an hour and 44 minutes of context, but hopefully everything I explained helped set up this part of the video.
There's not much that we need to cover in terms of the whole story of Crisis Core. Rather, we need to go over a very specific instance that leads to the end of the game. And unlike other characters, we won't be covering just the similarities that Genesis brings to the table, but the key differences between Genesis and the rest of his friends. It is important to state at this moment in the video that while Angeal and Sephiroth, whether they resisted it or not, accepted their fates, their destinies, as it were. Genesis, however, is the only one who not only rebels against this destiny, he is also the one who successfully achieves something outside of his predestined goal, at least in Crisis Core, and actually becomes free. Unlike Angeal and Sephiroth, perfect monsters of the Jenova Project, Genesis is inherently different. Rather than him being influenced by Jenova cells to the extent of the other two, being that Angeal and Sephiroth were perfectly unified with Jenova's biology, Genesis is not. Rather than his human DNA being unified with Jenova, the two conflict. It is for this reason that Genesis, while a failure, he is actually the most physically human of the three friends. Unlike the other two, This gives Genesis a very unique advantage. It gives Genesis the ability to be free from his predetermined destiny. This is what's said about Genesis in Crisis Core's complete guide. Despite growing a black wing and having a degrading body, he still defies his destiny. What he desired is. So even though Genesis is a prisoner bound to Jenova, represented by the Black Wing, and
Hey, Sleepezi, yes. I am watching this as context for getting into the Crisis Core conversation. So I don't know how much you probably miss my big spiel, which is a shame because I would have loved for you to have seen part of my spiel. But basically, I pulled up that Nomura quote where he talked about how Crisis Core was, critical to the original FF7 and its timeline, as well as Remake and its timeline. And I thought it was interesting that he distinguished the two in his mind. But one of the big things I also talked about was Genesis as this like manifestation of pushing against destiny. And then also the other thing I mentioned, I'm like doing the very short version of my spiel, was the idea that like in the Remake trilogy, there is some version of the world where Zack lives, right? Whether it's somebody's like, dream or what have you, like if it's Cloud's dream, let's just say. But there is like some version of events where we see Zack live. And if you look at the Loveless play, which you have done more than any person alive, there is the like ripple on the water surface, right? That like, as you mentioned in this video, actions have ripple effects. So Angeal's death impacts Zack, Zack's death impacts Cloud. And so like if you take away one of those events, like in the Materia world, Zack lives on instead of dies, that can have a different ripple effect than the one that we know from the original. So it kind of like opened this Pandora's box of like changing something fundamental to Cloud's story and experience. So now I'm just watching this chapter of a video called Genesis, the Key to Divine Destiny, in order to set up the playthrough.
And Genesis's biology literally killing him. How does Genesis gain his freedom from his destiny? What allows him to do so? What does this say about monsters and humanity? And what are the answers that come from Genesis's journey overall? Let's begin to go over Genesis's story through Crisis Core. Before Crisis Core, Genesis, feeling the weight of the lie that he was not human, leaves Shinra with other soldiers and begins a rebellion against the company. With this rebellion, he also begins to seek a cure.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're on vacation, but thank you for dropping in.
For his flawed biology. He does this reluctantly with the former head scientist of Project G, Hollander. Genesis and Hollander are also assisted secretly by Lazard, the head of the soldier division of Shinra. Hollander, who is responsible for revealing the truth of Genesis's birth to him before the game begins, does not actually know of any cure for Genesis's degradation. Instead, Hollander is actually using Genesis to claim revenge on Shinra for not giving him credit for Project G. Now he
Chris Coleman, this was Chris Coleman, I don't know. This is the Vessel of Rebirth videos. This is the video that he did shortly before Rebirth came out.
He thought he rightfully deserved. This is a side note, but all of the fathers of the Jenova project, besides Gast, are perfect examples of monsters as well. I think this one kind of speaks for itself with Hojo. I think that's all the explanation you need. Lazard assists this rebellion for very similar reasons to Hollander, as he too is seeking revenge against the company. This is because President Shinra, spoiler alert, is Lazard Lazard's father. President Shinra had many illegitimate children that he abandoned, Lazard being one of them. This led Lazard to literally build his entire life and career around seeking revenge against
the way this is
President
edited
Shinra
and the
for
music is
leaving
hilarious.
him and his mother. His bio describes this revenge as a dark flame burning within him, while his reputation as the ideal boss.
These dark desires though are like so are just like so present in like so many characters, including Cloud. B. Hickman, what you're saying, this monsters and men thing from Crisis Core and how monsters can't form dreams of the sort of planet itself, may collectively form or recognize, is why I think Sephiroth may need Cloud's help. Yes.
Grows within the company, the dark flame that smolders within him needs an opportunity to flare up. I know what you're thinking, and you know what I'm going to say about this, so let's just leave it at that.
Back to Crisis Core.
Without a known cure for this degradation, and bearing the fate of monsters, Genesis was destined to perish without one. As the game's story moves forward, and with Hollander and a mentally degrading Genesis unable to find a cure, Genesis begins to turn to Loveless as a map to find his salvation, in what the poem describes as the gift of the goddess. The gift of the goddess and the term salvation is going to come back in a big way later on, so keep this in mind. Now, around this point in the story, having exhausted many other options, Genesis begins to theorize that the gift of the goddess signifies the planet's source of life, the life.
It also makes so much sense why he becomes so obsessed with a Loveless, poem, because he's seeing it as like some way it's essentially, at first he's maybe seeing it as like, explaining the limitations, but he also sees it as this way to sort of like break that fate that he may have.
Stream. Now, if you think that following an ancient epic's plot is weird, Genesis, in fact, is obsessed with the text of Loveless. Like other theorizers of Loveless, Genesis thought that...
I totally agree, Ectogama. We've talked about it on stream before, but yes, if he's in part 3, and I don't know if he will be, or if he's just precedent for changing fate. It has to make sense to people like you who haven't really engaged or played Crisis Core.
All of its events and the journey it depicted was real. More specifically, Genesis's perspective is that this story does in fact reflect the journey of all 3 of the friends, including the one he himself is going through. With this view, Genesis often wondered which of the characters he and his friends would play in this epic tale. And of course, out of all 3 of the roles in Loveless, the hero, the prisoner, and the wanderer, Genesis always desired the role of the hero. This goes back to Genesis's dream of joining Soldier to begin with. This dream was reflected in Genesis wanting to overcome Sephiroth, who at this point was viewed as the hero. But clearly, as we have discussed with the other 2 friends already, this role was not destined for Genesis. Rather than being the hero, he was always, ironically, fated to have the role of the prisoner. As a side note, one flies away, one is captured, and one becomes a hero. From Loveless is based.
So some of these like writings, by the way, that you'll see that he brings up, they're pulled from a guidebook, Crisis Core, like the complete guide, I think it's called. It's like that's where these things are from.
On the interpretation that Angeal flew away while Genesis became a prisoner of war, which leads to Zack's final line, "Would you say I became a hero?" We will come to define these roles more, like the assigned role of the hero with Zack, when we begin to discuss Remake. Going back to Crisis Core, while following Loveless is seemingly the least likely to succeed out of all of the things that Genesis attempted to do, and is clearly a last resort, it is through this path that Loveless creates that Genesis finds resolution on a physical level, a psychological level, a metaphorical level, and a larger spiritual level. Not only...
I mean, yes, Jesse, totally agree. That was one of the things in like in playing Crisis Core Reunion when it came out. What you're saying here, Genesis is actually a kind and caring guy, but has been given a raw deal and screwed over his whole life. So his frustration is a very human response. Yes.
Does Genesis find the cure for his degradation, finds acceptance in his
kind of similar to Sephiroth, yeah,
role in Loveless as the prisoner.
Not super kind. Does show like potential empathy in Ever Crisis, but
and in a place of purpose and belonging. He also, with the help of Zack, fulfills his childhood dream and has his honor restored, leading him to find peace in the conflict within him that drove him to become a monster to begin with. And last but not least, Genesis gains his humanity.
Also, I don't know how intentional it is. I mean, it is somewhat here because like Cloud has Sephiroth cells, so it's a way of like sharing a dumb apple, which was one of Genesis' dreams, was sharing a dumb apple with Sephiroth. But it is interesting, right, that how they set this up of like Cloud sitting next to Genesis and what they both represent, like Cloud looking for his who he really is, and changing up where things are going,
and defies his destiny, something that is going to open up our discussion to Remake and Rebirth. What resolves the entirety of Genesis's arc is what Genesis theorized all along. Chapter 10. At the end of the game, Zack, after reading about Genesis's dream to eat Banora white apples with Sephiroth in a scrapbook, finds Genesis deep below Banora. Having already killed Angeal and having attempted to kill Sephiroth, Zack attempts instead to reason with Genesis. However, Genesis explains to Zack that in order for him to receive the gift of the goddess, his salvation as Genesis puts it, he must fight Zack. While this may seem a bit confusing, there is some sense to what Genesis is attempting here from the perspective of Loveless. Because at this point in the story, not only has Zack inherited Angeal's will through the Buster Sword, he has also received a part of Sephiroth as well. While we didn't go over this part before, Zack and Cloud at this point in the story have received some of Sephiroth's cells. This was done through the Sephiroth copy experiment after their confrontation with Sephiroth in the Nibelheim incident. This leads Genesis to...
Wait, can you expand, Ben, what you're saying? It seems like this is what they're going to do with part 3.
Believe that...
I'm sorry, I just said rewind a little bit.
That in order for him to receive the gift of the goddess, his salvation as Genesis killed Angeal and having attempted to kill Sephiroth, Zack attempts instead to reason with Genesis. However, Genesis explains to Zack that in order for him to receive the gift of the goddess, his salvation as Genesis puts it, he must fight Zack. While this may seem a bit confusing, there is some sense to what Genesis is attempting here from the perspective of Loveless. Because at this point in the story, not only has Zack inherited Angeal's will through the Buster Sword, he has also received a part of Sephiroth as well. While we didn't go over this part before, Zack and Cloud at this point in the story have received some of Sephiroth's cells. This was done through the Sephiroth copy experiment after their confrontation with Sephiroth in the Nibelheim incident. This leads Genesis to believe that in fighting Zack at the end of the game, their confrontation fulfills all of the requirements for the missing final act of Loveless. And through this final act, Genesis will be bestowed the gift of the goddess that Genesis has been seeking. With that, Genesis announces that the planet has become his guardian and begins to absorb what he thinks is the gift of the goddess, that being a huge amount of life stream found.
But it's saying I'm Bunkai by the way. Oh, okay. It looks like that Genesis might represent Sephiroth with the black wing, and Zack's role might be played by Cloud. This part in Crisis Core might be repeated in part 3. Gotcha.
In a large red orb below Benora. This orb is what Genesis accurately describes as the divine protection of the planet. This divine protection being one of the things that the hero is meant to obtain in Loveless. In a final attempt to save Genesis from what Zack believes is Genesis's end, Zack pleads for him not to become a monster like the others, but to no avail. Genesis becomes another form of monster, a Red Knight. Genesis becomes known as Genesis Avatar. The definition for Avatar in Hinduism is a manifestation of a deity or released soul in bodily form on Earth.
I don't know, Sleepezi. I don't know. This is probably the worst video I've watched on this channel, honestly. You know, I don't know. I'm probably not going to finish it all. It's like that.
Incarnate divine teacher. Knowing that this is the form that Genesis becomes, alongside with what is said about the planet becoming Genesis's guardian moments before, this new form for Genesis is a very fitting choice, as you will see very soon. With this transformation, Zack fights Genesis. Genesis loses this battle with Zack with an unexpected result. Through this battle, rather than Genesis dying like the other friends, Genesis not only lives, but his degradation vanishes completely. Genesis's plan to cure himself by joining with the Lifestream seemingly works. Well, you may be wondering, how is this possible? We will explain that in a second. But as for now, with
fucking achieved it. Sleepezi told us the ending of Remake Part 3 literally 5 years ago. If anybody could tell us the end, it would be him.
This physical ailment gone, Genesis sets his sight on another, more personal mission to accomplish. Genesis, immediately after his first battle with Zack, having been physically cured, challenges Zack again. This time, however, Genesis intends to fight Zack for a different, more personal reason: to reclaim his soldier honor, which Genesis begins to finally understand in this moment to be the true gift of the goddess. The gift of the goddess. What the three men sought in Loveless. Genesis searched for the gift of the goddess as a way to heal his degradation, and came to the conclusion that the gift of the goddess would be bestowed on him when he reenacted Loveless. After the battle with Zack, Genesis realized the gift of the goddess was the soldier honor that had been sleeping inside of himself.
By the way, like the sleeping inside of himself is like so cloud coded, right? In terms of like that thing inside of you that you need to sort of like summon out of yourself.
We are going to talk about this dormant soldier honor, or Genesis's dormant humanity, in a few moments. So, after the battle with Zack, yet again, Genesis falls for the final time, and Genesis finds himself in the Lifestream, and here is where we start answering some of these questions. Upon entering the Lifestream, Genesis meets Minerva. Now, all you need to know about Minerva for this discussion is that she is the physical embodiment.
Sleepezi, since you're here, because I thought it was in this section, but maybe it's not. Where is the section where you, because I just watched this before stream, I wanted to show it on stream, but where is the section where you show the offer? Oh, I think it's right here, right? I wanted to show the overlapping Genesis, Sephiroth, Edge of Creation thing. It's here in Strength of Humanity, isn't it? It's like fucking needs to show it's the chat in case they haven't seen it.
Of the will of the life stream. All of Minerva's actions, expressions, reflect the life stream's own judgment in this scene with Genesis. It is here, after losing to Zack, and now on the brink of death, and in the life stream, that Genesis's fate begins to change. Rather than him going down the path of a soldier that we have seen with the other two friends, one that holds a monstrous fate, Genesis begins to go down the road that leads him to his own salvation. This is what the Crisis Core Complete Guide says about this interaction with Minerva, and by osmosis, the life stream. Genesis has reached the point where he is not afraid of degradation and death, because he is determined to regain his soldier honor and fulfill his role of a soldier. That is, Genesis is in a state of overcoming death. An impression of Genesis's strong will to fulfill his role as a soldier was accepted by the life stream, which concluded, go fulfill it.
Ben, run that back.
Accepted by the life stream.
Yeah, not afraid of death. Yeah, that is very Sephiroth, right? Genesis has reached a point where he is not afraid of degradation and death because he is determined to regain his soldier honor and fulfill his role of a soldier. That is Genesis in state of overcoming death. An impression of Genesis' strong will to fulfill his role as soldier was accepted by the live stream, which concluded, go fulfill it. So all of this chapter does set up, though, is like, I think it's interesting precedent for a model for someone like changing their potential destiny, right? Which is so core to the remake. It's very frontal in remake, right? People may say it's recessive in the original, but still there. And I wouldn't really fight them on it. But just interesting context, right? The one other thing I want to play before we jump into the actual game, Defy Destiny all of a sudden takes on a new meaning. Is this bit where I think
Chapter
it's here.
4. Zack, hearing of an attack on Shinra HQ, makes his way back to the company by running down the highway. He is stopped by Angeal, descending from the sky. Zack seeks an answer to why
Sephiroth has been running from ego death, a total end his whole arc. He needs to arrive at the place Genesis does, in my opinion. I think we are headed there in Part 3's finale, yeah.
Exactly, Angeal has been acting so irrationally. Zack explains to Angeal that he doesn't understand what Angeal is setting out to accomplish, or what he's thinking anymore.
I need your help.
Do you?
What he's thinking.
And look at these Japanese translations, like the more direct translations of this. Angeal outright says, lend me your strength.
Anymore.
I need your help.
Do you? Honestly, what are you thinking, Angeal?
I'm not really sure myself. At times, I feel as if my mind is mired in fog.
Once again, even if Angeal doesn't fully understand it himself at this moment, we can see clearly both the psychological effect of torment in Angeal, who seems to not be able to decide what side he is on, but also we are seeing a physical effect of the call of Jenova, both of which Angeal is failing to tackle. But regardless of both of these pulls, Angeal finds himself able to pull himself back, at least at this point in the story.
Personally, I hope Part 3 goes full Genesis loveless mode. I think this is why I think he may have a turn at the end after we defeat him, and why big if, he has built up sway over the live stream's collective will via negative live stream, he may do something with it. Yeah.
He does this with one thing.
But Zack, no matter what happens, I have to protect my honor. As long as I hold the Buster Sword.
It's here where we start to see the full weight of the Buster Sword's influence. While Angeal may in fact be becoming a monster, like the ones that he has chosen to fight against, Angeal uses the Buster Sword to remind himself of the humanity that it carries, and that he still carries with him, even if it's fading. This should be signaling to you the meaning behind a certain scene we have gone over many times in other videos, and there is a lot more to that.
But we will get to that later.
Continuing on, Angeal then calls Zack to take up arms with him once again, to fight for what they both believe is right.
Zack, join my battle. Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
All right. I'll help you.
Now, I want to bring attention.
My strength, I'll lend it to you. Lend me your strength.
At this moment to one of the biggest connections that this video will be making right now. While we have only been focusing solely on how these themes, motifs, and imagery builds the story of Crisis Core, it's time, however, to broaden our perspective, at least for a moment, to start talking briefly about what Remake and Crisis Core together.
In terms of what you're saying, Jesse, I'm going to be 100% honest, though. There's a chance we never hear of Loveless or Genesis in Part 3, and nothing is explained, like the White Feathers in Rebirth. I think it's possible that it may be the undercurrent, right? Like, it may be the subtext, ironically enough, that, like, if you understand Crisis Core and you played it prior to, you know, Part 3 and the rest of the trilogy, it might play out in a way that you see the connections. You're like, oh, shit. But they may not make it so explicit, you know? Especially, like, all the ways they've handled Genesis so far has been very, very much like that, right? Like, Loveless G Edition. And the interesting thing about the Loveless G Edition, right, is, like, they set it up as, like, so we just explored Genesis kind of conquers his destiny, right? He changes his destiny. And then Loveless G Edition, there's so many references in the promotion of this version of Loveless that are about audience participation. You know, there's that conversation between the NPCs that I showed, I may have even showed it last week, where there are like two NPCs outside of the theater in the Gold Saucer. And one of them says, oh, I've heard this version of Loveless is kind of crazy, right? Like, basically it could be a bit different. And then the person he's with, that he's watching the show with, she says, oh, I grew up in Sector 8. I know everything about Loveless. And it's like, almost like, you can't surprise me. So I think there's something interesting to that in terms of like what Genesis represents in his story and within the story of Loveless. And then the fact that like Loveless G Edition is the version that we have in Remake.
Have set up for Rebirth, because for those of you who are
yeah, we'll check out the Kunsel email when we play the game.
Unfamiliar perhaps with this scene that we have just gone over in Crisis Core, you have actually already...
Oh, you never picked up on that, Bean? Let me pull it up. Just because we're like talking Loveless. Let me just find that real quick. Oh, you know what? I sent it to Sleepezi with the timestamp. Not too long ago. Probably the faster way to get to it. Yeah, here we go.
Scene.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up to these NPCs, and they're gonna be having a conversation. That conversation in pants. Right here.
I grew up in Sector 8, so trust me when I say I know everything about Loveless.
Wave this dialogue. All right, listen. It's gonna come back around.
The edition of the show allows for audience participation. Isn't that exciting?
I grew up in Sector 8, so trust me when I say I know everything about Loveless.
So he says, so, I mean, it's basically what it just said, so I don't need to, like, beat it over your head, but just an interesting parallel between the way that, like, we as fans talk about FF7 and then, like, how they talk about, Loveless.
A version of this conversation, just not in Crisis Core. You have already heard this dialogue.
Oh yeah, this is what I was waiting for.
A version of Crisis
this out.
Core, unfamiliar perhaps with this scene that we have just gone over in Crisis Core, you have actually already seen a version of this conversation, just not in Crisis Core. You have already heard this dialogue too, because this conversation is actually in Remake, at the end of the highway and at the edge of creation.
Zack,
Cloud,
join my battle.
lend me your strength.
Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
Let us defy destiny together.
What this shows us is what both of these forces that we have been talking about this entire time eventually leads to. The theme of Crisis Core is succession, as it is the literal title of the melody that circulates throughout the entire soundtrack of Crisis Core's music. Succession has two definitions.
Sleepy's editing is so fucking good. Like, people say, "Oh, your videos are edited really well." I wish I could edit as well as this. It's so good. I just want to watch that supercut one more time, and then we'll play Crisis Core.
Just not in Crisis Core. You have already heard this dialogue too, because this conversation is actually in Remake, at the end of the highway and at the edge of creation.
Zack,
Cloud,
join my battle.
lend me your strength.
Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
Let us defy destiny together.
What this shows us.
Fuck. Cinema. Yeah. All right. That's enough setup. We kind of get the point. We'll get into more of it as we play the game. Let me just run to the bathroom one more time, and then we'll get started. Be right back. All right. So I don't know how long we will go. I'm thinking maybe like a couple more hours. I'm just trying not to like do another crazy long stream. I knew the early part, like watching that video, a couple of videos, was going to take some time, but we'll see. You know how I am. I say this stuff and then I'm like, well, I'm having fun. And then I stream for 17 hours. I'm going to switch to category on Twitch. Do I need any of these tabs? No, let's close them. Okay. Finally made it. Oh, Natalie, what's going on? Oh, it's not the tail end at all. I mean, we're just about to start playing Crisis Core. So it's the end of like chatting. Like typical chatting. Yeah, but no, Sleepezy's editing is so good. All right, let me pull up the game. Steam. We were just like talking for probably about an hour about the story of Crisis Core to get us into the actual playthrough. Add game capture. Crisis Core. Hi, Chimera Kate. We're about to start the game. Oh, there it is. Transform. Hit the screen. Just need to drag it down. Okay. Cool. So we're all set up. Let me just get my chat in the right place. Hey, Red Sarge. Hello, Chimera Kate. We are activating combat mode. Shall we watch this too? Let's watch this. Not sure how long I'm gonna be watching. Hotel Wi-Fi. Oh, I feel that. I've been there. We'll probably play for about a couple hours. We'll see though, because you know me, sometimes get carried away. It's like a AMV. I don't know if I've ever truly watched this whole thing. Very cool. All right. New game. Do hard mode. I think it was like a summon attack, Jake. Oh, the black and white feathers on the intros. Are you for real? I didn't notice that either. When we get to a point where we can go back to the title screen, I will go back. Yeah, I'll do like side stuff for sure. It's not a super long game. And I want to hear like Sephiroth fan club and all that shit.
Troops have hijacked Shinra Express, Mark 93-2.
Oh, it's it. Mess the volume.
Midgard Sector 8. A soldier operative will be inserted to neutralize the situation. Remember to proceed as scheduled. Commence mission in 3, 2, 1. Mark. Begin mission. Operative
Is Minerva like a super boss? I don't remember.
The train has been overrun by Wu-Tai troops. Eliminate them and regain control of the train.
Oh yeah.
Get serious.
Zack, focus. There are no Shinra troops on this train. Understood?
Hello to you too. Come and get it.
I'm not gonna lie, this intro is a little fan servicey, just because it's like it's so directly mirrors the OG FF7. It's kind of contrived to have him like fighting Shinra troopers who are actually Rutayan operatives, but it's a cool scene, so really cool.
Soldier second class Zack on the job.
Yeah, I can trust how he dies in the end, yeah. But it's also such a clear link to the OG FF7 intro. It's fine as a piece of fan service. I'm just like, yeah, it's kind of funny. There's no real reason to simulate the scenario.
Zack speaking.
Making progress, Zack?
Angeal, what's going on? Why are we fighting Shinra troops?
They're Wutai troops in disguise. Now, head to the open area above.
You mean towards Sector 8?
Yes. But first, you're gonna have to clear a path.
Clear a path?
You'll see what I mean. Be careful.
Yeah, the whole game is a little bit of fun fan service, yeah.
Within reason.
It's showtime.
Activating combat mode.
Okay. I played a little bit of this last night just to test out the system and the mods and whatnot. I don't really have... I have one mod, which is like a little graphical update mod. But... I kept healing myself with Circle because I was using it to roll. Which... Not the greatest. Okay, equipment Syria, yeah, I know.
Conflict resolved.
Conflict resolved.
Not too bad.
Piece of cake. I'll make first in no time.
Go up the stairs at the end of the platform.
You got it.
Another recursion, yeah. Played this in Scene Joe, it's cool, it's cool. You feel, by the way, it feels like a very, like, portable game, right? Oh my god, knocked. Is that the, like, V2? Yeah, the V2 with the Japanese one? That's, like, super popular?
Activating combat mode.
Okay, DMVs, slot reels spinning at the top left corner. I do need a refresher on this. I know it's a digital mind wave. When certain images or numbers match on the DMW, it provides a variety of effects. The reels expend SP to automatically spin and stop. More images are collected as the game progresses. When image is matched, a limit break state is entered, and limit break move is added to your stock. There's enhancements are granted according to the number shown. Furthermore, when a number match occurs during a real image limit verge, Zack and or his equipment level up. The other thing that was like cool is like they let you stock up the limits because you just had to use them, right, in the original. Okay. He's not even turning. I did do this fight last night, so I'm like, I kind of know everything I need to do. I didn't read these though. When all the image rolls match, yeah, I put that. Stock limit break moves can be unlimited, can be unleashed at a time of your choosing, but they will all vanish by the end of the battle. Okay. Ah, should've got me. Ah, should've got me again.
Brace yourself. Concentrate. I'm feeling
It is funny that this behemoth just does not move. Once I had him turned around, once I was behind him, he just never switched up. He never turned to face me.
Showing your
except for after the limit break.
Overconfidence will destroy you.
What is this? Damn it. You're not the only hero.
It's over.
Hero. Damn, it's like what Sephiroth did to Cloud, the edge of creation. Yeah, get used to conflict resolve. There was a mod that removes that in activating combat mode, but I couldn't, my heart couldn't do it. I couldn't take it out. I gotta wait in chat from Ben and Ever Crisis reference? What is the Ever Crisis reference? Exactly.
Thanks, Angeal.
I was about to say he looks so weird there, but yeah, because he's just a simulation projection type thing. I think Sephiroth is part of the simulation. He's not literally there.
Training's over.
Why?
I think.
You
It's the only way it makes sense.
I was just getting warmed up.
Zack. Embrace your dreams.
Huh?
If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams. And honor.
I mean, it is so like important to, I mean, it makes sense why, like the inside, like this is the very intro of the game, and it's like giving us that initial concept, right? which becomes so important to the rest of the game. It's what Zack says at the very end. But we, I think, collectively are like, just like Zack at this moment, like, huh? Save game. My first save. 'Cause I didn't save last night when I just tried it out. I was just testing things out. Squats.
Hey, Zack. You seem a little on edge. Can you blame me? All this training and no assignments. Like they're hanging me out to dry. You must be pretty busy with everyone off base. Off base? Wait, haven't you heard? There's been a mass desertion at Soldier. Huh?
I do like how it's very much just like kept the art style of the original, but like, man, it looks way better, right? Like, it actually looks quite good.
One of the firsts has deserted. Took a bunch of seconds and thirds with him. All from Wutai. Motive, goal, all a mystery right now. This mass soldier desertion is why your training's on hold. Whoa.
If anything, the cutscenes just look dated.
Zack,
you're up.
Yeah, finally. Time for some real action.
Yes, it'll be your show.
Yes!
Report to Director Lazard. There'll be a briefing.
Ectogamut, yes, 100%.
It's good to finally meet face to face. Lazard, Director of Soldier.
Hey,
On to business.
President Shinra's bastard kid.
Soldier First Class Genesis. A month ago, he went missing during a mission in Wutai. Know anything about this?
not a clue.
The mission is currently stuck in limbo. That's why we've decided to send you.
To Wutai?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
war
true.
has gone
Amuro.
on long enough.
I've recommended you for first.
Oh, Angeal! I love you, man! Angeal!
Don't make me regret this, Zack.
Sir.
Once you're packed.
It does charm me now, I will say.
After entering Wutai, we go straight to work. If you have any questions about missions and combat, he can help you.
Hey, Zack. Anything you want to know? Just ask. First, we should really go over combat. You probably got a handle on it in training, but I sent you a mail explaining the basics.
Oh, the mail.
Take a look, okay?
Fucking Kunsel and his emails. Now, if they really wanted to remake it for 2025, they would have made a Slack messaging system. You know, so it wouldn't be emails, there would just be Slack messages. They could call them Clack. As the story progresses, you'll receive mail from various people. You can view your mail by going to mail from the main menu. When you have an unread mail, you can also check tutorials. Got it. I hate Slack so much. Yeah, me too. And the problem with Slack for people in chat who also have the same work experience is just the shitty thing is now I don't know what to look at. I don't know what to look at email, to look at Slack. Where was that message? Was it Slack? Was it email? Was that file sent over a Slack? Which Slack? There's like 17 channels with like different combinations of the same people. It's like, just like this one has 6 people, this one has 5, this one has 4, this one has 7. It's like, Jesus. I do need to fix a couple things in the settings. Oh, it is virtual full screen. Then why is my mouse still locked when I'm in it? There we go. Check the mail. Controls, I know. And there you can I forgot about the recover HP. But it uses potions. Okay. When you're on the map. Battle controls. Yep. Got it. Yeah, they got a marker. Cool. The mail tutorial in the mail. Door barrier and barrier regen. Yeah, I love that shit. Can't wait to get those materia. Yep. Alright. I don't need to buy anything right now.
You will take over the assignment as Genesis's replacement. As soon as you're ready, proceed to Wutai. You will...
If you have any questions...
Oh, shit.
After entering Wutai, we go straight to work. If you have any questions about missions and combat, he can help you.
So, did you read it?
Yep.
Thoughts? I mean, I doubt you'd get it all in one read. That is so not true.
I was in circle on accident, but yes, Natalie, I was doing that last night when I was testing the game out. I was doing the exact same thing. Let's turn the volume up a little bit. I was doing the exact same thing when I was testing the game out last night.
It's there if you want to review. Oh, the materia you were using during training has been
WhatsApp group, I just caught that.
Powerful materia have to be earned. Those are the soldier rules.
Yuffie wouldn't like that.
Now, let's talk about missions. The various services Shinra provides for civilians, those are what we call missions. To take on missions, you first have to register your information on the mission board.
So
once registered, you can look
handheld
up
game.
mission information on your handset. I'll show you how to register on the board.
I think it's fine. You know, I'll get used to it. I never end up like changing controls in games, really. I guess I could. It's fine. I'll get used to it.
Here.
Easy Mid, thank you for the bits. 462 bits. Thank you so much.
Now that you're officially registered, you should try a mission.
Everyone also on YouTube, if you could hit the like button as well for the stream. Helps people find the stream, helps people find the VOD once it's over,
The save
so.
points that way. If you're not completely sure about something, read the tutorial mail that I sent
Shit,
you.
my goal there. Do I have a bits goal? I don't even know if I do. Your progress can be saved. That's also where you do the missions, right? I don't know if missions are available right now. Oh, there they are. You can register for doing missions when you clear the mission. Let's do a mission chat. Also, how do I save? Oh, it's like a, yeah, it's, there it is. I want to know how they provided material loadouts in this game. Yeah, I know, right? They couldn't do it in Rebirth. But here they do it. Here they figure it out.
Activating combat mode.
Limit gauge at 5 stages. Heavenly, sky high, high, normal. Got it. Become more effective if they're used after an attack. Yes, the more successive attacks come before, the stronger. Yeah, just like this. Just like that. Okay. Numbers 476. The image reels are in limited verge state. I already read this.
Conflict resolved. Oh yeah.
Fun time. Yeah, they really kind of were saving that for part 3, weren't they? I would, you know what I really would kind of really dig is that Materia fusion stuff that Crisis Core has. I mentioned it many times, but you'll see I get super into it.
I could have done it blindfolded. You're the man.
Cool, still hyping us up as always. Oh, you'll find out.
I almost forgot to tell you.
What'd you forget?
Let me explain about these supplies. In these
oh yeah, my items.
You'll find items, so they're provisions for soldier members. Make sure they don't go to waste.
For sure.
I wonder what's in there today.
Let's find out. You can interact with the dispenser 10 times.
Right. Looks like you're all right. Lastly.
Oh, more mail.
I sent mail to your handset. You can also get messages from Director Lazard and news about the company.
From the director.
You should check it regularly.
Shit.
Who knows? Maybe you'll even get mail from new friends you make.
Kunsel, you're just like trying to tell us, let's be friends. That's all that's happening here. Kunsel's just like, hey, can we please be friends? I'm gonna email you a lot. Hopefully you email me back.
Yes. But don't.
Yeah, there is mail from Eric too.
You get from girls, okay?
Ah, he caught it. He caught it.
Well, I guess that's everything. Looks like it's time for you to head. You're with Angelo,
Everyone cares
right?
about Kunsel.
Yeah. Thanks for all the help.
They teased him in Remake, but we never actually saw him in Remake. Okay, shop, yep. Equipment, okay. Oh, I do have cure, that's cool. I don't think I have any. Oh, I have a bronze bangle. I'll just move it up to the right slot. Kunsel here. Congrats on your first email. Now that you've got your mail account ready, allow me, your loyal and well-connected pal, to give you lots of insider info. Why? Because I'm such a nice guy, and I know you and your one-track mind don't know what I know. He's so excited. Midgar Construction Project. Midgar is a city floating 300 meters in the air, linked to the ground by train and highway transit. We utilize a total of 8 Mako reactors sequentially numbered, starting with the northern reactor, to supply electricity to the city. Construction continues smoothly. Shinra Company headquarters in Sector 4 are the last and scheduled to be completed. The headquarters interior in Sector 0 is complete and already in operation. The exterior is slated for completion in 2 years, while the surrounding city will be finished in 7 years. Reeve 2SD, City Director of City Planning. So they're still in the middle of like building stuff at this point in Midgar's history. When you say Kunsel here, I was tapping into my inner Bryce. I've seen your streams when you do your, I don't know what voice it is exactly. It's kind of like a Sonic voice. That's how I read it.
Hey, there's a limit.
But you have that kind of voice and that energy. I was just tapping into that.
Not that generous.
Oh, so I can't get more free shit? Okay.
Hey,
somebody in chat lied to me. I thought I could do it 10 times.
You're with Angio, right?
He's like, you're in jail, right? Good luck.
Please get ready to go at once.
Jeez, all right. Are there any more missions though? No? I'm a chronic saver. You have anything else to say?
You will take a soon.
All right, I already know.
It's time to.
right, Wutai. It will give you something if you... Oh, hold on. Hold on a second.
Hey, here's a limit. Hey, here's... Hey,
That's like 4, 5,
Hey,
6,
hey,
7,
hey,
8,
hey, here's...
9,
Hey, here's a lip.
10.
You're with Angie.
Oh, shit. The wrong thing.
Hey, here's a... Hey, here's a lip. Hey, here's a lip. Hey, here's a limit. Here's a limit to...
Did they patch it?
Here's a... Hey, here's a... Hey, here's...
Yeah, it's not happening.
It's time to head to Wutai. Are you...
I am ready. I'm always ready.
I'll be joining you as well.
I'm Zachariah Bear.
Sir.
By the way, what is your dream? To become first? Is it?
No.
To be a hero. So, I mean, tapping is what we're just talking about.
Unattainable
For like an hour.
best kind.
Unattainable dreams are the best kind. Right? Like, in the context of like all the dream stuff with Remake Trilogy, that line takes on another meaning.
Thanks.
But that's what I would expect these devs to do, is like go back to the well a little bit. Explore some of these concepts.
Fort Tamblin is straight ahead. Let's go. The unit is already standing by.
You two there! Hold it!
Okay then. Leave this to me.
Activating combat mode.
It's so funny, chat, because like the weather, I mean not weather, but the like daylight savings, it's like dark outside, and I'm like, shit,
Okay,
what time is it? Like 6:30?
Calm down.
It's only 5.
No can
Thank God.
do. I mean, the director is watching, right? So I have to make a good impression.
Zach, heard of dumb apples?
No? What's that?
Activating combat mode.
You really don't know. Well, so much for you making first.
Whoa, wait!
See, it's like my first time playing this game. Lines like that were part of why I was like, what am I playing? Just because it's like, what's this thing called dumb apples? What could that possibly have to do with joining Soldier? It's like lines like that that obviously I'm, you know, I appreciate now what this game is, and we just talked about the story for a while. But it's like little moments like that, like, what are we doing? What are you talking about? Dumb apples? Even the name Dumb Apples is kind of dumb. But yeah. And truly to understand, weirdly enough, I mean, maybe he's right, with like how Genesis made Dumb Apples, and so it's kind of like, yeah.
What's this dumb apple?
I'd be very curious to watch a certain Australian YouTuber play Crisis Core. I would love to hear that person's take on the dialogue, because holy shit.
Activating combat mode.
You flee from battle. I'm not gonna flee from no damn battle.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Ooh, I mixed it up with the ice. I laughed my ass off if he praised it, yeah. Okay.
So Angeal!
Oh my god, this beat.
What's the deal with dumb apples?
The official name is Benora White. The trees bear fruit at random times during the year. Because of that, the townspeople affectionately call them dumb apples. The local farms had plenty of them to spare.
Oh, really? So you stole them?
We were poor, Zach.
Nice excuse.
But even then, I had my honor. The largest Benora white tree grew on a wealthy man's estate. It was rumored that those apples tasted the best. But I never stole from that tree, because the wealthy man's son was my friend.
If he was a friend, you should have just asked for some.
Honor can be quite a burden at times.
And what exactly does this have to do with me?
No story is not worth hearing.
What?
No one likes a
That's
narc,
it?
Zach.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot.
So Cricket Step, yes, basically I was in the same place as you. I did talk about it earlier in stream. Definitely Sleepezi's videos about Crisis Core really helped me appreciate the dialogue, I mean the story separate from the dialogue, which I know Jesse and chat enjoyed, but like for myself, I just didn't really connect with. But you know, when you really separate sorry, at least when I really separate the story from like the dialogue or some of the telling of the story, you could see not only how important it is to the remake trilogy, but some of the interesting things that it explores. Everything's so out of context, even in context. Yeah. Let's save. I prefer to refer to scrumping by its... I have no idea what that means. Apple larceny? Thank you, King U Siri, for following the channel. For the follow. I said for following the channel, like I was reading the OBS thing.
Q.
The diversion will allow us to...
Oh, scrumping is a British term.
Right.
Got it.
I'll set the bomb inside the fortress. You'll charge the front gate and...
Uh-huh. And? And?
Indulge yourself.
He is such a kid.
That's what I do best.
The puppy dog energy.
Come on, B unit.
I could see a young kid, you know, talking like that though, right?
I've
Like
never actually seen you use that. Don't you think it's sort of a waste?
the excited, like
wear, tear, and rust. And that's a real waste.
You're serious, aren't you?
Yeah. I can be pretty cheap.
Yeah, no kidding.
Begin mission.
Amazing Rebirth video seen from Max. Thank you so much, King Siri. Yeah, now we're jumping into Crisis Core, since that might help with understanding everything remake related. I did a Rebirth playthrough also that you could find on my channel. The VOD channel has like the majority of that playthrough. And like the last is a finale playthrough was here on YouTube, and I've been streaming here on YouTube since. I was having trouble with like the YouTube streaming for whatever reason. It wouldn't set up correctly. Let me grab the VOD channel for you though, just in case you want to check out the Rebirth playthrough. Here we go. I should just create a command for it. But there you go. Heightened emotions. As you progress through the story, Zach's emotions toward characters he meets are sometimes heightened, and in turn, it affects DMW. I'm also gonna like adjust the audio mix when I get the chance. I'm gonna make dialogue higher than other things.
Prepare to swarm him.
Yeah, Caleb's performance isn't like amazing because, like I said, he's trying to imitate Rick Gomez rather than just doing his own thing. So in how do I switch? I know the tutorial just told me how to switch, but oh, that's weird. Oh, switch target is L1. Oh, got it.
Got him. Take that. Take that.
Or am I an MP? I shouldn't use so much MP. This combat system gets like so much better once you unlock other abilities. But like I was saying, like Caleb, I think it helps when he is able to just do his own thing, which we saw a lot of in Rebirth. What? I'm out of MP. How do I get his ass then?
Conflict resolved.
Oh, he fleed. Yeah. I probably overdid it with the MP. Oh, I could have used an ether. I'm an idiot. I also think Caleb is trying to tap into like younger Zack. So not only is he trying to,
It's Soldier! Damn! Stop him!
Activating combat mode.
not only is he imitating. Oh, that takes AP. Not only is he imitating.
Conflict resolved.
So not only is he imitating. Okay, Chimera.
Are you in?
Piece of cake.
Not only is he imitating Rick Gomez, but he's also trying to tap into like a teenager, you know.
For anti-soldier purposes. It should be somewhere in the fort.
So, if I can take it out, will I make first?
Depends on the quality of work. Your main task is diversion. Run amok.
Diversion,
gather
like
attention.
Glenn.
Do well, and you'll gain favor with Director Lazard.
That'll be a cakewalk. Just watch.
Stand up a little bit. Enter Fort Tamlin, defeat as many Wutai as possible. The more enemies you defeat, the better your evaluation as soldier will be. Okay, let's restore my HP. I can't use items here. I might need some. Yeah, I'm gonna need. Ooh, only have one ether. Damn, how do I gain AP? I guess it's just through combat. Hopefully. We gotta get as many battalions as possible.
Activating combat mode.
Magic attacks are effective against enemies with elemental weaknesses. Weaknesses can be identified with an element icon that appears. Okay.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
It's a good point, Zach. You're 16. Yeah, he's super young. God damn it. I Britt Baron is the GOAT performance. Oh my god, Tifa. I've talked about it before on stream. Like, Britt Baron is my favorite performance in the entire cast. She's like spot on. She's just perfect. Let's bring down the background a little bit and the sound effects. Cody Christian's first ever voice star role, yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Damn, I never recover AP. This might be like a hard mode thing. Seems to be more careful with resources. That gives you extra damage from behind too.
Oh yeah! Fire! Fire!
I think there's another path, isn't there? Maybe not here. Maybe it's at a different point. Actually, yeah, map is good. Oh, they just kept me away.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Okay.
Oh yeah!
Ah, I keep pressing square to interact with items and chests because like that's the way it is in Remake. Do you find it interesting that although CCR was developed alongside Remake, they never put any stamp logos in it? Not so much. Only because they think they're, I mean, they really did obviously try to, I keep doing it. They obviously are trying to keep the core original game the same. Ow.
Later.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I definitely like expected them to link a remake more directly, given the fact that they titled it Reunion, etc. Like, I expected some kind of difference to be part of this. But then, I mean, I don't think we really clearly understood.
Activating combat mode.
There's definitely a reason why they didn't do that. We'll find out why it's not as blatant at some point. It's a proper remaster, but there's also like a lore reason for it, in my opinion.
There he is! Get him!
Activating combat mode.
Oh, you moved.
Later.
Conflict resolved.
Ironically enough, right? It's like remake in the traditional sense, or remastered in the traditional sense, yeah.
We make our stand here! Ready, aim!
Oh, this is where I get the option of like 2 different ways to approach.
It's over.
I forgot what the benefit of using a different route is or not. Shoot, what is the other route anyway? What is the other route? I just don't think they needed any story differences in CC because the main point of where the plot diverges is Zack's last stand. Yes, Jesse, yes. It's funny because though people thought that they would show a version of that. Oh, here it is.
Fort Tamblin will not fall to a lowly group of thugs like soldiers.
People thought they would show a version of like the Tamp time. Like people thought Crisis Core Reunion would end with Zack surviving the last stand, so that it added up.
To protect our homeland, we must stand against our enemies, no matter what, even if it means our lives. In Wutai,
Delta, I want to talk about that actually.
What? Retreat! Against bad odds, retreat is the best strategy.
I got a potion, nice. Let's talk about that now, while we're just on the topic. And this happens during my playthroughs. We end up talking about like big theory stuff, but let's check this out. Let's watch the very, very end of Crisis Core Reunion. Crisis, the G edition. Crisis Core Reunion ending. Let's have it. Some of these just end on Zack's last stand. Okay, here it is. So spoilers, but I'm pretty sure everyone here is down with all the spoilers.
Hey.
So I don't know how true this is. I don't know. This is something I literally thought about right before stream. Let me go to the watching screen real quick. So I literally just thought about this right before this. When I was watching Sleepezy's video, I was thinking about this. Because I mentioned earlier, right, that like they've kind of set up a dynamic where, and if you remember the description of the box art for Rebirth, the description of the box art for Rebirth said, Nomura talked about like pulling the destinies of like Cloud, Destiny, right? FF7 Rebirth box art, Nomura. Quote. So he said, created by creative director Tetsuya Nomura, this artwork represents 3 worlds that form the axis of the story of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You can't see that. There's no, damn it. Ugh. That's in this X. Created by creative director Tetsuya Nomura, this artwork represents the 3 worlds that form the axis of the story of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Sephiroth is the center, as he represents the instigator of the events of the past. Cloud and Zack are on the side as they represent their destinies being torn apart by Sephiroth. So that was the main thing I wanted to focus on, was like this idea of like their destinies being torn apart. So earlier I talked about how in the Loveless poem, it talks about, you know, the ripples on the water, like basically when something happens, it has a ripple effect on people, reality, etc. So when Angeal dies, it has a ripple effect on Zack. When Zack dies, it has this ripple effect on Cloud. And I talked about how what I thought was interesting is that, like, what happens in the remake trilogy is they show us a version of Zack's last stand where Zack lives. Now, within that world, it wouldn't have the same ripple. Like, Zack wouldn't have died and had the same ripple on Cloud. And if you remember at the end of the highway in Remake, Eric talked about, hey, if we change fate, if we change like an act of destiny, it can change who we are. And that's what she was afraid of. And so if you were to play that out, you know, logically, that means like if there were a world where Zack did not die, then that would sort of like change Cloud in some way, right? Like his journey, his everything would be different. And then I brought up that Sleepezi video, right? And in the Sleepezi video, I just want to bring this quote up because it's important to this ending conversation.
Us is what
just to go back to this Nomura quote, he said,
story ends up, where it's going, story is relevant, and a...
So he said, how the story ends up where it's going is a huge mystery, so I can't give you a direct answer. However, Crisis Core's story is relevant to the original Final Fantasy VII. It takes place in the same timeline, but it is also relevant and part of the remake's timeline. So I mentioned earlier at the start of this whole Crisis Core conversation, I thought it was interesting that Nomura pulled those two things apart, right? He treated them as separate things, equally affected by Crisis Core. So Crisis Core affects the OG FF7 timeline, or, you know, let's just say timeline. He says timeline, so fuck it. So it affects the original FF7 timeline, and then it also equally affects the remake timeline, right? He's saying it affects both, but he also treats them as like slightly different. So if there were a scenario where one version of Crisis Core leads into the original FF7, and there are another version of Crisis Core that leads into Remake, then it kind of makes sense why the ending of Crisis Core Reunion plays out this way. Is there no audio here? Or it's just very quiet, this scene?
Hey.
I don't remember this area.
Would
why
you
is
say
that?
I became a hero?
What's up with the audio? Crisis Core Reunion ending. And like I said, I just thought of this before this stream. This video doesn't show the whole thing. Why's my audio? It's like a copyright thing. It's the same video, that's why. Don't
forget. I became a hero.
Okay, so totally broke my momentum, but like I said, if there is a version of Crisis Core that sets up the original FF7, and there's a version of Crisis Core that sets up Remake, it kind of makes sense why we see this. the ending leads into OG FF7 with this scene. Now, this could just be asset reuse. For whatever reason, they decided, hey, it's easier to sort of like use this more OG scene, and then it's easier to use this more original scene. I don't know why, but so here we have Remake, right? This is a remake version of this scene. In the original PSP version, there was one of these, the Aerith scene, but it was in, you know, Crisis Core graphics. So they're like connecting Remake and it transitions to this, which is how it was on the PSP. It's the cloud scene in the PSP graphics. And so now that I know Nomura said, it sets up both
My name is Cloud.
OG FF7 and Remake. It kind of makes sense. I didn't know why they did it this way. And obviously it says, like, we continued in Final Fantasy VII. Oh, this version of it doesn't have it. So I wonder, that's where my brain goes. I'm like, oh, maybe that's what it was. Maybe the end, maybe Crisis Core Reunion sets up a version of the story that's the original, as we know it, and Remake, as we're experiencing it. So just checking out chat. What was your white feather idea? All right, let's close this. Get back to the game. Turn the audio back on for the game. Cloud also prays to his sword, like in Rebirth. I mean, he prays to his sword at the end of Crisis Core as well.
Activating combat mode.
3 of these. Ow, shit. Oh, you bitch.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Good work, Zack. Enemy forces within the fort have been halved. You can proceed to the central area.
I want to beat all the enemies.
Understood. Eliminate any remaining enemies you find.
Where was that? Shoot. It was over here. Oh wait, there's more.
Come and face us, soldier! If you
Kind of a new
dare.
question. What does the title Crisis Core actually mean?
Where did he go?
I mean, I always just saw it as like the crisis at the core of FF7, but I don't know.
Treachery!
Activating
That's kind of where my interpretation stopped. Because I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So I don't know if it's more than that or not.
Conflict
Oh, level up Blizzard. Nice.
This is to be lurking in every corner. This fortress will not fall easily.
Yeah, just now.
It will fall easily
I was
to
checking
me.
out a revolving wall and was jumped.
Other walls may be trapped too. Stay alert.
Zack, Sephiroth, and Cloud all suffer a major crisis internally, and it's a crisis of the core of their values. Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, Jesse, yeah. That's actually a better description than what I had. Oh man, there are a lot of troops in here. Oops, I keep doing the wrong thing. Oh, and here too.
To think one man did this much damage to us. I can no longer just sit back and watch.
Halt! You'll pay for what you did. Your life will come to an end here.
He's no match for 3 Wutai sergeants. Let's take him out.
I don't think I ever did all of the enemies in the fort.
Wutai!
Activating combat mode.
Got him!
Ah!
Later!
I.
Got him!
Gotta hate YouTube chat.
New intel. Enemy troops are stationed inside the 2 fortress towers.
I see.
You don't want them tracking your position. Take out the other tower.
I will take out the other tower, but I'm suddenly, like, regretting not buying more potions. Was there a save point up there? No, I don't think so. Not that way. Feeling Fort Hamlin be the Coliseum in part 3. Here we go. There's another wall. What are these? Oh man, the Wutai part in part 3, they're gonna do so much, I think.
I see him. 38th Templin unit. Charge!
I'm gonna need to use them elixir.
Activating combat mode.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Ah, shit. Alright, hard mode, living up to the title. Ah! What happens when you die in this game? How far does it go back? Starting point of battle. Okay.
Activating combat mode.
Ay, ay, ay.
Don't you think it's about time you use that sword of yours?
Yeah, the review equipment
is heavy and
they should have a review equipment option.
Then why don't you bring a lighter one? Bringing out the big guns.
Prove your
They should have that in Remake.
I got it.
Conflict resolved.
Chat, Remake is I mean, hard mode is more difficult than I thought. Where am I at? Okay. What am I looking for? Right, the next one's up this way. Oh, right here. Zach would take out all the Wu-Tai-ins, though. He would.
Conflict resolved. The end.
He's an overachiever. I also like Crisis Core, but it adds some things I really dislike. Yeah, I mean, most kind of expansions on fiction, right? Like, God, look at Star Wars, right? Like, there's so many things in Star Wars people hate. And I'm with them on a lot of them. Wait, where the hell are they? I feel like it's here. It is here. Do I need to unlock this somehow? Do you go around the other side? Yeah, let's try that.
Activating combat mode.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Later.
Ow.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Can they get some extra goodies for taking them all out? Or it's not all of them.
Activating combat mode.
The end. Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Got all of them. That's it. It's the first time fully cleared Fort Tamblin. I don't think I've ever tried doing that. Okay.
Zach, nicely done. We have successfully occupied the fort.
I have helped Shinra
Attention, but
take over.
impressive. You did well. Keep pressing forward.
Assaults on Fort Tamblin complete. Hell yeah. I got mail? I got mail? Soldier responsibilities. This is from Lazard. Soldier members, I thank you for your daily hard work. As you all well know, a great number of our comrades have left the company. There is now some concern within the company whether this will lead to a decline in soldiers' combat abilities. However, we can also take this pressure as a chance to prove how indispensable we are to the company by providing our strength as a small but elite group. I hope you take advantage of this mission where we'll be bringing an end to the war with Wu-Tai. To do your best and prove yourself. Nothing here? Okay. Is this Yuffie time? Is this Yuffie time?
That must be the central
Goofy
area.
Yuffie? It's also, is there a save point as well? That would be. There is a save point. Hell yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Oh. Ow. Ow. Level up, hell yeah. If Zack went to the party, he would spoil the plot twist about Cloud's identity real fast. Yeah, I've thought about that, especially if Tifa's around. If Tifa is around, we talked about this in the Discord. If Tifa is around, he would immediately spoil, because she would immediately recognize him and kind of tell people the context. Ow. Shit.
Conflict resolved.
Yeah, Delta, you would think, but there are like a shocking amount of people that still have not put together Zack and Cloud. They still have not put it together. I know that seems crazy. Situation with Wutai. We have received reports from the security and soldier departments on the state of war with Wutai. We have been in negotiations with Wutai for years in order to peacefully resolve the long dispute regarding Mako extraction in the region. However, Wutai's steadfast refusal has resulted in aggravated tensions. In order to break through this impasse, we have decided to resume military action. A special attack force of the smallest size has been mobilized. That's us. That is us. Okay. Shops. How much money do I have? I have a decent amount. Thank God. So I need a decent amount. Soma's nice. I think I'm good on remedies for right now. Let's save. Are there any missions to have, like, here in the middle of the Fort Zamblin one? No, okay. I'm gonna use some of my items as well. Oh, I'm good. Save point. They have healed me, I guess. Take that. Take that. Here we go. Yuffie.
Avoid training when you can. 2.
And what have you found out, Bitcourse?
All costs. 3. Ugly Shinra soldier dudes must be punished.
Who are you?
I'm Wutai's greatest warrior.
There she is, chat.
It's over for you because now you have to face me.
A little kid?
It's the origins of her gold saucer date.
Go on home now.
You're the one going home. If you want to go any further, you're gonna have to go through me.
Oh man. What am I supposed to do here?
Shoo ha! Take that, bad guy. Shoo ha!
No! You got me!
You gotta play along with kids.
That'll teach you to mess with me. Once again, I saved Wutai.
Yeah, without she plays in the new games, she lives up to her own hype, right? Like, holy crap.
Boy, oh boy.
She's a nuke.
That's a lot of energy.
Now, back to work.
My sister just finished Rebirth, played Remake beforehand, and just started original FF7. She couldn't wait for part 3 to see what happens. What does she think about Cloud's identity crisis? Like, what does she piece together? She pieced anything together? Actually, after doing that scene, just save. Even Cone Carnage was confused with Zack and Cloud. Oh, did he not play OG? First big boss battle. Oh my god, Natalie, really? So he was still surprised by the Cloud
must
Zack
be the
truth.
anti-soldier monsters.
Activating combat mode.
Some enemies use special abilities in battle. Oh, that's right, the DPS checks. While these abilities are activated, the enemy will enter a casting phase and the ability gauge will be displayed. You can lower the gauge by attacking the enemy. I love this addition. Oh, shit. Not so much now, though. Ability 50% power. Okay, not too bad. Ow. Oh, God. Come on, come on. Ah. This fight's a little harder than I remember. Okay, it's 25%. Oh, let me pause this to see this. Guys, before I go, will you be watching Hot Sauce Ross vids next week? I really want to see you and chat react to them. They deserve to have more eyes on them. Possibly, yeah. It's on the list of like potential videos. There's a new video from Wick as well, who's part of the community, that I might check out first. And I'm trying to balance out like theory chatter and then like gameplay. So we'll see. It might be the week after, to be honest, but she still believes Cloud genuinely was a soldier, and she thinks Zack died in the run-up to Mount Nebel. Hold on. Music's a little crazy loud. She still believes Cloud genuinely was a soldier. She thinks Zack died in the run-up to Mount Nebel, so she's primed to be totally shocked. Oh, that's awesome. She was really confused during the Aerith death scene in Rebirth. Aerith is her favorite character. She didn't really shed a single tear. It's because she was like emotionally confused the way we all were. Because we all were very like, we just didn't know what to do with our emotions. Oh.
What's the matter now?
I was looking for materia, and now I'm late for my assignment.
All right, cool, King Dean.
I see. But where's your sword? Don't you need that too?
Ah!
Ever the restless puppy.
Brace yourself.
Do I have? Oh, I do have a limit break.
Prove your honor to me.
I got it.
I do find it hard to like keep track of my like limit break stuff. I don't know if it's because I'm sitting so close, I don't have like full visibility, so I'm like more focused on the lower half of the UI. I got it to 25.
Conflict resolved.
Got him. All right, that's fun. There's a reason I like hard mode. It does make it a little more interesting, a little more challenging.
Soldier second class Zack, victorious again.
There's a good chance I switch to normal at some point in this playthrough, because I mentioned it last week when I talked about potentially playing this game. But I remember reaching the fight with Dr. God, why am I blanking? We talked about him earlier. Starts with the H. I was about to say Heidegger. Hollander. The boss fight with Hollander, when I played this years ago when it came out, that on hard mode was like such a difficulty spike for me. I bumped it down to normal. He whooped my ass.
There. You've only got 5 minutes.
My monitor's a 27-inch, yeah.
Got it. Director Lazard, are you watching? Gotta move. No time to play.
Oh, that went poorly. This is like me yesterday, chat. I had like plans to play Expedition 33 and all that, and I ended up watching that Jess video that I played earlier. It took like my whole day. I had the best laid plans. They got ruined. I didn't have it on Geo though.
That's one more you owe me. You lost your focus.
Yeah. Oh, sorry if your sword got any wear, tear, or rust on it.
You're a little more important than my sword.
I mean, in the context of how Sleepezi, oh, my camera is hiding the slot machine. Good point. Okay, let's move it over here then. In the context of the Sleepezi video, where I keep saying Sleepezi video, but it's basically the story of the game. But in the context of like what the Buster Sword means, especially to Angeal, as like this element of his humanity, something that he clings to for his humanity, it actually makes more sense now why he's like so protective of like the wear, tear, and rust. Because it's not just a sword, it's not just like a weapon. I know it's like a gift from his father, but even more than that, it's like this thing that ties him to his humanity, which adds more meaning to it for sure.
But just a little.
Power Man. I mean, I can see that. I like it, but it's better than just playing the PSP version. But I could see why you feel that way.
I'm here. I must apologize.
So to the point that Jesse's making in chat. So Jesse in chat, for those who aren't seeing that chat, says Hojo does flat out tell the player in Remake you weren't in Soldier. So I don't think you're really gonna they're really going for that twist. Cloud already remembers Zack too. I think it's one of the twists, right? Like, it's not the only thing that they're hinging everything on, but I remember seeing it was like a kind of funny podcast, I think a spoiler cast, where they didn't know the context of the original, but somebody in their like review crew ended up like giving them the context because the people wanted it, the people who hadn't played the original and who only played Remake. And so I remember a couple of them on the panel who hadn't played the original, when somebody explained the Zack Cloud connection, they said, oh, I thought when Hojo said he's not a soldier, or you're my boy, you're not a soldier, I thought he was gonna say, you're the soldier, like some kind of bigger person in the entire thing. But so you can see, even though Hojo says directly it's a camera, you know, that Cloud isn't a soldier, people who don't know can still take it a different direction than you expect. I don't think it's the only thing that they're not only banking on that reveal, for sure. Hey Rick, what's going on? Yeah, we're in Crisis Core. Might wrap up soon, but I'll see, you know, where this cutscene goes.
On site is taxing.
You didn't have to come personally.
This operation will bring an end to the war. I wanted to see it through.
Okay.
Soldier Second Class Zack.
Sir!
You put forth a good effort at Fort Tamblin.
I didn't just put in a good effort, I cleared all of Fort Tamblin, which is optional.
To be frank, my evaluation is...
That'd be amazing.
You are a force of nature.
Damn
you
right.
Somehow defeated an entire enemy force.
Damn right.
Yourself.
Does that dialogue change? Because I don't remember that dialogue. Does that dialogue actually change, like, if you clear the fort or not? Because that's kind of cool. Because I did clear the fort. Evergress is also deepening a bit of the lore around the Buster Sword too. Yeah, well, more so the Masamune.
As well. You've grown strong.
Your bravery during the
It does change
War
nice.
will be remembered for generations. It seems your dream of becoming a hero has already come true.
Director Lazard, that's a bit much. Zack here still has a lot to accomplish.
I suppose you're right. Zack, keep up the good work.
Zack, let's go. Sephiroth is waiting.
I do find it more surprising that people who played Crisis Core didn't put things together. That does still shock me. Because it outright shows Cloud as a regular trooper.
Activating combat mode.
First Genesis clones. Ay, ay, ay. Gotcha. Partner played Crisis Core in Rebirth and then was like, huh? That's kind of weird. Wasn't Zack there too? Wait, hold on. After just playing Remake, my partner played Crisis Core and Rebirth, then was like, huh? That's kind of weird. Wasn't Zack there too? Oh, wow. That's funny. Yeah, it's so funny to me. Well, if you look at Rebirth's introduction of new realities, you can start to look at Cloud's false memory as a product of another reality. I thought about that too, yeah. It was like a 2-year gap since she forgot. Oh, got it. I suppose it just means they don't know which version to trust. I did wonder that. I think I talked about that in some stream or something at one point, of like, I wonder if people kind of assumed that Crisis Core was a different reality. But I mean, I don't know.
Zack, take the director to safety.
Oh wow, the lighting is
Sephiroth.
going weird.
Zack can handle it. Now go.
Follow me, director.
All right, so Angeal faces off with these Genesis copies, and that's the end of him, really.
Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
Zack.
You see the lighting on the faces? It's like Unreal Engine, for whatever reason, sometimes just has some weird effects. Alright, save. Still just that. I'm coming, Angeal. Maybe it could be the mod.
Angeal!
But Expedition 33 does this to me too, and I'm not. That's not modded at all. Oh wow, is this the Ifrit fight already? Oh shit, it is. I do remember this being kind of hard.
Who called it out?
Activating combat mode.
Ow. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. I healed him, I healed him. Yeah, if you happen upon a summon, yeah. I do enjoy Ukal. I do enjoy watching people who have never played the OG play Remake. It's pretty fascinating. Shit. Ow. 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 Alright. Exact experience points reach a certain value, the DMW will sometimes stop at 777, in which case Zach will level up. Nice. Ay, ay, ay.
Conflict
Gotcha.
resolved.
Yeah, I'm playing on hard. It makes it more interesting. If you do too many missions, they get way OP, yeah. Like I said, there's one boss battle. I played on hard years ago when I played this for the first time. And when I reached a Hollander fight, wow, I got demolished. And I bumped this to normal. Kind of like Sephiroth, absolutely demolishing Ifrit.
Oh,
Genesis.
the missing soldier first class? They're identical.
A Genesis copy.
Watching this with like a fresh brain, like trying to like playing it, trying to play it as much as I can as like a first time. That is a crazy reveal early on, right? Like I know the game's a little wild and like the copy thing's a little strange, It was in the original, right? They have clones in the original. But to see it play out the way it does in Crisis Core is very different. But like, yeah, how wild is that for Zack's experience that you know of only a few first-class soldiers, one of which is Genesis. I don't know if Zack has even ever met him, but then seeing him like in that form, but then like, wait, he's a copy. There's two of them. Like that's a mind-melting sort of experience for poor Zachariah Fair.
Copy? A human copy?
Where's Angeal?
I thought he was fighting around here.
He's like immediately in over his head.
So he's gone too.
What? Wait, what does that mean?
It means Angeal has betrayed us as well.
No way!
It's a bit of a leap.
I know what kind of guy Angeal is, and he'd never do that! Angeal wouldn't betray us. Never!
I do feel like this bit about like Angeal betraying us probably is a bit of a remnant of the fact that this is supposed to be two UMDs. Because it is a bit of a leap of logic, right? That he got left behind and then suddenly, oh no, he must have just, betrayed us. It's like, how did we get there? I think this leads to chapter 2, right?
What's with Angeal? How long is he gonna slack off like this? It's already been a month. Sephiroth's no help either. Lumping Angeal together with Genesis. Genesis is a deserter who took a bunch of seconds and thirds along with him. He used copies of himself to attack us. Angeal wouldn't condone something like that. His soldier honor means way too much to him. Everything's so messed up now. Angeal, just come back to us.
Delta, yeah.
Soldier second class, Zack.
That would be me. Who is this?
Director Lazard wants to see you. Go to the briefing room.
Hey, wait!
Who was that? Was that Sephiroth? Because the voice sounded slightly different.
Any word on Angeal?
He hasn't contacted
Song.
his family.
So what's this about?
A new assignment. I want you to go to the hometown of our missing soldier first class, Genesis.
Huh?
According to the parents, they've had no contact with Genesis whatsoever. But they can't be trusted.
Why?
They're his family. I had already dispatched some staff, but we've lost contact. I want you to go and investigate.
I don't know if Zack knows what he's agreeing with when he was nodding there.
Song of the Turks.
It could have been on PSP, part of like a Sony thing, right? Like Sony has like a thing to help push that console. They may have paid Square Enix for it.
Know when you're ready to go.
Sephiroth makes that leap perhaps because of what it is to him personally here. Possibly. A DVD would have solved the data storage limitations. It would have been nice. It would have definitely been nice. It would have been nice for them to have the space to tell the story in its fullest.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know what got cut and what didn't, but...
Hello?
Oh, hey. It's Kunzel. Did you read my mail?
Not yet. I'll read it later. I'm in a meeting
something
in the
about
briefing room right now.
pronouncing it Kunzel sounds a lot worse than Kunzel.
After that?
I'm kind of busy, but if you can keep it short...
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'll be outside the briefing room.
When you acquire summon materia, the DMW will now sometimes enter summon mode. All the rail images change to summons when all three rails match. Gotcha. No one's up to you yet. Save. Our missions. Pursue the remnants. Get an elixir out of it. I feel like you know who he is right away. Maybe I'm wrong. During missions, like normal field situations, you can move around the map. Okay. During the mission, you can clear a mission by defeating the boss indicated on the map. Gotcha.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Gosh. Gotcha.
Oh yeah!
Coolio. I might do some of these essentially off stream, but let's check out.
Before you go out on a mission, you should always remember to check the supply pile.
Check it out.
Because we're not notified when. Rumor has it that it's because of the company's cost-cutting measures.
Oh. Good to know. Thunder. Let's try the open 10 times thing. Oh no, that didn't work either. Maybe I got trolled when somebody was explaining that.
Before you go out on a mission, you know, because we're not notified when it's been restocked.
Want to continue the story a little more? What time is it? 6:14. Let's do, yeah. Just a little bit more. Oh wait, they want me to do something? Oh, I gotta unlock summon mode. M811.
Hurry then.
Okay, hold on. That's like doing the Ifrit again, right? Rematch, yeah.
Activating combat mode.
I'm not trying to make like 9 hours a constant thing. Ah, motherfucker. Ow, ow, ow. All right, heal them. Still 25%. 20 times. It's only worse than chapter 1. Oh. Oh, it's 20 times. Oh, no MP costs? Shit. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Crooked Step. Oh, wow. Midnight in Norway. You're in Norway. Wow. Yeah, definitely get some rest. But thank you for hanging out. It's for so long. Alright, so I got the summon at least. Let's just see real quick. You should just start the next story thing. Just I'm curious what it is. I forget. It's just joining Sephiroth, right?
I see.
We'll just go to the next save point, maybe.
Ready to go?
A routine job, right? No sweat.
I wonder.
Oh, you're going to
Sephiroth
Bonora.
was assigned to this mission. That means it's a top priority matter. Be alert, or you'll fail.
And Sephiroth?
Refusing to go, apparently.
Oh, what is that? They spoil him too much.
Why don't you say that to his face?
No thanks.
Yeah, Bonora.
Weird trees.
Bonora white trees. Or dumb apples.
That means this is Bonora Village?
Yep. You get all the dumbest of dumb apples.
Correct. Genesis and Angel have known each other a long time.
Already got some Genesis copies here. Ooh, that was a nice evade.
Conflict resolved.
Gotcha.
These guys. I saw them in Wutai.
What they really added with the remake, by the way, with this remaster,
No townspeople yet. They may have taken control of the whole town. When
it's just like the
Genesis
feeling
left,
in the
they took
controller.
Arsenal along with him. Retrieve or destroy.
Like it feels
Those are the
weighty.
President's strict orders.
Okay, cool. Virtual J. Like I know it has literal vibration in it, but all right. Is it this direction? I assume it's this direction. Oh, Kunsel mail. What do I think about Angel? It seems every soldier first class is a quirk or 3, but I think Angel has a lot of common sense as a trustworthy fellow. Let's face it, Genesis never found group activities appealing, so Angel is, in fact, the spiritual leader of Soldier. I've got a lot of respect for him too, and I envy you for getting to work with him so often. Apples. You get an assignment in Bonora, right? How is the place? I hear there are a lot of Shinra people there. Apparently, the village's main source of income is production and processing of apples. Oh, he did the juice, never mind. I was about to say, which is kind of Genesis, but no. It's, he did the juice. The rest of their budget is made up of subsidiaries from Shinra. Now, why would Shinra care about such a tiny village? Could it have something to do with Mako? But there's got to be something fishy going on there. I'm gonna look into it. Kunsel, you might not want to look too deep into certain things that the company is trying to keep hidden.
Activating combat mode.
Oh yeah!
Conflict resolved.
Oh, and I have like the break, so I have like more MP.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Could you imagine being friendly, outgoing Angel, and your two best friends are antisocial loners? Oh, it's a boss battle. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point for this week. I mean, we know, like, okay, next we're gonna get into Benora, we're gonna meet Angeal's mom, all that kind of stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it's next. But it has been almost 6.5 hours, and I don't want to burn out of streaming either. Let's check out the title screen though, real quick. The mention of like the black and white feathers. Oh yeah. It's almost blatant, right? The black and white feathers. What was the original title screen of like the PSP version? I wonder. Wonder if I can find that real quick. We'll just exit for now. Keen Bean, yes, thank you for hanging out. And yes, thank you for your video. Let me see. Crisis Core PSP playthrough. I doubt there are feathers. I'm just curious now. Oh, it just starts there. PSP long play. Here we go. Let's see. Oh wow, there were black and white feathers. Yeah, there was always black and white feathers. Interesting. I probably wouldn't have thought that, but yeah, it was always there. Always there. So yeah, they didn't give us too much to work with. They didn't, like, yeah, it's really that ending when we watch it in the context of like the two diverging paths that I hadn't thought about until this stream. But anyway, thank you all. Let's go to the ending screen so we can say bye to both each other and Tifa. Let's also check out for people on Twitch. Why is it not playing? Here we go. For people on Twitch, let's see if there is anyone to raid into. Let's see, let's check out. Who am I following? Who might be on? I could do Nautilus. We're cool. We met at Crisis Core. He's playing Minecraft, so I don't know how many people would be interested in sticking around for that. Let's also check the Rebirth category. Who's on? Anybody? I'll go ahead and just do Nightalize. Like I said, he's a Final Fantasy fan as well. I met him at Comic-Con. He's a pretty cool dude. Let's just, just hang out real quick for the raid. Give him a nice hi, and then if he can't stick around, that's fine. But let's give him a shout. We're starting the raid. So, okay, so Wednesday, I probably should have updated this. I always forget to update this, but Wednesday I'll do it right here, live. I'll do it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Where's the next stream info? The next stream is going to be Wednesday, November, whenever that is. What is Wednesday? The 12th. All right, so on the 12th, we'll play more of the OG. And then next Sunday, we'll do more Crisis Core. We'll probably watch some kind of theory video, as we always do. So thank you all for hanging out. Make sure to share. I will be adding timestamps to the VOD to make it easier to sort of scan back and look at things. Share it around with people. Spread the good word. See you all next time.